Today on Monkey Life, 2 consultant surgeons are called in to operate on Kalu, the most recent chimp to be rescued by the park.
There we go, and a knife, please.
It could be her last chance.
All of my hopes are riding with the human doctors right now and hoping that they will join me in our mission to give Kalu a family again.
And the autumn leaves are falling for the squirrel monkeys.
I think they're really excited to get in there now, they're all watching. You ready guys, come on now!
Plus, what a view. Female Johnny is top of the tree. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's gonna work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. When the late Jim Cronin threw open the doors of Monkey World to welcome 9 young, traumatised chimpanzees in 1987, little could he have realised the sanctuary's rescue work would become a global operation, continuing over decades. In 34 years, more than 495 monkeys, apes and prosimians have been rescued and brought to the park, needing the help and expertise of the Monkey World team. The aim has always been to give them as natural a life as possible and allow them to live out their days in a safe and enriching environment. The most recent chimp to be rescued was Kalu. Despite her age and serious health issues, Alison's determined to give her every chance.
It's been a relatively short period of time that she's been here, about 6 months now, and we've been going through all of these chasing different medical problems. So first it's the diabetes. We sort of deal with that. Now we have digestion problems and her feces are really poor and she appears to be losing weight. The other worrying thing is that at the same time, she started lying down and just not really wanting to get up. She's still not quite right. And it's a big concern for us.
Kalu had been kept as a pet at a ranch in South Africa. When her owner died and no one could be found to rehome her, Alison stepped in. Her rescue was problematic. There were access issues with the ranch where she was staying, resulting in delays, and because of that, Kalu had to be darted in her outside enclosure. It meant the team and Kalu missed their flight, and the journey had to be rearranged. The chimp was given a thorough examination by wildlife vet John Lewis, and following a night under Jeremy's care, Kalu was given the all clear to fly back to Dorset a day late.
Good girl!
Back at the park, her issues slowly became more apparent. She was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, requiring daily insulin injections. But her health deteriorated further. Persuading her to eat the right foods proved difficult. A number of health tests, including an ultrasound to check for pancreatitis, revealed Kalu has a large number of gallstones, most likely caused by her previous poor diet in South Africa. The condition means she's in considerable pain.
What's clear to me is that she lived with a family, sort of eating human food, being fed an abundance of snacks and crisps and even alcohol, and that's taken its toll. It's taken its toll. It's made her diabetic. It's given her gallstones. I think the weight loss that everybody had witnessed in South Africa and her lack of appetite was the beginning of everything that we're seeing now. If she was still at Broadlands Farm in South Africa, she'd be dead by now, I think.
Alison is running out of options. But following discussions with a number of experts, 2 consultant surgeons have agreed to operate and remove the chimp's gallbladder.
I'm hoping that we can fix her and give her that chance. She could have 10 years to hang out with Brian and his mob and have a family again. And I guess that's what I'm holding on to, is again trying to give Kalu something back. I'm now invested in her life. And a lot of people, oh, what a shame that you've made all of this effort to bring a chimp over from South Africa and now she's got all this raft of medical issues. It is a shame, but not a shame for me. It's a shame for her.
Alison feels Kalu deserves all the help the park can offer, but is realistic about the chimp's chances.
This is the last chance saloon because I will not be the one that keeps her propped up and going if she's in a state of pain. That's not going to happen. So all of my hopes are riding with the human doctors right now and hoping that they will join me in our mission to give Kalu a family again.
The park covers more than 65 acres of Dorset countryside. It takes a lot of maintaining, particularly during the windy and wet autumn months. Following a powerful storm, the maintenance team have discovered a precarious oak tree needing to be felled as a safety precaution. But it won't go to waste. The chimp team are constantly on the lookout for useful items to improve and adapt the enclosures of the 4 resident groups. They reckon the trunk will make a great addition at Hananya's. The heavy oak needs some serious lifting gear to prop it up and secure it safely against the huge climbing frame in the enclosure. It's just the sort of thing to appeal to the chimps and get the whole group interested and active. The morning release is usually an excitable time, but today, Hananya's troop of 18 are a little wary. They could hear the commotion when the trunk was put up and are a bit suspicious of something new in their home. Leader Hananya casts an eye over the tree trunk, but gives it a wide berth for now. Nothing much phases Cherry. With daughter Thelma close behind, she's already near the top of the oak, and she's spotted some remaining leaves worth munching. She's still a high-ranking female within the group, which gives her an advantage over some of the others. But it's Johnny who's climbed even higher. She's now the dominant female. She's a little more headstrong than the other girls and quite happy to throw her weight around to get what she wants. At the bottom of the tree, and the rankings, is Arthur. He's stripped off a piece of bark and is tucking in. Bark can be full of fibre, vitamins and minerals, all necessary for a healthy diet. Quite a few of the chimps seem to have a taste for it. Although Kiki is making do with a twig. The chimp's reaction to the dead tree trunk explains why there are no living trees in their enclosures. In the wild, chimps eat leaves and bark, so the trees at Monkey World didn't stand a chance. At ground level, an excited Hananya joins in with Simon and Shamak. But the morning's scatter feed of vegetables soon puts an end to the interest in the tree. And there's no problem persuading Thelma to eat her greens. This start to the day gives all the chimps an opportunity to grab some breakfast and find a quiet spot to eat it in peace. Changes to the group's home creates excitement, bonding, and a new food source. The tree will be left in place as something different to explore. At the Squirrel Monkey House, the group of 5 are about to get something a little different to liven up their morning. The autumnal weather has presented an opportunity for the primate care team to bring the outside in. They've collected lots of autumn leaf fall and they're filling the tunnel systems which connect the squirrel monkey bedrooms with a carpet of leaves. Keris is then going to add a few of their favourite foods. Live mealworms.
We just always want to come up with exciting enrichment ideas for them, just to keep them entertained. And this is kind of going to be a natural behaviour that they would forage in the wild, and they'll spend ages amongst all of this because obviously the bugs can get everywhere. So yeah, I think they'll be really excited, and I think they're really excited to get in there now. They're all watching.
Squirrel monkeys love to forage, and when outside, spend hours hunting for insects and bugs.
They also really enjoy waxworms and locusts, but mealworms is one of their favourite, and it can just be easily spread amongst obviously all of this, and more hidden as well, obviously camouflage with the brown leaves and keep them occupied for longer, which is what we try and do here, obviously with the enrichment. You ready guys? Come on now!
The slides to the tunnels are opened and an eager group of squirrel monkeys rush straight in. It's the inquisitive youngsters, Lopez and Nueve, who are first on the scene. These two love to have fun. They're constantly on the go. The sight of all the tasty mealworms has tickled their taste buds, and they go into foraging overdrive. The leaves and insects encourage them to hunt just as they would in the wild. Grandma of the group is Turvy, and today she's in her element. She's thought to be around 30 years old and arrived at the park 13 years ago, having spent most of her life as a pet. She may not be as sprightly as she once was, but she can still forage with the best of them. She meticulously works through the leaves to find the tasty treasures underneath. Squirrel monkeys come from the Amazon basin of South America. They're mainly tree dwellers, used to being high up in the canopy, and use all four limbs to move from branch to branch. The tunnel system is a useful way for them to move around, although today it seems not everyone is as keen on its new carpet of leaves. Lucille is partial to the grubs, but finds easier pickings in the bedrooms. The biggest of the bunch, Logan, is being his usual careful and considered self. He's not as gung-ho as the two youngsters. The enrichment has been a huge success. The squirrel monkeys have been kept busy and active, and with so much to explore and hunt, they can keep coming back for more throughout the day. It's an important day at the park's hospital, and for sick chimp Kalu. Alison has called in two local gastroenterologist consultant surgeons to remove Kalu's gallbladder. The operation will be performed with the help of wildlife vet John Lewis, who will oversee Kalu's care and administer her anaesthetic. The surgeons have performed the procedure many times, but always on people, never a chimp. John has come prepared with an encyclopedia on chimp anatomy for consultants Oliver Allenby-Smith and Angela Brent.
It looks extremely similar, actually, I have to say. Some of the muscles looking at it are slightly longer in one direction or the other, but the internal organs are all in exactly the same place. I'm just checking these pictures to make sure that there's no surprises that I wasn't aware of. You know, chimps and humans, we know, share a great deal of the DNA anyway, and so hopefully that will stand us in good stead.
Kalu has gallstones, which can be extremely painful, particularly after eating. The gallbladder stores bile and is something humans can live without. Chimps share 96% of human DNA, so it's the same for them.
There are two reasons you can't just remove the stones. As I say, one is they come back again. The other one is that the gallbladder is not very good at healing. So essentially, if we make a hole in it to take the gallstones out, it won't heal itself back up again. Not like skin or something that when we get a cut in it, it heals. The gallbladder won't do that. And so we don't really have an option, actually. Once you open the gallbladder and make a hole in it, you have to remove it.
The primate care team have successfully anaesthetised Kaloo and brought her straight into the hospital. Now she needs to be weighed.
Her weight is 34.3. 34.3. Worse than we thought then.
The reading confirms the team's suspicions. Kaloo has lost even more weight. It's not a good sign. Before surgery can begin, the chimp must be intubated.
Going through the larynx. Right now, we're in.
And her vital signs kept stable. Not an easy task with Kaloo.
Going down, if anything.
John has had to anaesthetise her several times in the last few months and is well prepared.
Can somebody read those numbers to me?
85 and 98.
Right. Well, she's breathing fine.
He's happy for the operation to go ahead.
Let's get her into theatre.
Where do we want her?
It's serious surgery, and they clean and prepare the area on Kaloo's stomach before they proceed.
Well, we are ready to whenever you want to now, aren't we?
Go on in, take her gallbladder out.
Go on then. Let's have some gillies, actually, I think. Just a second. There we go. And a knife, please. Thank you.
Oliver and Angela begin. Carefully cutting through the abdominal muscle and tissue to locate the gallbladder.
And some forceps, please.
But they soon discover operating on a chimp is a little different to their usual human patients.
Presumably they normally have a full peritoneal cavity like us, like rather than separate compartments.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're into cavity with liver and gallbladder there, but it's fused inferiorly, so
Really?
there's no cavity below it, so it took us a while to find a way in, which is a bit odd, but I don't know. Anyway, we've got a view of gallbladder.
Oliver has located the gallbladder and can manipulate it freely.
Oh yeah, tiny little stones, loads of little ones. Maybe she's been getting recurrent pancreatitis or something.
The presence of so many stones inside the organ could be the cause of Kaloo's pancreatitis and explain why she's been off her food in recent months.
Scissors, please. That's great. And there we go. That one can come off there. That is the gallbladder. Those are what the stones are like, tiny little things.
And that would look the same in people?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The surgical team are happy the procedure has gone smoothly. Now they need to close Kaloo up, using layers of stitches to knit her muscles back together and secure the surgical site.
She had lots of tiny little gallstones, which we do see sometimes in humans, but is not the most common type of gallstones we get. But sometimes those can actually cause more trouble, those are the tiny little ones. So I think we were just talking about it, and I think it may well be the cause of her illness and why she's not been eating and losing weight and things. Now the gallbladder's gone, we'll just have to see first of all how she recovers from the surgery, and then how she gets on with eating and drinking and things afterwards.
Kaloo is returned to the bedrooms at Brian's group. She'll be closely monitored by John and Jeremy until she wakes up. Everyone is keeping their fingers crossed the operation will solve her major medical issues and she can begin to enjoy life at the park with the new chimp family she deserves. The care team are constantly adapting and evolving how they care for the primates in their charge. A big part of the task is coming up with different ways of delivering food in order to keep the animals stimulated and active. Sometimes, however, a natural option presents itself. Today, it's the small monkey team who are taking advantage of an early autumn perennial. Sunflower heads full of ready-to-eat seeds.
So we're in the Saki enclosure and we've got these sunflower heads. They may look a bit worse for wear, but they do have plenty of seeds on them, and that's what the Sakis really like. In the wild, the Sakis will eat lots of seeds and nuts. So if you look inside, all of the seeds are still good, so they'll be, hopefully, picking all of these out and then eating all of the seeds that will be in the heads. So we'll spread these all around.
Devoted Sakis Desmond and Chloe are the lucky pair benefiting from the treat. The seeds are an excellent source of vitamins and minerals, and a useful way of persuading the couple to forage, replicating their natural diet.
The Sakis are very much a mixed pair. We've got Chloe, who is the oldest Saki monkey in Europe. She's 28 now, so she very much likes her creature comforts. She won't be dangling off any branches anytime soon to get these, so we'll have to put a few on the easier platforms. And then we've got Desmond, who is 11 years old. He is a lot more fit, a lot more agile than Chloe, because he's still in his prime. But he is not the bravest of animals, should we say. So he'll probably wait for Chloe to investigate first, make sure she figures it out, and then he'll probably get in there for all the food after that.
Desmond is first to venture out, and this time he takes the lead. He might be half Chloe's age, but the pair are smitten. When they're not feeding or foraging, they spend most of their time at each other's side. Saki monkeys are naturally cautious, and Desmond takes his role as his mate's protector very seriously. Once he's confident the sunflowers don't pose a risk or a threat, he bravely approaches, sniffs, then tastes. Once he's worked out what's hidden in the heads, he's soon tucking into the tiny seeds. But Chloe isn't convinced yet. She takes her time deciding if foraging for the seeds is worth the effort, but eventually comes round to her mate's way of thinking. Saki monkeys originate from the rainforests of South America and are found in countries such as Brazil, Venezuela, and Guyana. They prefer to spend their time in the middle to lower canopy level of the trees. Their long, skinny fingers and toes have thick pads on the tips to give them a better grip. Their long tails are primarily used for balance and are not prehensile. They have extremely large canine teeth, perfect for piercing and cracking open nuts, and today, hundreds of sunflower seeds. The pair have enjoyed this natural treat, but Chloe's had enough, and, like a love-struck teenager, wherever she goes, Desmond soon follows. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison collects a family of 3 marmosets living in a birdcage and needing a new home.
Hi, you.
And it's weigh-in day for the gibbons.
Come on in. Who's coming? Oh, good boy, Sam.
Today on Monkey Life, Alison collects a family of 3 marmosets living in a birdcage and needing a new home.
Hi, you.
And gives them a new life in Dorset.
They're quite jumpy, nervous, not trusting of people.
And it's weigh-in day for the gibbons.
Come on in. Who's coming? Oh, good boy, Sam.
Monkey World in Dorset, very deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought a year like no other, with lockdowns and restrictions affecting all walks of life. It's no different at the park in Dorset, which has had to close its doors for many months to protect both staff and animals. But while visits from the public have had to stop, the need to rescue primates hasn't. Alison and the team still face dealing with the consequences of the legal pet trade in small monkeys in the UK, particularly marmosets. In the last few years, Monkey World has built 2 large marmoset facilities to try and meet demand. But both are continually full to the brim. Worryingly, there's also a waiting list of 126 marmosets who need rehoming. The situation is pretty grim.
The legal trade in primates as pets is just appalling because it's always the animals that suffer. But as long as the pet trade allows them to be bought and sold like a goldfish with no licensing and no registration, this is going to continue. And we're only seeing worse and worse cases as time goes on.
Occasionally, a situation arises that's so desperate, Alison has to act and act fast. And that's what's just happened. As a result, the maintenance team are in a race against time to renovate 2 bedrooms at the park's small monkey kitchen and add a new outside enclosure. There's no time to waste, because tomorrow, Alison is heading to Liverpool to rescue 3 marmosets whose owner has suddenly passed away.
Luckily for the animals, the neighbours next door agreed to take them on and care for them until appropriate arrangements can be made. But they don't know how to look after these marmosets. The conditions that the marmosets are being kept in is not right in the first place, simply in a bird cage. And what's important now is to get the marmosets back to the park safely and to provide them what they need in terms of indoor, outdoor enclosures, appropriate diet, professional veterinary care, and looking after them the way they should be.
Rescue day dawns, and it's a 4 a.m. start for the 250-mile journey to Liverpool. Due to the COVID lockdown, Alison has to get there and back in a day. It means the trio of marmosets can settle straight into their new home, and the team can monitor them before bedtime. In Liverpool, at the neighbour's home, the marmosets are in a small birdcage in the utility room. Alison has very little information about the threesome and is keen to learn as much as she can from the family now caring for them.
I think he had Pablo, which is the older one, the dad. I think he's had him for about 3 years, and then he did have a female called Maggie, and then they had the babies about 2 years.
Okay.
So they're a family.
And you don't know how old Pablo is?
No.
The 3 marmosets are nervous and wary of new people. Alison's finding it difficult to persuade them into the travel box.
Hi, you.
In the end, to stop them getting stressed, she decides to leave them in the birdcage and transport them in that.
Rather than grabbing them, stressing them, doing anything, we're such a nice little group. We've left them in the cage. We've got the cage inside of the car, which just goes to show it really isn't ideal for 3 marmosets to live in that cage full time.
It's a quick turnaround. Within minutes, the family of 3 will be heading off to start a new life at Monkey World. Variety is the spice of life and the key to keeping all the park's primates happy, healthy, and busy. The primate care team provide all the animals in their charge with a wide and varied diet. So when a bounty of unusual local fruits is donated, the Chimp team jump at the opportunity. The medlar fruits aren't colourful to look at, but they're delicious when ripe. And the team are putting them out for Bart's group of 17, spreading them around their indoor playroom. None of the chimps have tried this fruit before.
Fruits that they'd eat in the wild are actually more like our vegetables. They don't have as many sugars in them. And so this might be something that's quite nice for them. Some of them should be more like the fruits they'd eat in the wild, and others will be hopefully nice and sweet and a treat for them. We do have to be careful with Bart's group, obviously, because Bart's got type 1 diabetes. So we have to make sure that we're not giving him anything that's going to make his sugar levels go through the roof. But what we will do is retest him at midday when we do his insulin, just to check on them and just see how these have affected him. It's interesting, it keeps us on our toes.
Chimps are opportunistic feeders and will normally consume whatever is on the menu. Their reaction to this very different fruit should prove interesting. The group are all outside in their large enclosure, but once Hannah opens the slide, they immediately head indoors, looking forward to breakfast. They're an excitable bunch at feeding time, and today's offering is greeted with lots of happy chattering. As well as the fruit, their breakfast includes celery and eggs, so there's plenty to go round. But they have to work for it, searching through the wood wool and blankets for the tasty treats. Leader Bart has a good old rummage around the floor, and after a bit of investigation, finally uncovers a hidden medlar fruit. His elder sister Eddie has fared better, already tucking into hers. One of the park's originals, 42-year-old Cindy, has also taken a liking to the novel fruit. While low-ranking Athena has a hoard she's savouring. But Clin, and then Eddie, think she should divvy it up. But one chimp who's definitely not going to share her hoard is Toprish. She's gathered a huge handful of medlar and is eating them up high. But Bart has spotted her. And even though the two have become inseparable in recent months, when it comes to food, it's a case of tough love. Despite his persistence, Toprish is not letting go of her stash. Luckily, this spat blows over and there's plenty more breakfast to be collected. Some, like elderly Zoe, decide on a mid-morning nap, while others head outside. Bart is amongst them, and it's time for him to have his glucose checked.
Come on, big fella.
And receive his daily dose of insulin.
Right. Shall we retest you? Okay. See whether we've had any effect from those medlars.
Hannah wants to be absolutely certain the medlar fruit hasn't impacted too much on Bart's blood glucose levels.
Good lad.
A tiny prick on his thumb is all that's needed.
We're just interested to see whether the medlars have made any difference to him. So he's 6.0, which is reasonable. That's what you'd expect him to be after he's had food. So it's not shot him up. So you can have those again, can't you? Eh? You could have those again and we wouldn't be worried about you.
With the level roughly what Hannah was expecting, Bart can have his daily insulin injection.
Yeah, good boy. Let's just do that. There we go. Superstar. So yeah, he's so cooperative. Most of the time now, when I'm doing the insulin, I don't even have to ask him to turn round. He just turns round for me to give his insulin in his back. And he favours his thumbs for his glucose, I think, because it's easy. So we have to make sure we avoid doing them all the time. We have to make sure we ask for his other fingers or his toes. Otherwise, you start to get sore if you keep doing it in the same place all the time.
The team can now add medlar fruit to the ever-increasing variety of food safe for Bart to eat. Monkey World is home to 4 groups of woolly monkeys, the largest population outside South America, their natural habitat. In 20 years, they've had 53 in their charge, Of those, 28 have been born at the park. It's a remarkable achievement because captive woollies are notoriously difficult to keep happy and healthy. And the park's success story continues. In the last few days, young mum Ava has given birth.
So far, so good. Ava's doing all the right things. Baby is only a couple of days old, so we need to check all the signs. So important things are baby suckling, getting the appropriate milk baby needs, gripping tightly, and also that the baby is obviously, the tail's nice and coiled, because that indicates to us that the baby is nice, has energy, and obviously has been suckling. And we need to physically see if it's had producing urine, feces, and all the signs that we need to see.
At just 8 years old, Ava is now a mum of 2. Her son Lenny was born just over 2 years ago, fathered by Levar. Not long after that, Ava moved home as part of the park's big woolly move around, a necessary change to keep the groups balanced and healthy. She's now living at Chippy's, has settled in well and been accepted by the rest of the troop. Dominant male Chippy is the father of her newborn. But with the infant only a few days old, the care team haven't yet been able to determine its sex. Current thinking is it's a girl. But until they're 100% sure, they don't want to name it.
At the moment, I'd say it's still probably a bit too early. We need to definitely confirm the sex of the baby. Generally, with them as well, we will name them after the dad. So in this case, Chippy is the father of Ava's baby. So it will likely be a C name. So we'll have to come up with some nice C girl names.
Chippy isn't always the most hands-on father, preferring to do his job patrolling and checking the enclosure and keeping the group safe and secure. And in any case, Ava is a shy character and tends to keep the baby to herself. She's probably still a little bit wary of the 2 confident, much older and domineering females in her new group, 21-year-old Paquita and 31-year-old Quapper. In recent months, the 3 have been getting on reasonably well, and the new arrival may well add a new sense of harmony.
Having this newborn baby will be amazing for the group as a whole, and hopefully the group will bond a bit better. But obviously it's early days, so our job is to make sure that the group remains calm, but we're keeping our fingers crossed this will be really good for the group.
Keeping track of the health and welfare of more than 260 residents is a tall order for the park's primate care team. One of the simplest methods is to weigh the animals. Weight fluctuations can be a good indicator of whether anything is amiss. With this in mind, many of the primates have been trained to sit on scales. Today, it's the turn of 2 pairs of gibbons who live in the support building.
Hey guys, you coming?
They are Siamangs Sasak and Sam, and golden-cheeked gibbons Peanut and Pungyo.
With all of our animals, we would try and ideally weigh everybody at least once a month. Now, there's lots of reasons for that. The main one being on day-to-day management of the animals. We can adjust the food, we can make sure that people are getting enough high or low calorie, depending on whether they need gain or loss. And so that's really good knowledge for us to make sure that we are giving the guys what they actually need nutritionally, and exercise and things like that. The other real benefit is actually for like medication. So if any animal needs routine medication or if they need antibiotic or something like that, having the weight, an up-to-date weight, a lot of these drugs are calculated based on the amount of weight that they have. So it's really important for the vets to have that knowledge as accurately as possible. So there's lots of benefits to us to actually get this on a regular basis.
First up are devoted couples Sasak and Sam. Kat installs the scales off the ground, securing them to the mesh. It's the most natural position for the arboreal gibbons.
Right then, gibbies.
But in order to get a true weight, they need to be persuaded to sit in the centre of the scale and not hold on.
Come on then. Who's coming? Oh, good boy, Sam. Good boy. I need that other hand though, buddy. You know, I want that other hand. Good lad. Good job, buddy. That's you done. We got you. Initially, the scales were really, really scary for the gibbons, and trying to get them on there was like a real mission that took several months because they don't really like new things. As soon as they realise that actually once they're on it, they get really high, nice treats and rewards, we just sometimes can't get them off. And obviously right now, Sam's like, yeah, I'm being good. I'm here. Give me treats. Sam, come on, good boy.
Sam's weight is slightly below his previous reading, but Kat isn't unduly worried. It's to be expected during the autumn and winter months when there's less natural vegetation available to add to their daily diet. Next up is greedy female Sasak.
Sass. Good girl. Ooh, 16.12, I think, Sass. Yep, that's what we're gonna go with. Good girl. Good girl. So that's actually quite good because we've had a little bit of a loss from Sasak, which is exactly what we would expect where there's not so much food available in the trees now. So we start to see her tailing off over the next few months. But then, of course, the spring will come round again and she will start eating everything that she can find again. But she's not massively overweight. You know, she's, you know, as you can look at her, she is quite a solidly built individual. But we do need to make sure that she doesn't get massively overweight. Come here then. Oh, good girl.
Then it's the turn of some of the park's golden-cheeked gibbons, with female Peanut up first.
Come here. Come here. So this is no good. We need her right in the middle. Come here. Oh, good girl. Well done. Good girl, Peanut. 10.62. Good girl. The Siamangs and the golden cheek gibbons are completely different. Peanut is actually quite heavy for a golden cheek gibbon. She should be somewhere around sort of 7 to 8 kilograms. She is a very large built individual. She's very stocky, she's broad. She is definitely bigger than she should be though. We do have to try and keep her weight down. Right, Pungyo, let's see if you're going to be a superstar. Hey, buddy.
Peanut's mate Pung Yo wastes no time, perfectly positioning himself on the scales.
Nicely done, buddy. 7.46, oh that's good, Pung Yo.
The routine is repeated every month, enabling the team to build up an accurate record of each individual's weight. Today, all the hours of training have paid off, and the weigh-in has gone like clockwork. Following a 12-hour round trip, Alison has arrived back at the park from Liverpool with the 3 rescued marmosets on board.
Wow, long trip. Man.
The team have had to rapidly renovate 2 bedrooms in the small monkey house and are now in the process of completing a new outdoor enclosure for the trio.
They're quite jumpy, nervous, not trusting of people.
After what's already been a long and hectic day, the team decide the best way to introduce the trio to their new home is to put the birdcage in and let the marmosets come out in their own time.
Nothing's really known about them other than we believe that there are male-female twins, that they're 2 years old. The female is named Maggie after the mother, and Pablo is the father, and the other male, nobody even knows what his name was. So they're missing a bit of fur, and they're very scratchy. All 3 of them are scratching quite a bit, but I think that's because the cage is simply filthy, but clearly very traumatized and not trusting of people now.
It's the nameless youngster who's first to summon up the courage to leave the safety of the cage and explore his new home. Steph opens the slides to the adjoining rooms for the young marmoset to explore. Pablo, who has amazing-looking tufts, soon follows and seems comfortable and interested in the new surroundings. But the other youngster is staying put for now. The primate care team can now get a good look at 2 of the newcomers.
Are we confident on the sexes of the...
No, nothing.
And Steph has noticed something isn't quite right.
I'm thinking Pablo girl.
Really?
Yeah. So I think it might be Dad that died, not Mum.
It looks like Pablo, thought to be the dad, is actually a female, and most likely, Mum.
Whenever we get a new pet trade marmoset in, they'll quite often say whether it's a boy or a girl, but that's not always correct when the marmoset arrives. At the moment, we've got one very definite boy. It's very obvious that he's male. The younger girl does appear to be a female, but Pablo, the jury's still out at the moment. He's supposed to be the dad of the group, but not 100% convinced that's the case. Just need to get him to give us a good look, because at the moment, it could go either way. It's not looking obvious that it's a boy, but time will tell when we get a better look.
For now, the trio will be given time to adjust to their new home. Then the team will examine them for parasites and any obvious ailments. Plus, they'll be given vitamins and put on a normal, healthy marmoset diet. It's all very new, but they have each other for comfort and companionship, and in time, the team can work out who's who. Next time on Monkey Life. Chimp Kalu, recently rescued from South Africa, struggles to recover from surgery.
It's sort of 2 steps forward and 3 steps back sometimes.
And the team stump up at Wrigley Feast for the squirrel monkeys. Today on Monkey Life, Chimp Kalu, recently rescued from South Africa, struggles to recover from surgery.
It's sort of 2 steps forward and 3 steps back sometimes.
But despite the best efforts of the team, Kalu takes a turn for the worse.
It's a tough one, and when it doesn't work out, it's heartbreaking.
And the team stump up a Wrigley Feast for the squirrel monkeys. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully. They should be okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's almost a week since chimpanzee Kalu underwent major surgery to have her gallbladder removed. The operation went well, and Kalu has been recovering on her own in one of the bedrooms at Brian's house. The primate care team have been closely monitoring her progress.
We did some behaviour work with Kalu prior to the operation, getting her to present that front area, the chest and the stomach, so that we've been able to check it daily. And actually, at the moment, it looks really good. There's no breakdown. She hasn't really been picking at it. There's no obvious inflammation, certainly externally. So we're pleased with how the wound looks. It's just trying to gauge her level of comfort. She is on some pain relief, which we try and get into her first thing, but she is still very weak, and you can see when she sits up that there is some discomfort there.
Kalu needs to build up her strength, so it's important she gets her appetite back. But the chimp has always been a fussy eater, and in addition, she has diabetes. It means the team have to be extra careful what they give her.
The primate care staff, who are looking after her on a day-to-day basis have just been so creative with the things that they've been offering her. You can see now she's just picked up a bit of ribena with some avocado. They're all good foods for her because they've got a good amount of calories. So, you know, things like oats and rice, if she will take them. She likes a tuna sandwich with wholemeal bread, so that's good. But Kalu's always liked the more sugary fruits, so it's trying to balance that and finding items, you know, that are good for her diabetic status and that will also build her condition, because she is very weak, she is underweight, so we really need to be working intensively to build her up.
Kalu is currently being kept apart from Brian and the rest of the group, although she can see and communicate with them. They can be a boisterous bunch, and the team want her to have time and space to recover, which means no close interaction with the others for now.
Our goal is to integrate her into Brian's group as a full-time member of the group, and we're really some way off of that. And I think at the moment we're just taking it each day as it comes, and it's sort of 2 steps forward and 3 steps back sometimes. But we're committed to getting her better and getting her into a better place physically.
But it wasn't to be. Just a few days later, despite all the primate care team's efforts, Kalu's condition deteriorated. What little strength she had left appeared to evaporate. After lengthy discussions with the vet, it was decided to spare her from any further pain or stress. It was time to let her go.
Sadly, some of our individuals don't make it as long as we had hoped. And I'm afraid to say that Kalu was one of those individuals. She was only here for a very short time, only 7 months altogether. And you can see I'm already getting all choked up about it, because it is so sad that even though I didn't get to know Kalu as well as some other individuals here at the park, you felt so motivated, inspired, and driven to try and make things okay for the old girl who had missed out on what her life should have been. So I really felt for her. You know, Jeremy really felt for everybody here on the team, wanted to make it okay because we got her so late in life.
Kalu wasn't at the park for long, but during her time within its safe and caring environment, she did experience life in chimp society once more, living amongst her own kind for the first time since she was a baby.
There was a positive few months here at the park where she was free, out in the sun, able to go up on a climbing frame, have friends, groom, eat communally, and life was going pretty well. So I am pleased that we actually made the efforts that we did. And, you know, it was a massive effort, physically, financially, mentally, emotionally. We covered every bit of ground with Kalu. But I'm still glad I met her and helped her out in those last few months of her life.
A post-mortem confirmed there was nothing that could have been done to save Kalu.
All of Kalu's internal organs were adhered to each other, showing that she had had infections and/or traumas throughout her life that damaged her body and damaged her internal organs and their functioning. So it's a tough one, and it makes me very sad. You know, you get invested, you get involved, and when it doesn't work out, it's heartbreaking.
Caring for the primates at the park involves a huge amount of time and dedication. The primate care staff constantly monitor the health and well-being of each animal resident. To help them achieve this, they employ a useful technique called operant conditioning, also known as clicker training.
Here he is. Hi, Paolo.
Today, Sharon is having a session with 13-year-old woolly monkey Paolo.
Paolo, come here.
The reward-based training encourages the animal to carry out various behaviours in exchange for a healthy treat.
So the aim is to be able to do a full body examination basically with the animal, choosing to actually offer body parts that we ask for. So if in the event that there's injury and they can come over, you can ask them to turn around and then we can have a good look, make sure everything is fine. If there are any injuries, we can properly assess them. And also to be able to check in their mouths if there's any problems, if you see they're not eating very well. So open. So yeah, it's just basically good practice for all the animals to have that relationship with us. We're able to ask for them to sort of present different areas and, like I say, just reduces stress in the long run.
These sessions are entirely voluntary for the primates. But Paolo, who was hand-reared after being rejected by his mum, is an enthusiastic pupil. He's already learned a number of behaviours, even presenting his chest so Sharon can use a stethoscope to listen to his heart and lungs.
Good boy.
Today, the team want to teach him something new that will help them monitor a serious condition that can affect all woolly monkeys.
High blood pressure in woolly monkeys is quite a common issue, and it can lead on to other illnesses. So what we have been trying to do is train them to present the tail. Oh, hello tail. To receive a cuff to be able to test his blood pressure on his tail. So if we can get blood pressure readings off these guys, then that'll really help us out, especially with these big boys. They can get a little bit pumped up, and so the high blood pressure can lead on to other sort of illnesses in these guys.
It's early days, but the building blocks are being put in place to benefit not just Paolo, but many primates at the park. It's been a few days since Alison returned from Liverpool with a trio of marmosets. The three were a timid and frightened family, and very little was known about them. The primate care team have worked hard in a short space of time, getting to know them and treating them for ailments such as mites. They've also put them on a healthy diet. Already, the new regime is paying dividends.
So we have seen some improvement. They are starting to come over to PCS. They are taking food from us. So we have seen that improvement in their confidence. But really, it's completely at their own pace. We won't push them to do anything. We are trying to get them into some kind of routine so we can manage them in the room. So we would like to move them to one room so we can clean out the other room. But really, if they're all in one room, we'll take the other one. It's not as important as yet. We just want them to be confident and comfortable with us, and then we'll start trying to bring in some routines with them as time goes on.
Initially, Alison was told the trio were made up of an adult male and his two children.
What's actually happened is we've actually got an older female, not an older male. So we've got the mum and then we've got the twins. So we kept Maggie as Maggie because that's what we were told her name was. And then our older female is quite unusual looking in the fact that her ear tufts, instead of sticking out like a lovely fan around her head, they go straight upwards. A little bit like Marge Simpson's hair. And as we had a Maggie, we've now got a Marge. And because we had a Maggie and a Marge, we've now got a Bart as well. So the names are, Marge is the mum, and then we've got Maggie and Bart as the twins.
Karen is so pleased with how they're progressing that today the three marmosets are being introduced to a whole new world.
Now we're about to let them outside for the first time, and we think probably the first time in their lives. They've probably never been outside at all, so it's going to be almost sensory overload when they come out here. Obviously, there's going to be other animals around, there's going to be lots of different noises around. So it's going to be probably quite overwhelming to start with. And again, it's all in their own time. We weren't going to make them do anything or force them into doing anything. We'll just wait and take it as slowly as they want to go.
The slide to the outdoor enclosure is opened, but it takes a while before any of the marmosets realise what it means. It's Mum Marge who's brave enough to be the first to poke her head out and take in the wonderful new world of the great outdoors.
Hello. Oh, you little cutie. Look at you.
She's understandably wary and takes in her new surroundings before summoning up the courage to leap from branch to branch.
Oh, clever girl. What do you think of this? You wait till the sun shines.
Bart is next. the team don't have accurate ages for any of the family. They suspect the twins are fairly young, between 18 months and 3 years. Their full ear tufts mark them out as young adults. Mum Marge is obviously older and more confident, but with no background information and coming from such poor conditions, it's impossible to guess her age. All three have summoned up the courage to go outside. Maggie is the most cautious, staying near the entrance and not venturing too far.
So we're happy when they come out, but then obviously we want to see them go back in a few times, and then at least we know that they know where they're going. So that's good.
The longer the family spend outside, the more active and healthy they will become, in body and mind.
Oh, so brave. Look at that.
It's a far cry from their original circumstances.
We do have a lot of marmosets at the park, but what we are is a rescue centre, and that's what we do. And there are some cases you can't say no to, and we'll do absolutely all we can for them. And hopefully they'll improve and get better and go on to have a good quality of life.
Unfortunately, the background of this family of marmosets is all too familiar. But there is hope on the horizon. Alison has been campaigning for more than 20 years for the laws governing the UK pet trade in primates to be changed. At last, there appears to be real progress.
We've been here so many times over the years, but it would appear that the government is finally going to take notice and make changes in the legislation to protect primates that are kept privately as part of the pet trade in Britain today. So it's fantastic news. I'm very pleased, very happy. This is the furthest we've gotten so far, but at the same time, I'm trying to stay focused on the detail.
Following public consultation, the current government has announced future new legislation to control the UK trade in pet monkeys. Alison has constantly highlighted to government bodies and members of Parliament the cruelty involved. It seems the message has finally hit home.
We're all in agreement now that the days of walking into a pet shop and being able to buy a monkey in a cage should be stopped. So the pet shop licensing will have to be addressed. People keeping monkeys in bird cages in their sitting room without appropriate companionship or access to an outside enclosure, that needs to be stopped. And for those primates that actually have legislation in the form of the Dangerous Wild Animals Act, and that would be species such as capucin monkeys, lemurs. Again, I would say that the legislation isn't strong enough on the Dangerous Wild Animals Act because really it mostly pertains to security and safety, not to animal welfare. But how all of these different laws come together and what the government plans to do in terms of the detail, that's the next hurdle that we're facing. So I am going to try and ensure that I provide the government with the very best advice to my knowledge, experience, and ability to ensure that every monkey that's kept in Britain today receives the standard of care that's appropriate and right for its species.
In the last 30 years, Monkey World has rescued and rehomed more than 120 primates from the British pet trade.
No hair.
Oh dear.
The diverse range of species needing help has been staggering. They've often been kept in unsuitable and appalling conditions, as well as being subjected to horrendous cruelty.
Terrible, terrible circumstances. And it's just gotten worse and worse. You know, we've rescued marmosets, tamarins, squirrel monkeys, capucin monkeys, lemurs, a chimpanzee, if you want to consider Trudy, because she had licensing as effectively a private pet. Peanut, the gibbon.
There you go.
It just goes on and on. So we've sort of seen the full range and diversity of how the trade has expanded and developed over the years, and it never ceases to amaze me, the circumstances where we get primates from the British pet trade.
Alison has a growing waiting list of marmosets, capucins and lemurs needing rehoming. No one is sure how many monkeys are living as pets in captivity in the UK, because much of the trade is highly secretive and difficult to monitor. Buying and selling is often carried out online and on social media platforms. She's hoping the new legislation will finally put an end to this cruel practice.
The two main points, the animals' health and welfare and stopping the commercial trade. And I think if we can combine those two things together, we might just be able to bring this to an end. And so far, the government's been really good, following through on what they've been telling me anyway. And I'm very hopeful that we've crossed the first two hurdles. There's a couple more to go, but that we're headed in the right direction, and we're just gonna stay focused and ratchet up our assistance and focus on the British pet trade. And during this time, you know, try and bring some more of these guys in as best we can.
3 of the park's squirrel monkeys are a perfect example of what can be done for pet primates rescued from appalling conditions. Logan, Lopez and Lucille had a dreadful start in life, but now live with the park's other 2 squirrel monkeys in a wonderful, naturally planted enclosure with lots of wild shrubs and plants. It provides the perfect habitat for insects to breed and thrive, and squirrel monkeys love to hunt them. But today, primate carekeeper Karen wants to try something a little different.
We are making use of this great stump that we've put in to the squirrel monkey enclosure, and we're going to fill it with loads of tasty worms, which are some of the squirrel monkey's favourite food, and hopefully they'll come out and investigate it and find some tasty treats.
Squirrel monkeys are primarily insect hunters, always on the move to track down and catch their own food. Foraging through the rotten wood presents a different challenge, and Karen hopes it'll prove an interesting diversion for the group.
Hopefully, if we put all these in, leave them 5 minutes, they'll go into all the little crevices, wiggle about, try and hide a bit, and then when we let the squirrel monkeys out, hopefully it'll be a bit more difficult for them because they're not just plonked on the top. We don't often see them going through rotten logs and actually picking it about like the capuchins would, but this will be really interesting for them and something a bit different.
Anything that gets their brains working and keeps their bodies active is perfect for this lively troop. Karen opens the slide to let them into the enclosure. Youngsters Logan and Nueve are first to reach the stump. They start hunting straight away, but haven't realised breakfast is tucked away in one spot this morning. It's Lucille, normally the shy one of the group, who's first to spot the grubs and move straight in. But she's not on her own for long. Seconds later, the squirrel monkeys are swarming over the stump, and a feeding frenzy begins. But elderly Lady Turvey is missing out on the feast. She's not been very well recently, and is quietly sunbathing elsewhere in the enclosure. But the rest more than make up for it. Squirrel monkeys have incredibly dexterous fingers, nimble enough to help them get into the tree stump's tiny cracks and crevices and wheedle out all those grubs. The group is made up of 3 common squirrel monkeys. Logan, who's the biggest, Lopez, always on the go, and female Lucille. Then there's the 2 blackcaps, Turvey and young Nueve. Generally, they all get on well together.
They do sometimes have their little squabbles, and that's because we have 2 subspecies here at the park, and in the wild those subspecies live slightly different. So with blackcaps, the females are in charge, so Turvey and Nueve think they're the boss. But with commons, it's the boys that are in charge, so Lopez and Logan think they're the boss. So every now and again we have a little bit of a try to figure out who's actually in charge, and I still don't think they really know, but they live quite happily together most of the time.
This morning's enrichment has been a huge success. The group have happily foraged together and enjoyed some of their favourite food in a wonderful outdoor setting. Next time on Monkey Life. Wildlife vet John Lewis examines Chimp Jester, following concerns about a strange lump on his lower lip.
I need to get some good pictures of this for the pathologist.
And is this sheet showerproof? Orangutan Arme takes cover from the rain. Today on Monkey Life, wildlife vet John Lewis examines Chimp Jester, following concerns about a strange lump on his lower lip.
I need to get some good pictures of this for the pathologist.
Alison goes to new heights with an enrichment plan to blow the socks off Hananya's troop.
Want to get them up high onto those hoses so that they all have to come out and really use their strength and ability. It should be exciting.
And is this sheet showerproof? Orangutan Arme takes cover from the rain. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
She's alert, looking around. Quiet though, which is nice. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. Concern is growing about one of the park's older chimps. At the bachelor group, high-ranking Jester has developed a sinister-looking lump on his lip. The wound, or lesion, has been getting bigger by the day and hasn't responded to any medication. The lump is so big, it's causing Jester issues when eating. The team has called in wildlife vet John Lewis to take a look.
Jester has a lesion, an abnormality on the inside of his lower lip here. Now, it's come and gone over the last few weeks, sometimes getting bigger, sometimes getting smaller, sometimes looking like just a wound, sometimes looking like an infection. We haven't really been able to control it, so today I'll take a biopsy from the lesion to determine exactly what it is. So we're on a bit of a fishing exercise again, but at least we'll find out exactly what that lesion is one way or the other.
But in order to do that, Jester needs to be anaesthetised.
Come on, buddy!
Many of the park's larger primates have been trained to take injections willingly. Jester is one of them. As John preps the hospital ready for the procedure...
Can we bring the emergency box down with us as well?
Ready? Yep.
The primate care team give Jester the drug.
Good boy!
Once it's taken effect, the adult chimp is quickly moved into a secure travel crate. As soon as John is satisfied Jester is stable, the team take him across to the hospital, where he's weighed.
61.5 minus that, so it's about 60.
Jester is then transferred to the examination table and intubated.
So we're going to take that behind the gag. I need to get some good pictures of this for the pathologist.
John will take a biopsy to send to a specialist pathologist for analysis, along with photographs for reference. He can now have his first good look at Jester's lump, and his initial examination gives him plenty of cause for concern.
It's feeling very solid, and it goes actually through the entire thickness of the lip. So I'm a bit more suspicious it might actually be a tumour. So we're going to take a sample and see if that is or isn't the case.
To get a definitive diagnosis, John needs to remove a small piece of Jester's lip from both sides of the lesion. This will then be sent off to a laboratory for testing.
I think we've got enough there.
Erring on the side of caution, he decides to wait for the results before proceeding with any further surgery.
I'm not removing the whole lump. I want to know what that is before we do that. It's suspicious. I think it is a tumour. This is my guess, but I don't think it's a very aggressive tumour in the sense that I doubt if it's spreading anywhere, but it will need surgical removal. You know, that's not going to be an easy piece of surgery, because with a lesion like that, you can't just remove that abnormal lump. You've got to remove normal tissue around the lump to make certain you've got everything in one go. So that's a large piece of tissue, but let's get the diagnosis first.
If the lump is cancerous, John needs to determine whether any secondary tumours have spread to Jester's neck and chest. A series of X-rays should reveal anything sinister.
You need to try and establish whether it's spread. On superficial examination, it doesn't appear to be a big problem. So I'm still thinking, and I think hopefully that is a benign tumour that would respond to surgery.
Finally, blood samples are taken for further analysis.
40, 94, 48.
He looks nice, pink, breathing well.
John has done as much as he can today. It's now a waiting game until the results come back. The team will make sure Jester is as happy and comfortable as possible until then. But it's going to be a worrying and stressful few days for everyone involved. It's a cold and miserable day at the park, but rain doesn't stop play at Tuan's group of orangutans. Primate care staff Jarno and Tom are putting out their morning breakfast of whole oranges and pieces of pineapple. But to make things a little different, bundles of freshly cut bamboo, wrapped in sheets, are being attached to the food feeders.
It's nice to be able to give them something to do. So today, in their pulley here, inside there they got their fruit orange today for breakfast, and also bamboos as well. So we're gonna pull it all the way to the top. So as they climb up, they will get so excited what inside the katu pot, and they will be so curious what inside the blanket here as well. So they got some sort of a double enrichment.
Most of the primates at the park enjoy a diet including plenty of browse. It provides important nutrients and much-needed fibre to aid their gut health. But sourcing browse in the winter months is difficult. Fortunately, the park has an abundance of bamboo.
In the wild, they're not just eating fruit, of course. They love eating so many different variety of leaf. But today, winter time now, is we don't have much greenery. But mostly when it comes to summers, all the orang favorite leaf is willow. They love willow, hazels, silver. They love to eat silverbird as well.
With the deluge continuing, Tuan's enclosure is beginning to resemble a rainforest. The wet conditions will test the group's strength and balance even further. Orangutans are clever. Ame finds a sheet to protect her from the worst of the wind and rain. A tunnel offers even better shelter. Awan waits patiently as the rain teams down, with breakfast just an arm's length away. Finally, the temptation proves too much. she dashes out to a pile of bamboo the others have yet to raid, and finds a bounty of food. Tuan shows just how strong and agile he still is. He's thought to be about 36 years old and weighs in at around 80 kilograms. But he can get around the apparatus quite easily when he feels inclined. And he's pretty bright. He makes an ingenious cover out of bamboo, sheltering himself from the worst of the rain while foraging for food with his other hand. Last out is Roro, with 3-year-old Hujan clinging on for the ride. He's not sure what to make of the forest that's mysteriously appeared in the enclosure. But Roro's worked it out and dumps him unceremoniously in the tunnel. In the wild, orangutans' forest homes are subject to the rainy season, and they live with frequent deluges of rain. Their hair is long and full of oils that can repel water, allowing the rain to fall off their coats. Finally, the rain relents, and Hujan decides it's time to find some breakfast. His tiny hands are perfect for manipulating an orange from one of the food feeders. With the adults still about and hunting for more, he decides to head up high where there's less risk of him losing his bounty. Awan indulges in a little house clearance to check for any last pieces of fruit missed by the others. Tuan has had enough for one morning. He's off for a rest in the bedrooms. Ame's still undercover, hoping for a little peace and quiet. But when the youngsters are around, there isn't much chance of that. The primate care team constantly adapt feeding time for their charges, using innovative enrichment ideas to keep them interested and active. Today, the woolly monkey team have come up with a plan to make breakfast an adventure for the pond group of woolly monkeys, led by dominant male Enzo. Based on a children's game, breakfast is being hidden in Kaplunk-style tubes. Holes have been cut in the sides and the food trapped between layers of sticks, which have been pushed through.
We had a load of cardboard tubes donated to us, and we're always trying to think of new, fun, interesting things to do with the monkeys, make the days a bit more interesting, challenge them a little bit. So we've put some nice bit of fruit in here, and hopefully they'll just have a lot of fun.
To reach their breakfast, the woolly monkeys will have to use their brains and agility to pull out the sticks to release the food. It promises to be an interesting morning for the group. The woollies are let out. The feeders have been hung all over the enclosure, some with easier access for the smaller members of the group, like Enya, and others up high so the older, larger monkeys have to work just that little bit harder. Female Pakaya is quick off the mark, and it doesn't take her long to solve this puzzle. But is she cheating? Instead of pulling out the sticks, she's worked out she can get her hand into the tubes and manipulate the food with her long, dexterous fingers. She may have an excuse. The team think Pakaya is pregnant with her 4th child and probably feeding for 2. Her youngest, 17-month-old Enya, is already content and confident enough to explore by herself. She's an incredibly independent young lady who loves to climb and hang, using her prehensile tail for support. But she hasn't quite figured out the solution to this game yet. Pakaya's eldest daughter, Oriana, has managed to pull out a stick and is licking the sticky, fruity leftovers. The final female in the group is Isla. She joined a few months ago when the park undertook a huge woolly swap around. It's taken a bit of time for her to settle in and be accepted, But she's now fully integrated and loving life with her new housemates. Isla settles for a less challenging breakfast of lettuce leaves, while some of the others tackle the tricky feeders suspended from the wobbly hoses. The new feeders have been a stimulating way to start the day for the woollies. But for some, it's all been a little too much. At Bart's group, the primate care team are keen to solve a mystery that's been bothering them all year. For some months, they were certain Chimp Cathy was pregnant. A positive test and an enlarged tummy all pointed to the happy news. But as time went on, there were no further signs that a baby was on the way. Concern grew that if Cathy wasn't pregnant, then something else, possibly something sinister, could be the cause of her symptoms. A few days ago, while at the park to check a number of the primates, wildlife vet John Lewis looked in on Cathy in one of the chimp bedrooms.
Ah, good girl. Can I feel? Good girl. A bit more. What she's doing, when she pushes forward, it's tense, so it will feel tense. She has to relax, but there's nothing wrong about all other aspects of her life. She's eating, she's behaviour, she's not obviously in discomfort. I think there's little point in knocking her out to examine her without ultrasound. Yeah. And I think there's value in that.
It was difficult for John to confirm a diagnosis on the 38-year-old chimp in a noisy and confined indoor space.
She's an older animal, and she has what appears to be a slightly swollen belly, but she's not bothered by it. Her behaviour is normal, her appetite is normal, everything else is normal. But in an older female, you have to be concerned about the possibility of, abnormal growths in the reproductive tract or other things going wrong in the abdomen. But to get a handle on that, I need ultrasound. Now, she'll let me touch her abdomen, but every time she presents it, it's tense. So I can't actually get beyond the muscle layer. So that's not helping. It's clearly not painful. So I think next time I'm in, we'll organise an ultrasound for her.
Local vet Dave Harding's now here to join John and undertake the procedure. Taking into account Cathy's age and the fact that the ultrasound will be a fairly quick process, it's decided to keep Cathy's anaesthesia to a minimum and do the checks in the chimp house. That way, she won't have to be moved to the hospital and the procedure will be quicker.
It might be absolutely nothing, and that's the best outcome. Or it could be something a little bit more serious. We might have to do something about it, but we don't know, that's all.
After a thorough check, to everyone's relief, the ultrasound reveals nothing sinister at all in Cathy's abdomen. But also, no baby.
I'm just getting nothing.
But Dave does find large pockets of gas that could be causing her stomach to distend. His recommendation is a change of diet for the ageing chimp. The team will take his advice and monitor Cathy over the next few months to see if her condition improves. Keeping the primates healthy, active and interested is a priority for the primate care team. And they often go to extraordinary lengths to come up with exciting ideas to engage the park's residents. This morning's offering for Hananya's group of 18 should blow their socks off.
We've had donated an entire set of socks from a defunct football team, and it's a real shame. They're beautiful socks, but they're no longer going to be used. So what we've done for everybody inside of each socks, there's tennis ball, some nuts, a licorice stick. Want to get them up high onto those hoses so that they all have to come out and really use their strength and ability and see how well they get on while they're doing it. So it should be exciting.
Alison has enlisted the help of Cara and the maintenance team to hang the socks up high on the hoses and climbing frame.
I hate heights. Yeah, picked the two best people for it, really, didn't we? Okay, I think we're good.
The challenge should prove a knotty problem for the chimps. The socks have been tied at one end and are being secured to the platforms. They'll have to use their core strength and agility to undo the knots and reach the treats inside. The result hangs in the balance, but Alison has a theory who'll come out on top.
I predict the ladies will be the focused ones who really stick with it and then have an opinion about who gets what. So I think Johnny might be at the top, and we might see Johnny with 4 or 5 socks in her hands and feet and still having an opinion about what everybody else has, but we'll have to wait and see.
Hananya's enclosure has been transformed into one long washing line. It's time to find out how the group will react. The slide is opened, and initially, the group are slow to come out. But once Hananya spots there's something different, the charge is on. An animated bunch, led by Thelma, head high, eager to check out the colourful display. The excitement is reaching fever pitch, and they haven't even untied a sock yet. Hananya is beside himself, grabbing the line of socks in a display to show who's boss. His testosterone-fueled demonstration doesn't last long, and the troops soon get stuck into the colourful clothing. Patricia is first to work out how to untie the hanging treats, and quickly bags a pair. Honey uses a less subtle technique and tries to rip the material open with her teeth. Evelyn seeks permission from Hananya before tackling a sock. She makes a submissive gesture, reaching out a hand for reassurance. She doesn't want to take a prize from under the alpha male's nose. An encouraging hug says, "Go right ahead." Further along the hose, as Alison suspected, Johnny is collecting enough socks to start a 5-a-side team. She's bagged so many she can only just manoeuvre her way around the climbing frame. The high hoses are quite wobbly, so the chimps need excellent hand and foot coordination to untie and open the socks. The next challenge is cracking open the walnuts found inside. But chimps have strong jaws and large teeth, and they make short work of the tough shells. It seems everyone has managed to tackle the sock test, one way or another. By the end of play, the enclosure resembles the aftermath of a big match win. But there's always one youngster who doesn't know when it's time to stop, and wants to party on. Next time on Monkey Life. Anxious moments as Chimp Jester goes under the knife following a diagnosis of mouth cancer.
We're going to have to end going sort of right in here.
Because the whole of that lip is going to have to go.
And the nursery orangutans have a ball with a colourful morning treat. Today on Monkey Life. Anxious moments as Chimp Jester goes under the knife following a diagnosis of mouth cancer.
We're going to have to end going sort of right in here.
Because the whole of that lip is going to have to go.
An enormous felled tree helps the Gwenons scale new heights.
It's where they really like to be. They like to be high up, they like to see what's going on, they feel safe.
And the nursery orangutans have a ball with a colourful morning treat. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's been a little over a week since Chimp Jester had a biopsy taken from a sinister-looking lump that had developed on the inside of his bottom lip. The results from the pathologist have come back, and they're not good. The lesion is a squamous cell carcinoma, a serious form of mouth cancer, and will need to be operated on immediately. But the procedure will be far from straightforward.
It's completely necessary. If you have to remove a tumour, there's no point in doing anything except remove the tumour plus sort of a strip around the tumour to make certain you've got all of it in one go. So there's no alternative but to be radical. If you were just removing half of it or scraping away the surface, you may as well not bother. It's got to all come out in one go.
Wildlife vet John Lewis, an expert on chimpanzee anaesthesia, has called in local vet Dave Harding to carry out the operation alongside him. Since the biopsy was taken, the care team have been closely monitoring Jester's health.
He's eating well, he's maintained his appetite and his weight. It's more fluids that are a struggle, so we've also been working on him taking fluids from a large syringe because if he needs post-op medication, we need to be able to guarantee that we're getting the full dose into him.
Oh, you're amazing.
I think we have to be optimistic. We've got a diagnosis, we know what we're dealing with, and we know what needs to happen. And we've got the best team here to do that, so we'll see what the future brings for him.
For the second time in 10 days, Jester has been given an anaesthetic injection by hand. The team spend a lot of time training the larger primates to do this, to avoid the stress of darting. It doesn't take long for the drug to work, and Jester is quickly transported across to the park's animal hospital.
You're going to hold the upper jaw.
John intubates the chimp, and once he's stable, Dave can get his first good look at the problem.
I think we might have to just go across here.
The medics need to come up with a plan to remove the large mass.
We're going to have to end going sort of right in here.
And at the same time, save as much of Jester's lip as possible.
I think it's a better option to actually just come across here. And
try and repair from, because the whole of that lip is going to have to go.
Yes, and then we just try and close the edges as much.
The lump is malignant and can easily spread to other parts of the body. John took x-rays 10 days ago, which didn't show anything sinister. But to be on the safe side, Dave checks all Jester's vital organs for secondary tumours.
It's looking pretty good in here. Certainly the liver looks fine.
The results are encouraging.
The additional benefit of the ultrasound is to check other organs, so we can check liver, kidneys, and the abdominal cavity, just to check that there's no obvious sign of any lumps that could indicate that this tumour has already spread. And I'm pleased to say that the abdominal cavity all looks completely normal.
It means Dave and John can proceed with their plan for the operation, but it's a complicated process, and it looks like it's going to be a long and stressful morning for the whole team. The last year has seen some big changes for the park's woolly monkeys. With new arrivals, house moves, and the launch of their first ever all-male bachelor group. And in the last few days, there's been another new addition to the woollies. Pakaya has had a baby.
We did have suspicions that she was pregnant. There's been a lot of mating between her and Enzo over the past several months. Yeah, nice present little surprise to come into. And yeah, both mum and baby are looking really great.
Pakaya is an extremely experienced mum. This is her 4th child, and the 2nd with dominant male Enzo. Since the infant's birth, the group have been in the smaller caged enclosure, so the primate care team can keep a close eye on mum and baby. It means the little one can experience the outdoors in safety. Sharon is pleased with how the pair are progressing.
Everybody's looking really good and happy and comfortable, so time to give them access to the big enclosure. Coming in, guys!
The much larger pond enclosure is a little distance from the house and bedrooms, linked by an overhead tunnel. But Pakaya is a super confident mum, and once given access, wastes no time heading straight through the tunnel, with baby clinging on tightly underneath. There's a lot of excited trills and chatting from the whole group as Pakaya immediately goes in search of the food put out by the care team. 18-month-old Enya and dad Enzo are never too far apart. It's the dominant male's job to make sure everyone is safe within his territory, and Enzo performs the role perfectly, as well as being a doting father. Enya doesn't seem too fazed by the arrival of her new brother or sister. She's an independent and confident little female. But there's one individual who has struggled to fit into the group, 11-year-old Isla. Neither Pakaya nor her eldest daughter Oriana were particularly welcoming when she joined last year. But things have slowly started to improve.
Kaya is quite a feisty girl, so obviously introducing Isla into this group was always going to be a little bit more problematic than with some of the other more relaxed ladies. We go through really good weeks with Isla, and she actually has quite a good relationship with Oriana, but it is quite a close-knit little family group, so overall they're doing okay.
Monkey World is the only place left breeding captive woolly monkeys, so every baby born at the park is precious. Luckily for each one, the team who care for them have years of experience looking after captive bred infants and their mothers, and continue to increase their knowledge of this wonderful species. At the Marmoset domestic house, one of the families are about to be set a challenge. Ruby, Oscar and their family of 4 youngsters are about to be given a lively treat. On the menu today are live locusts, one of the Marmoset's favourite foods. But primate care team member Louise is not making it easy for the family. The insects are being put into pillowcases stuffed with wood wool, which are then being hung up all around their outdoor enclosure. The family aren't going to need just strength and agility, they're going to need patience and perseverance too. Ruby leads the family out, followed by the 4 young ones, with Dad Oscar bringing up the rear. Compared to the Marmosets, the pillowcases are huge and a little daunting, but not for Mum. A larger lady, she loves her grub and uses her strength and coordination to reach down inside, striking lucky first time. Well, Mum made it look easy, so the youngsters are keen to have a go. This large family is one of many success stories the team have had with rescued pet trade marmosets. Ruby and Oscar both came from that background, and despite a huge size difference, the little and large partnership hit it off straight away. Their unexpected and somewhat surprising relationship resulted in 2 sets of twins, Merry and Pippin, and the youngest pair, Bilbo and Frodo. With space at a premium at the park, it wasn't planned or ideal, but the bonus of watching this family grow up has been a terrific boost for the primate care team. The Marmoset family are making the most of today's protein-packed pillowcase parcels. The locusts inside are nutritious and full of calcium and energy, something this lot need in abundance. And when it's time to rest, there's nothing better than a family group hug. At the park's hospital, Chimp Jester has been on the operating table for more than an hour. Vets John Lewis and Dave Harding are about to try and remove a large malignant lump from the chimp's bottom lip. But to prevent the cancerous cells from spreading, they also need to cut away a large part of the lip. They've come up with a plan they hope will enable Jester to maintain a good quality of life.
We don't know how it's going to affect his eating and drinking. He's a chimp. I suspect he'll eat and drink very well, thank you. It may not be competent initially, but he'll soon get the hang of it. But I've never been involved in removing half a chimp's lower lip before. I don't know, but I suspect he'll cope very well.
Saffron, you've got a scalpel blade.
Dave needs to cut away enough of the lump and lip to ensure there's no danger of the cancer returning. But he also has to leave enough of the area to be able to stitch the lip back together.
Okay, you ready?
So Jester can eat and drink without reopening the wound.
It's a question of trying to get a compromise between taking enough tissue and not too much. And we try to get around about 5 millimeters either side of the tumour. And I'm pretty hopeful that that's achievable.
Dave has removed the lump and part of the lip quite quickly. The tricky part is now stitching it all back together.
Once that's stitched, I think the bleeding there is minimal, John.
Okay.
I think if we just do lots of intramuscular sutures, I think that's stopped.
There are lots of tiny muscles and blood vessels within the tissue, making sewing it up a painstaking and fiddly job. But they all need to fully heal if Jester is going to be able to eat and make facial expressions. Vital if he's going to have a normal life within the Bachelor Chimp Society.
Coming together nicely.
Looking really nice, Dave.
The more layers Dave can put in, the greater the chance of the stitches holding together and the lip healing. Once he's repeated the whole process on the inside, Dave decides to superglue the stitches for added safety.
I mean, we can put some glue on the outside if you like. It's got a lot of stitches in there, but it's not a bad thing. Can we put some glue?
Okay, yeah, go for it.
It's an incredibly neat job. Apart from the row of perfect stitches, it's hard to tell the large cancerous lump was ever there.
That should just heal with just a slight degree of restriction of the amount of expression that he can now do. Having said that, over time, we would hope that the tissue will stretch a little bit and there will be precious little impact to him on that front. So hopefully we have been able to get some sort of decent margin of healthy tissue around it. Then the chances of recurrence are much less.
It's been a long but successful morning, and everyone is delighted with the outcome. Jester, still under sedation, is returned to the bedrooms at the Bachelors. Staff will keep a close eye on his recovery, but they're optimistic he has a good future ahead. The weather in Dorset can be a little dreary during the winter months, with colder temperatures and shorter days. So it's not surprising many of the primates prefer to spend their time snuggled up indoors. But at the Orangutan Nursery, things are about to liven up in a very colourful way.
It's all about fun this morning, so we've got loads and loads of balls that we've been donated, and it's all mixed in with various bits of food. Some of the balls have got jelly in, some of them have got pineapple in, and I'll be sure that they'll be very, very quiet for most of the day today. Having a lot of fun in there.
There's plenty to keep the youngsters playful. Along with the pineapple and jelly stuffed balls, James has distributed raisins and walnuts around the floor, which is now also covered in leaves and wood wool. The 5 orangutans who call the nursery home will have their work cut out to find their food this morning. O'Sheen leads the group into the playroom and in seconds they're all investigating the multicoloured display and wondering if there could be food involved. "11-year-old Sylvester strikes lucky first with a fruit jelly treat. His enthusiasm and size gives him an advantage over the 3 younger orangs in the group. But today's challenge needs brains and luck too. Rika thinks she's worked it out. Gather up as many as you can all at once. Bulu Mata rejects a couple before deciding this one conceals something worth getting to grips with. O'Sheen has her own way of doing things and getting results. Taking the easiest option in a slow and methodical manner is her approach, today and always. She's worked out there's plenty of food around without having to solve the problem of the pesky balls. Cracking open a walnut is quicker, even if it does attract attention from Rika. But O'Sheen doesn't share. Sylvester tries brute strength, pounding a ball with his fist, without success. The youngest member of the group, 5-year-old Mimi, knows if she wants to hang on to her stash, keeping a low profile in the tunnel will give her time to work out what's what. The nursery orangs all have very individual personalities, mirrored by the way they've taken to the task. But however they roll, they're all enjoying today's enrichment.
Things like this, it really does help them bond a little bit. They're all having lots of fun, there's plenty to go round. It's certainly a good way to keep them busy. Some of them having food in and some of them don't, so they really have to check every single ball rather than just grabbing what they can. So they certainly will have their work cut out today.
And when they've had enough, the youngsters do what they do best when presented with a colourful ball pit. Just have fun. The maintenance team have a big job on their hands this morning. A birch tree in the park has been felled for safety reasons, and rather than disposing of it, they've offered it to the primate care team. It's just what's needed for one of the outdoor enclosures, and it's being taken across to one of the park's newest groups, the Gwenons.
We are going to a lot of work today for our 4 Gwenons. You'll have seen how active these little guys are. Not just the youngsters, not just the 2 girls, but mum and dad too. Dad's quite a big animal, really. He's over 4 kilos, so you'd think that he'd need something fairly substantial. But as you can see at the top, we've got some really fine little branches and twigs where they just bounce from one to another, and it's quite incredible to watch them. And it's a really natural behaviour. So we thought rather than chopping it up for firewood or using it somewhere else, we'd keep it at the full length that it is, which is about 10 metres, and we're going to effectively plant this sort of dead tree, so it's going to be a massive big branch for them, something else for them to play on, and something else for them to really use their core strength and use all their skills that they need.
Gwenons are primarily frugivores, meaning fruit and seeds make up the majority of their diet. But they also love to eat fresh leaves and browse, particularly when seasonal fruits aren't readily available. It's quite an operation to get the tree in place and secure. Hopefully, all this effort will be appreciated by the family of 4. It should keep them busy and occupied for quite some time. With the tree in place, Nick opens the slides to let the Gwenons into the enclosure. The family love climbing and exploring, and the new tree has a network of branches to navigate. It's 10 metres tall, but that doesn't faze them. Benny is the dad of the group. He was rescued from the Lebanon 2 years ago, along with female Nia. The pair were confiscated as part of a crackdown on the worldwide trade in exotic pets. Since arriving at the park, the couple have had 2 daughters, Biff and more recently, Nala. They're a tight-knit family unit. Benny's priority today, however, is food, not family. The fresh green leaves and catkins on the tree have captured all its attention. But for daughter Biff, the new tree is one new, giant play park. She shows off her coordination and balance as she leaps around. She's a very happy and confident young female. Even 5-month-old Nala is up high checking out the tree. But she's under the watchful eye of Mum Nia, who's never far away, ready to scoop up her little daughter if she goes too far or too high. Nia is proving to be an even better mum second time around. She's definitely matured into the role and is more attentive and protective with Nala. Life for wild red-bellied Gwenons is very different and getting desperate. More than 50% of their habitat has been destroyed in the last 30 years alone. Their numbers are in decline, and the species, native to West Africa, is classed as endangered. The future for this Gwenon species is uncertain. The family at the park are the only known legally kept red-bellied Gwenons in captivity in the world, and they've certainly made the most of today's enrichment.
It's where they really like to be. They like to be high up, they like to see what's going on, they feel safe, and they really came together when they all ran up there as a little family unit. It's so nice to be able to see them up at this vantage point as well, so you can actually see them up at the top of the trees. And Benny and the others went straight there, right to the edge of the branches, just to get all those lovely fresh green shoots and little catkins. So they're having a really good munch, and we're really, really pleased with how they've developed into such a lovely family unit and showing all of these really great natural behaviours, so we couldn't really be more happier with them.
They only arrived in Dorset 2 years ago, but they've come a long way since then. And Benny, Nia and their 2 daughters are a great success story at the park. Next time on Monkey Life. A snip for one of the Simpsons as Marmoset Bart gets a vasectomy.
It is fiddly, yes. That's the right description for this.
And a muddy breakfast scrubs up well for the Capucins. Today on Monkey Life, a snip for one of the Simpsons as Marmoset Bart gets a vasectomy.
It is fiddly, yes. That's the right adjective and the right description for this.
A muddy breakfast scrubs up well for the Capucins.
What's in there, look? Ooh. Can I have a look then?
And youngster Rika looks to Sylvester for help when she can't figure out a challenging new feeder. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's been just over 2 months since Alison answered an emergency call and headed up to Liverpool to rescue a family of 3 common marmosets. Their owner had died suddenly, and a concerned neighbour took them in until help could be found.
Hi, you.
The trio weren't in the best of health, but fast forward to today, and Maggie, Marge and Bart have been transformed.
The Simpsons are doing amazingly well since they've arrived here. They've really just completely changed 100%. And they're unrecognisable from the animals that came in, really. They're just a really nice, settled trio. They're so comfortable around each other and really happy around each other. They play constantly. Leaves, straw, anything that they can, that's kind of new to them, really. I think they just really love anything.
The park doesn't breed marmosets because space is at a premium. To prevent it happening, males who are fit enough are given a vasectomy. And today, it's Bart's turn.
He's obviously living with his mum and his sister. That's 2 females. He shouldn't breed with them, but that's not to say that he won't. So we just want to get this done as soon as possible. Now we know he's fit and healthy.
Local vet Thesar Sastre will carry out the operation. Bart is anaesthetised using a specially designed anaesthetic box for small primates. Once under, Thesar gives him a quick health check.
Oh, he's got a really nice condition, this animal, eh?
I know, they weren't when they got here, but they've really gotten a lot of muscle now.
Yeah, it's really great. Then we have a look in the mouth, and then we go back to masking. Yeah, his teeth are perfect. Very healthy. Very good. Okay, all yours then.
Vasectomy is a fairly simple procedure involving the removal of a small piece of the tube connecting the testis to the urethra. But on an animal weighing only 300 grams, it can be very delicate.
It is fiddly, yes. That's the right adjective and the right description for this. It's very fiddly. It's 300 grams animal, so the deferens duct is really, really little. And yeah, it's fiddly, simply that, but you know, it's doable.
Luckily, Thesar has performed many of these operations before and has a steady hand. The tube he has to locate is minuscule and is in a bundle that also contains a nerve and blood supply.
Right, very good. So we've got the business here. That's fantastic. The first one is there. So this is the tube that we want to ligate. It's called deferens duct. And then the vessel that is just beside it, obviously, needs to be preserved.
With the tubes separated, he carefully ties off both ends before making the snip.
And that's it, that's out.
The whole procedure is then repeated on the other side, and after 45 minutes, it's job done, and Bart is returned to his box to recover.
He's very cozy. He's just a delight. He's such a healthy animal, and 2-3 years old. He's perfect.
It's good news for Nick and the small primates team.
We like the vets and vet nurses just to monitor him coming around from his anaesthetic and make sure he's okay and well. Once he has recovered fully, then we'll take him back to his house, and primate care staff will continue to monitor him in his little cage here for a little while, just to make sure there's no vomiting or any adverse effects. But yeah, by lunchtime he should be back to normal, and I'm sure he'll be keen to have some food.
It's been a successful morning, and Bart will soon be back with the rest of the Simpson family. Managing large groups of social, occasionally volatile animals keeps the staff at the park busy, particularly during the winter months when many of the primates choose to stay inside to avoid the cold and rain. So, when some large muddy tree stumps with roots attached had to be dug up, the Capucin team jumped at the opportunity to encourage their charges outside. And they decided to investigate if Franco's group might demonstrate behaviour displayed by wild Capucins. In their native habitat, Capucins have been known to wash their food, rinsing items covered in sand or soil in fresh water before eating them. Donna and her team are keen to see if any of Franco's group show this behaviour. They're covering a breakfast of primate pellets in mud and clay and smearing the mixture all over the tree stumps. They're also placing tubs of fresh, clean water nearby to give the group the opportunity to wash their food.
Capuchins are extremely intelligent, so it's so important to keep them busy so they don't get bored, and if they get bored, inevitably they have squabbles. So we like to try and keep them busy as much as possible. But today we've got a bit of a break in the weather, so we've decided to do something outside, and this is really different. I mean, I certainly haven't done anything like this for the Capuchins before, so they're not going to be expecting it. They're probably not going to go straight to it because they don't know what it is and that there's going to be food in there, so it might take them a little bit of a while to search out the food, but it's really exciting to give them something new.
Today's experiment is made more interesting because the majority of Franco's group were born in a laboratory. The two exceptions are older females Lucy and Mary, who were wild caught in Brazil and may have experienced food washing. They're let out first.
What's in there, look? Ooh. Go and have a look then.
Donna is hoping the pair will lead the way and encourage the others.
They do have that wild instinct a little bit more, and so hopefully they might demonstrate the behaviour of washing the food a little bit more than maybe some of the younger individuals.
But Donna's scheme falls at the first hurdle. Time for Plan B. Let the rest of the group out and observe their reaction to the task. Leader Franco wastes no time heading to the water tub to investigate. But he isn't impressed. Emily manages to dig out quite a few pellets, but washing her food doesn't seem a priority. The mud-covered tree stumps soon entice a number of the group to take a look. Fiona excavates quite a few pellets, but doesn't seem at all bothered by food hygiene. Finally, one of the females shows some initiative. Frida dunks her muddy treats in the water, and soon others are following her example. Capuchins are incredibly bright, thought to be the most intelligent of all the monkey species, and great at problem solving. Emily demonstrates she's a quick learner. Felipe cleans up, giving his food a thorough rinse. Donna isn't sure if the Capuchins are showing natural behaviour or just having fun.
They certainly put the pellet into the water. I think this scenario is quite difficult to tell if they were actually actively seeking out the water to wash the food or whether the water was there and they just thought it would be fun. And some of the individuals would literally go over, put the pellet in the water and just take it out again and didn't necessarily wash all of the mud off. But in this scenario, we had the tubs of water right next to the pellet, so it was very easy and convenient for them to do that. But I think in the future, if we maybe put the food further away from the water, then we'd be able to see if they would actually seek out the water to wash the food, or actually if they just don't care that it's dirty.
It's been an interesting exercise in Capuchin behaviour. Franco's group have been kept busy, and the care team know they can expand the idea another time. But as the rain arrives, some of the Capuchins head indoors, and only a few hardy stragglers remain outside, searching through the mud for any remaining food. With the days getting colder and shorter, as summer fades to autumn at the park, many of the primates are opting to spend time indoors. At the Orangutan Nursery, James and Jarno have come up with an idea to bring the outside in. So this bright group of 5 will stay entertained in their playroom.
So this is a homemade termite mound that we've come up with, me and Jarno, just to keep the guys busy. Today we're going to put some sweet potato in it. It's been cooked already just so that it's a bit more sticky and squishy for them to get out. And they should have a lot of fun with it, hopefully.
The puzzle has been created by inserting dog toys filled with food into holes cut into wooden boards. The entire contraption is then strung up and attached to the mesh outside the group's playroom. It's been carefully designed to encourage natural foraging behaviour.
In the wild, the orangutans would sometimes find little grubs and things like that in trees, and they'd have to really work at it to get them out. So today we've made a monkey world version, and they should really work at trying to get these out. And when they get a bit better with doing this, we'll probably go to giving them some sticks to play with it as well.
The slide to the playroom is opened, and the group wastes little time heading in to investigate. "11-year-old Sylvester likes to take the lead and is first to work out the puzzle. He's a confident and extremely inquisitive young adult who's become an excellent role model for the other youngsters in the group. Rika secures herself a nice spot on the mesh to try and reach some of the sweet potato. But the challenge is a bit confusing. Sylvester gently moves her out of the way to show her how it's done. Being smaller has advantages, as Mimi and the youngsters demonstrate. Their little hands mean it's easier to reach through the mesh to manipulate the food. Along with the puzzle boards, Jarno and James have hung up some feeders in the playroom, so everyone has an opportunity to get their fair share of breakfast. But, true to form, food-obsessed Oisin has taken sole possession.
She certainly likes her food. Although she's lost a lot of weight, she's still very, very dominant in the way that she wants to get the food. So every so often, Sylvester now as well, being a little bit more hormonal and growing up, she will have a little bit of a squabble sometimes over Sylvester. She still certainly has the throne in the nursery and is dominant over him, but he is getting to that point where he's not far off of beating her with his strength and things like that. So again, another reason why we try and space our enrichment out in the enclosures and insides as much as possible, just to try and give some of the less dominant characters in the group a bit of a chance to get some food, really.
With so many options, no one is missing out. Bulu Mata has managed to get his fair share, and Oisin somewhat more than hers. Now, having emptied the cube feeders, she's prepared to tackle the new puzzles. Sweet potato is obviously a favourite. The youngsters get the message. It's time to leave their adoptive mum to it and head off for their favourite pastime, a fun-filled play session. In the last few months, there's been trouble brewing at Malagasy. Life in the ring-tailed lemur enclosure has been far from harmonious. The males tend to get along, but pet-trade female Kaya is a pushy character who likes to throw her weight around, and the boys finally got fed up with her. It resulted in a dispute, and Kaya came off worse with some very nasty injuries.
I've not seen an injury like that with any of our lemurs before. It was quite horrendous and very, very quickly created. We unfortunately didn't see it. We were gone from Malagasy for 10 minutes and that was all. And in that time, they inflicted 5 very serious wounds on her, because she is a bit of a wild one, is Kaya, and she does test them, which may have actually been why she ended up with that horrendous injury. She does push them, and at the time she was really pushing Sirius's buttons and really trying to wind him up quite a lot. So we think that she may have done that. He retaliated and Indiana backed his brother up, and that's how this horrific injury occurred. So we had to get the vet in, we had to do a lot of stitch-ups, we had to remove her from the troop for a considerable amount of time while she healed, because unfortunately one of the wounds that they inflicted on her, there wasn't enough skin left to stitch it back together, so she was actually left with an open wound for over a month. So we had to bring her out of Malagasy, put her into a much cleaner environment with just blankets on the floor, no straw or hay or anything like that that could have got into that wound. So it has been quite a testing time up there.
Thanks to the efforts of the vet team, Kaya is now recovering well in some bedrooms at the Gwenon house. Back at Malagasy, there's still tension in the air.
Evening, guys.
Females are dominant in lemur society, and Fennel has been in charge for years. But there's still a male hierarchy below her, and with 8 of them in the troop, the fight is now on to be lead male.
For a very long time, it was Indiana as number 1 and Sirius as number 2. And That's changed, and I don't know where they are in the hierarchy, but they're certainly nowhere near the top anymore. But we actually don't know who is at the top. So we've got quite a few vying for that position. So we've got our youngest boys, Kurt and Friedrich. They're desperate to get up to the top, and they probably will make it because, again, they're twins, like Indiana and Sirius. They've got each other as backup. 2 is always better than 1. Hamal's not backing down very easily. And Renton is very good friends with Fennel, our dominant female, so he's also up there at the top. White Spot's not so much bothered, really. He kind of keeps himself out of it. And then you've also got Al, our most recent arrival, one of our ex-pet trade animals. And he's quite savvy, he's quite clever, so he's, again, trying to get up there as well. It's very confusing at the moment as to who actually has that top spot, and I don't think there is anyone at the moment.
Age may play an important factor as to who comes out on top.
All our original troop are getting older now, and the youngsters are young and fit and healthy and just a lot more probably raring to go and take on this challenge, really.
With no conflict resolution in sight, it looks like the primate care team will need to keep a careful eye on life at Malagasy. And that's even before they solve the problem of what to do about busybody Kaya returning home. It's round 2 of Woolly Kaplunk, the challenging feeding method the care team trialled recently with Enzo's group. This time, it's the turn of Lavar's troop at the top woolly enclosure. They're getting a revised and modified version of the game, which could be a little more challenging.
We've added a few more sticks in there, we've also squished in a load of straw, so we're hoping this will actually keep them a little bit busier, challenge them a little bit more. Just be interesting to see there's different methods. They can just try and pull out all the straw and see if they can reach through some of the sticks, or if they pull the sticks out, then the food will just fall out the bottom. So I suppose we'll just see which options they choose. They've all got their own little methods, so we'll just see how they enjoy them.
The primate care team are convinced they've made the game a bit trickier after Enzo's group worked out sneaky ways to get to the food without putting in the effort. The group come bounding out, although a couple of the youngsters are a little wary of the unusual feeders. Bueno Jr. is first to get stuck into the task, but he pulls out the straw rather than the sticks. He does get to the fruit, but most of it falls to the floor. It doesn't go to waste. Below him, Lavar, who's older and wiser, waits for easy pickings, which don't involve concentration or hard work. There have been a few changes to the makeup of this group in recent months. Pichua, an 11-year-old female rehomed from the Netherlands, has integrated well and been readily accepted by Lavar and the rest of the troop. She loves the large enclosure and uses her strength and agility to reach the feeders. Her prehensile tail serves as an anchor, freeing up her hands to pick out some peppers. There's also been another new addition. Zingu gave birth to baby Leroy just over 4 months ago. He's still reliant on being carried around by his experienced mum. However, he's interested in everything around him and brave enough to occasionally come off and explore. His sister Layla is totally independent. When she's not playing with half-sister Olivia, she's mostly off investigating the enclosure. She has a close relationship with little brother Leroy, and they clearly adore each other. Watching and learning how Mum Zingu rears him will stand her in good stead when she has babies of her own. The Kaplunk feeders have been a hit again, just not in the way the primate care team had imagined. Today, the feeding challenge has encouraged the woollies to use their minds and amazing strength like they would in the wild. A success for the woollies and the care team. Next time on Monkey Life. Stumpy Freddy's dental issue proves taxing for wildlife vet John Lewis.
The upper, well, all the canines have big roots.
Might be sit up on the table job, this one.
And Ash tries out her lumberjack skills. But Rodders runs off with the spoils. Today on Monkey Life. Stumpy Freddy's dental issue proves taxing for wildlife vet John Lewis.
The upper, well, all the canines have big roots. It might be sit up on the table job, this one.
Busybody lemur Kaya receives a muted welcome when she returns to her troop after a group bust-up.
No one is calling back to her, which is quite telling at the minute.
And Ash tries out her lumberjack skills. But Rodders runs off with the spoils. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's another busy day at the park for wildlife vet John Lewis. Along with animal director Jeremy, he's heading to the Stumpy house to anaesthetise Freddy.
So, just to confirm, he hasn't eaten today. Good.
Freddy has a nasty abscess on his face, which needs examining. It could be a dental issue, often a problem for ageing stump-tailed macaques. The species are sometimes referred to as dustbins because they'll eat almost anything. And Freddy is no exception. Freddy's been anaesthetised, loaded into a travel crate, and is now on his way to the park's hospital.
Jeremy managed to net him without too much difficulty, and so we can hand inject through the net, which is always better than darting.
No one's sure exactly how old Freddy is. He arrived from an animal rescue centre in Belgium in 2016, along with his pal Toto, without any medical history. At the hospital, John intubates him and takes a look inside the Stumpy's mouth.
Well, there's two teeth on that side which could be responsible. One is the upper incisor number 2, and the other is the right incisor 2 and the upper right canine. I'll go for the canine first because that'll be the hardest work.
If the canine is infected and causing the abscess, removing it will be far from easy.
The upper, well, all the canines have big roots. It might be sit up on the table job, this one.
It requires a lot of probing to try and loosen the tooth from the gum before John can even think of extracting.
This is testing, this isn't pulling. Just seeing if we've got any movement. Not really. Keep on going.
It takes John more than an hour of hard work.
I'm sensing a weak spot.
Before finally, the canine comes free.
You can see why the root is such a problem to get out. It's huge.
John is satisfied that the canine was the cause of the problem.
It has quite enough trauma for an old guy at the moment, so we'll let him come round and see how that does. You see that little hole there on the side of his face? That's the clue that it's a canine, because the canine sits in the jaw and the root comes out roughly there. So any infection tracking up the root forms an abscess and then bursts out on the side of the face. So funnily enough, that is a clue to a canine problem.
Once the wound is flushed out, Freddy is returned to his transport box to recover from the anaesthetic, under the watchful eye of Jeremy. He has quite a soft spot for the species.
They take me back. You know, when I was a lad, in our zoo, we had old-fashioned monkeys, you know, old world, roughy-tufty baboons, macaques, mangabees. We actually had some stump-tailed macaques, and nobody knew what they were. Even my father, who was supposed to have been the expert on everything that ever lived and breathed, nobody actually knew what they were. They were the unidentified Basher and Ada, and they live forever, and they're as hard as nails, and I love them to bits.
Freddy will be sore for a few days, but should heal up quite quickly. Nothing stops a Stumpy when it comes to food. The park is home to the world's last captive breeding group of woolly monkeys outside South America. Woollies are difficult to look after in captivity and are endangered in the wild, so it's a huge credit to the primate care team that they're thriving at Monkey World. They do all they can to look after this special species. As part of that effort, the maintenance team are hard at work at the home of Enzo's group, known as the Pond Woollies. The troop has expanded recently with the arrival of Pakaya's baby, Esmeralda. To give them more space, their indoor living area is being extended and a brand new, fully roofed outdoor enclosure is being built. To accommodate this, a couple of large willow trees had to be felled. But they're not going to waste. The team have a plan. 2 groups of chimps are in for a catkin-filled treat.
It is nice to give them something that they won't necessarily get all year round. It is good enrichment for them. It's something that's natural. What they'll do with the branches from willow is that they peel the bark off and then chew it up and make it into a wodge, which is a natural behaviour which we want to encourage in captivity. So in the wild, they'd sit and chew on these fibrous things and make what we call wodges or boluses, which is just like a big ball of chewed up fibrous plant matter that they sit within the lip. But it's this comfort thing of having something in their mouths, and they'll do that with the willow bark.
The lucky chimps today are Bart's group of 16 and Brian's smaller troop of 5. Hannah opens the slide to let the chimps at Bart's enclosure go first. High-ranking females Beth and Cindy lead the group out. But at this time of day, even new trees in the enclosure don't take precedence over a fruit breakfast. As leader, it's Bart's duty to check out the new structure. But his sister Eddie beats him to it. While the high rankers tuck into oranges, Eddie has the whole tree to herself and makes the most of it. She doesn't just want the bark, she wants an entire branch. Bart joins Toprish to tuck into the catkins. Toprish has come a long way in the 2.5 years she's been at the park. Because she's Bart's favoured lady, she's risen steadily through the ranks, reaching the higher echelons. Soon everyone is taking an interest in the willow tree. With Eddie still trying to break off a branch, Lola succeeding but on a smaller scale, and Kathy already stripping the bark off hers. The willow tree has proved a hit with Bart's group.
It wasn't quite the massive, exciting thing that it sometimes is, which is probably because there weren't any leaves on the tree. And we did put their breakfast out there as well for them to come out to, but they're clearly enjoying it now. And I think that will keep their attention for quite some time, rather than it just being really exciting and then over with. It's caught their interest and they're all going over and having a good look around.
Now it's the turn of Brian's group. How will they react on finding something big and new in their enclosure? There's certainly more enthusiasm, with lots of hooting and hollering, as Ash is first on the scene, followed closely by Rodders. There are only 5 chimps in this small group, so there's no need to rush. Just like the high rankers at Bart's, leader Brian is more interested in finding breakfast than checking out the tree. Lulu has torn off a piece of bark to chew and taken herself off to a quiet spot. She's 29 years old now and prefers a slower, more peaceful pace of life. Nari takes everything in her stride. She's a remarkable chimp who, despite years of abuse and neglect, has emerged as a much-loved, fun and important part of this little troop. Ash is a very different character. She's grown into the park's largest female, capable of throwing her weight around when she wants to. She's determined to break off a large branch, trying every which way. Tugging, pulling, bending, until eventually, success. Brute force prevails. Ash does all the hard work, but it's Rodders who runs off with the spoils. Two trees and 2 groups of chimps, both enjoying a fibre-rich addition to their breakfast. It's been a few weeks since ring-tailed lemur Kaya was on the receiving end of some very nasty injuries, inflicted by one or more of her family group. She was left with a gaping open wound on her leg, and the team was seriously worried for her survival. But thanks to the efforts of the vet team and the attention of her dedicated carers, Kaya has recovered.
There were times where we seriously thought she was going to lose her leg. And then there was even a question of, is a 3-legged lemur okay? Will it manage? Everyone's worked really hard to get Kaya back to where she is now. And she does bounce back and she's pretty resilient. And I don't really know whether that's ever going to change her behaviour. She's going to go back to Malagasy and be as bolshy and bossy as ever and may get another injury in the future. I don't think she's that clever that she will have changed her behaviour because of this.
Lemurs are very social animals, so during her rehabilitation, the team did their best to offer Kaya some company. For a few brief days, she met Patas monkey Mitsa, who had recently lost her best friend, George the lemur. But sadly, it wasn't meant to be. Elderly Mitsa's health had been deteriorating, and as her condition worsened, the team took the difficult decision to put her to sleep.
Everyone absolutely adored her, and she was just a wonderful creature. And she was just I want to say a joy to be around. She wasn't really, because she was quite grumpy, but she made some great noises and she would always chat at you. But Patas monkeys live on average about 21 years and she was about 27 when she died. So she was a good age. So now we've got obviously Kaya ready to go back to Malagasy.
The team decided to start with a reintroduction to top female fennel along with white spot. But it didn't go to plan. With Kaya letting Fennel know she was in her territory. Now the team have decided the best option is for Kaya to return to Malagasy and rejoin the troop, where there are established rules.
It's Fennel's turf, she's got her boys to back her up, and hopefully in that situation Kaya will hopefully slot back into the position that she was in before.
But it's going to be one step at a time. Kaya will move into the smaller caged enclosure within Malagasy, where she'll be able to meet the others in a more controlled, safe space. This morning, she has twins Kurt and Friedrich for company. But they're ignored as she hurries into the enclosure, struts her stuff, and tells off anyone she can see on the other side of the mesh.
You can tell she's worried because she's back here and there's lemurs everywhere again. But her default setting is aggression, because if she's worried about something, she'll protect herself.
Kaya is constantly on the move. Contact calling anyone in sight.
No one is calling back to her, which is quite telling at the minute.
There are some housemates the young female constantly clashes with, including Renton and Indiana. If she's going to fully integrate back into the group, Kaya is going to have to rein in the attitude.
Lemur intros are difficult. They've always been difficult. So it took us 9 months to get Kurt and Friedrich into this troop. So it is only day 1. So it's still very early. Fingers crossed we'll just give it some more time and hopefully she'll calm down and the ones outside will calm down or lose interest and walk away. And then that'll give her time to try and bond again with Kurt and Friedrich.
It may be a long process, but it's not the first time the team have had to assimilate Kaya with the troop. They're confident that once again, she'll be accepted back into the fold. At the Saki monkey house and enclosure, primate care team member Elle has prepared something a little different for doting couple Desmond and Chloe. She's filled pine cones with sunflower seeds and smeared them with honey and banana. It's a treat the pair haven't sampled before.
It's a little bit more interesting, it's a little bit more challenging as well. They don't get this often. We do give them enrichment every day, but we haven't tried this type of enrichment yet. And obviously the things we've got in there, seeds they do get regularly, but honey and banana not so much because they're quite high in sugar. So yeah, just a treat for today.
Elle strings the pine cones up around the outdoor enclosure to encourage the Saki pair to be more active. But as Chloe is the oldest captive Saki in Europe, a few have been left on the platforms to make it a bit easier for her. The sticky treat isn't just for Chloe and Desmond. A former housemate has rejoined them in the enclosure.
Recently, we've had, as we always do at Monkey World, a few extra Marmosets arrive, which has filled us up almost to bursting point. So we've had to add a Marmoset into the group of Sakis, into the pair of Sakis. So we know that Loki's lived with these guys before, so we know this works. And Loki pretty much never stops. He's active all the time, he's frantic all the time. But then sometimes you'll see him sunbathing right next to the Sakis and they're pretty chilled out with each other.
The trio are let out, and, true to form, Marmoset Loki bounds into the enclosure to investigate.
I think that was some happy chips from Loki. Oh, and Desmond's not so sure over there.
Loki's already locked on to a pine cone as Chloe carefully manoeuvres her way along the platforms, while Desmond still needs some persuading.
Come on, Desmond. Good boy.
Loki has settled back into life with the two Sakis well. His early life in the UK pet trade left him human-focused, and he found living with other marmosets very difficult. Life alongside the Sakis is more stable. He's a common marmoset, and like the rest of the species, adept at negotiating high branches. This means he can reach the suspended pine cones with ease. Marmosets have long tongues, perfect for licking tree sap in the wild, which forms a major part of their diet. Today, he finds it just as useful for honey and banana. The combination doesn't appeal to Chloe, who gives it a cursory glance before tucking into pieces of sweet potato left out by the care team as an addition. Desmond shares her preference, and they breakfast together in their favourite spot. The days are getting warmer and spring is on its way, heralding the arrival of new buds and flowers and fresh leaves on the trees. It brings a feast for many of the park's primates.
Those of you who suffer with hay fever will know that it starts getting a bit sneezy because it's tree pollen time. And one of the trees that we've got here, this willow, is full of pollen. So all these catkins are stuffed full of pollen. And the marmosets and the loris are quite fond of a bit of nectar and pollen. And so we've put this in here to try and encourage some natural behaviours where they actually, come along and sniff it and lick up the nectar and the pollen and normally end up with a bit of a yellow face as a result. So as they move on through the forest, they end up pollinating other trees and plants.
The first group to sample the catkins and pollen will be the park's newest arrivals, a family of 3 common marmosets, now known as the Simpsons. Today's experience will be a first for them,
They are obviously from the pet trade, and so they've never sort of experienced this kind of natural behaviour before. But we're really confident that, you know, given something that's quite nice and smelly and pungent, that they'll come out and they'll actually have a good go at it. So we'll see.
The door to their enclosure is opened, and the trio, led by Bart, head outside. At first, they're a bit wary of the unfamiliar treat. It's excitable Maggie, one of the youngsters, who's first to try the catkins and discover she absolutely loves them. Soon, the others follow her lead. All three are quite different in character. Mum Marge is young at heart, often quite playful and generally enjoys life. Bart seems to be growing into his role as the man of the house. And Maggie, although still nervous at times, is coming out of her shell with the support of her family. All three are developing a taste for the catkins. In the wild, a common marmoset's diet consists mainly of tree sap and gum, as well as insects. The foliage in the forests of South America, where marmosets can be found, flowers at different times of the year. The marmosets, like all primates, exploit whatever's available during each season. Pollen dispersal is vital for maintaining healthy forests, which in turn benefits the animals living there.
Primates have really evolved all over the world in different ways to help with that job. So small animals like marmosets and some of the other smaller monkeys will bury their face in the flowers to try and get to that really sugary, rich nectar. And as they do that, their faces get covered like the back end of a bee with this lovely pollen. And they'll move on through the forest and take that pollen with them, and then they'll pollinate those plants by going to the next flower and so on. And so they're really important for that.
In just 2 short months, the trio have been transformed. It demonstrates how pet trade primates, given the opportunity, can overcome their traumas to develop and display more natural behaviours. However, this group might not be a threesome for much longer.
We do have a rather large lady in there, so despite vasectomizing Bart, Marge, the mother, she's almost certainly pregnant. So they're doing everything that a normal marmoset family would do. They've got access to the outside enclosure and are really enjoying that. And put them in the right situation with the right diet, the right environment, the right structure. They're doing things that, you know, we expect them to do as a marmoset group. So they're gouging on branches, they're inspecting pollinated branches and all sorts of things. They're just doing everything that we would really hope that a marmoset family would do in its rehabilitation.
Next time on Monkey Life. At the Park Hospital, it's all systems go for Vet Thésar Sastre and the team.
Right, so let's have a look at this. Yeah, beautiful. No chest metastases, that's good.
And the chimps go potty for porridge pots. Today on Monkey Life. At the Parks Hospital, it's all systems go for Vet Thésar Sastre and the team, with a patient list including Marmoset Jenny.
Oh, hello. Yes.
Capucin Abby.
Yeah, it's full of pus down there.
And Squirrel Monkey Lopez.
Right, so let's have a look at this. Yeah, beautiful. No chest metastases, that's good.
Plus, the chimps go potty for porridge pots. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully. They should be okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's going to be a busy day at the park's hospital. Vet Thesar Sastre has arrived with a packed schedule ahead of him. He has a number of small primates to examine. And although nothing major is scheduled, he does have some delicate procedures on his list. First up is female marmoset Jenny.
Oh, hello. Yes. You are talking a lot.
Feisty little lady too. Jenny has a lump in her mouth, and it's a sort of recurring lump. We've already operated once and removed some of it, and so Thesar's now going to give her an anaesthetic and have a look and see what the lump's doing, why it's growing, and how much it's growing, and potentially actually remove more of it again this time. And hopefully she'll be a bit more comfortable when we're able to remove some of that swelling in her gum.
Jenny arrived last year, having been rescued from the British pet trade. She'd lost her partner, and her previous owner realised she couldn't take care of her properly. She came with a large lump on her face, which on inspection proved to be benign. Thesar surgically removed as much of it as he could, but a year later, the lump has once again increased in size.
Wow, it's pretty big. It's growing back. I'm gonna try to take a chunk out of it. If I can.
Thesar doesn't think it will be a long procedure, so his next patient needs to be prepped and ready.
Oh, I'm gonna be quick on this. Okay, let me have a look.
Okay, Toby, Thesar thinks he's going to be quite quick with this, so if you can crack on and get Abby crated and brought up here, please.
At the Capucin Lodge, Toby is preparing to crate up Abby. She has dental issues which need urgent attention. Back at the hospital...
Okay, let's go for it.
Thesar gets to work. But just like last year's operation, it's not straightforward.
So hard. That is actually difficult to resect. So you see how I'm peeling it off from the jawbone, actually.
He has to remove the lump bit by bit.
Okay, we finished that little bit.
He's excised as much as he can.
This is gonna come back, eh? I don't really want to do it till it's actually causing trouble to the animal next time. Just leave it there till it's causing trouble to this animal.
Unless it's affecting her eating or if it's bleeding or something, yeah.
Abby's here, wow. You guys are doing really well today. Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, she can go.
As Jenny leaves in her box to recover, the next patient is brought in. Abby is an older female Capucin and lives with Erico's group at the lodge. She's on long-term medication for arthritis, but a week ago, the primate care staff noticed a large swelling on her face.
So Abby is very old. Because she was wild caught, her age is only an estimate, so about 31, certainly over 30. And whenever we have any of those older animals down for an anaesthetic, it is always a bit of a worry and a bit of a risk. A dental normally is quite straightforward, but it doesn't always mean to say that it goes well. So we'll always keep our fingers crossed and hopefully she'll recover really well. But certainly being an older animal, it does come with a lot more complications.
Thesar intubates Abby so he can control the anaesthetic whilst working on her teeth.
Fantastic.
Before proceeding, he gives her a quick general health check.
Wow, she's really arthritic on the hips. She's very arthritic on the knees as well. That's why the muscle wastage here. Yeah. Hey, that comes with age, I'm afraid. There's no masses in the tummy. Tummy feels fine. Now liver, kind of feel it, that's good. Okay.
Today's issue becomes obvious when Thesar takes a look inside Abby's mouth.
Right, so there is a couple of teeth here that they look a bit dodgy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Actually, you can, yeah, it's full of pus down there. Okay, anyway, let's crack on and do this.
The 2 rotten teeth may be the cause of Abby's abscess. They need to come out.
One down there. Okay, oof, mamma mia.
As Thazar works, he discovers more teeth need removing.
So I think I'm gonna take it out as well. And in fact, yeah, it is slightly wobbly.
In all, 6 teeth, 1 incisor and 5 molars are extracted.
I'm hoping that it will really help her. She's not going to be in any pain, and yeah, it should make eating a lot better for her.
Abby's gums will soon harden, and she'll be able to use her remaining teeth to eat. She'll be given a course of antibiotics and pain relief, and will soon be back to her normal self. But for Thazar, there's still a lengthy queue in the waiting room, as there are more small primates needing his attention. The park stretches across 65 acres and is home to areas of natural woodland and many native plants. Throughout the seasons, the teams keep an eye on what the land offers up that could be used to enrich the lives of their charges. Today's lucky recipients are the park's 8 stump-tailed macaques. The small monkey team have come across some insect-laden rotten logs for the group to enjoy.
Hopefully there's bugs and things inside there, and the stumpies hopefully just come out, rip it all to pieces, enjoy some nice treats. The stumpies destroy everything, so it's kind of nice to give them an enrichment they can destroy, and then we don't have to worry about them eating something they shouldn't do. But this, it's all natural, they can destroy it, they can throw it around as much as they want and have a great time.
As well as insects and bugs, the stumpies can eat the bark. It provides good roughage and benefits their digestion.
So it's not going to be a huge effort for the stumpies to get into them, but as you can see, they're quite rotten here, and then they just get a little bit harder, so hopefully they'll get through all this bit first, and then as the rain hits the rest of it, over the next coming weeks and months, they'll be able to get the rest of it as well.
The logs are placed all around the enclosure, giving everyone the chance for a good old forage. The 2 lowest-ranking boys, Toto and Freddy, are let out first, to give them a head start over the more dominant stumpies. And with the high rankers absent for now, Toto takes the opportunity for a little display. Freddy, however, gets stuck straight in. He's now fully recovered from his recent dental operation to remove a large canine, which had caused an abscess. He's a clever stumpy who, unlike Toto, totally understands the social etiquette required within the group.
He understands all the social cues, all the behaviours. He kind of knows where to slot himself and when to do certain things. He seems to really understand how to be a macaque, which is really nice. Now, we only know him from living with one other female before he came to us, but he may have lived with others before then, and his behaviour certainly indicates that, whereas Toto, for what we knew, lived on his own for a very long time, and again, his behaviour indicates that. He just doesn't know how to behave socially.
In the last few months, there have been signs that Toto's developing a better relationship with the others and learning to integrate more. It's just as well, because here they come, to join in the bug hunt. The rotten logs have grabbed everyone's attention. They get to work scraping and foraging, and munching everything in sight. Sam is the boss of the group. At 34, he's getting on in life, but he's still loved and respected by the ladies. Kelly is the dominant female, and the largest in the group. She absolutely loves her food. The other girls are Noreen, Charlie, Sylvie, and Flo. Stumpies are notoriously grumpy with each other, and squabbles often break out, reminding the lower rankers of their place. But with so much to keep them interested, today's minor spat is soon forgotten.
I think this enrichment has been a great success for the Stumpies. Yeah, they all seem to have had a little bit of a go, some more than others, but I think it's definitely worked well for them. They seem to be a really good kind of rottenness, so they've found it quite easy. I think if it's not so rotten and it's a bit difficult, they could get a bit bored quicker, but they've really taken a lot of time over these logs, particularly Freddy. He seems to really enjoy it, but everyone's had a go and everyone seems to have had a good time.
"13 years ago, the park took on its biggest ever mission, rescuing and rehoming 88 capuchin monkeys from a laboratory in Chile. With so many different characters, abilities and health issues, settling all 88 capuchins into groups where they could coexist was a huge task. To this day, the team continued to adjust and evolve the 5 social groups, which were formed to accommodate their needs. With so many capuchins to look after, it's important to be able to check each one to ensure they're happy and healthy. The species is widely recognised as highly intelligent, and many of those at the park have been trained in behaviours that assist the care staff with their day-to-day care.
This is where it goes wrong sometimes, is you end up with 2 capuchins on the scales at the same time.
Today, Donna and Katie are training 2 of the park's younger and very enthusiastic males.
Fabian! Good boy.
Fabian and his boss, dominant male Franco, are being taught to take a voluntary hand injection.
Side. That's not really what we want. Can you give it to me properly? That's your back. Side. Good boy, that's better. Very good.
It's a useful behaviour for the capuchins to master in case they need medication via a syringe.
Oh, you're amazing.
Or, in the worst case, an anaesthetic before a hospital procedure.
The first thing we do is train them to present the area that we need to inject. So with the capuchins, we actually get them to present the whole of their side so that we have the option of their arm or their thigh to inject into. Once they've got that behaviour, we move on to what we call it's kind of like a fake needle really. So it's just got a paper clip in the end, and this just gets them used to there being a syringe round and it touching them. Side. Good boy, that's better. They also know that they only get rewarded when they give us the behaviour that they want. It's good for the keeper and primate relationship to gain that trust with them. But it is also really good for the capuchins as well because they are such bright and intelligent individuals, and it's really important for us to try and keep their brains busy and motivated and keep them always thinking. And we do that as much as we can within the groups with other different types of enrichment, but training is another way that we can do that, and it just gives them something different to think about.
Franco is a great leader, loved by all his ladies. Fabian, although high-ranking, doesn't receive as much adulation, and this sometimes causes him to lash out.
I don't know whether it's frustration or what it is, but he could just be very disruptive, and sometimes that turns to aggression, and we do go through phases where we have a lot of injuries throughout the group, which is just something that we don't want. So one thing that we have used with Fabian in the past is an implant, and that just suppresses some of those behaviours a little bit. He hasn't actually had the implant for the last sort of 2 or 3 years because he seems to be quite settled in the group at the moment. But there is obviously that option in the future we might need to do that again. So we're just getting prepared really, so that if in the future we need to do that, then he is already injection trained.
The 2 young males are making great progress. For Donna and Katie, only another 68 capuchins to go. Back at the hospital, a long day for vet Thesar Sastre and the primate care team is coming to an end. The final patient has just been brought in. It's Lopez, a young and effervescent squirrel monkey who has a lump on his leg that needs examining.
He is very alive. Lopez never sits still really very much, and the lump doesn't seem to be bothering his mobility in any way. He's still using that leg fine. Sometimes when we try and manipulate it and feel it just to check whether it's got any bigger, he gets a bit annoyed with us, maybe so it's slightly tender and hurting him a little bit, but then other times he's perfectly fine with us touching it. So we're not quite sure whether it is bothering him or not. We don't think so most of the time, but it'd be good to get a check over, make sure it's not malignant, and just figure out what it is and make sure if it is something bad that it's not spread anywhere else.
One of the park's youngest and most boisterous squirrel monkeys, Lopez was rescued 4 years ago, along with Logan and Lucille. He's so bouncy that when he's on the move, it's hard for the team to get a good look at the growth. But they can tell it's grown substantially in size in recent weeks.
How old is Lopez?
Where's my sheep? I think it's about 6.
Thazar shaves away the fur so he can get a closer look at the lump.
He's definitely on top of the calf, but there's something here that it feels almost like he has had a trauma in there.
Thazar is slightly perplexed. Vet nurse Saffron, who's been keeping an eye on the swelling, thinks it may have shrunk in the last few days.
It's definitely a mass. It's gone down, which is good news. So this is not malignant. It cannot be. If it was malignant, this is not going to go down. Right. Now, it's quite attached to muscle in there. So I think attempting to remove it today, if I don't really need to, would be a mistake.
To make absolutely certain, Thazar wants to take a series of X-rays, which could rule out secondary growths elsewhere in the body.
Right, so let's have a look at this. Yeah, beautiful. No chest metastases, that's good.
To everyone's relief, the X-rays are all clear.
Plainly something going on there. Let's take a surgical biopsy and then we know exactly what we are dealing with.
Taking a small sample of the lump and sending it off to a laboratory for analysis along with blood tests should provide an answer.
I don't know if this could be trauma, simply that. The truth is that it's still there, and when I took the biopsy, it looked like a proper lump, so we are going to send it to the laboratory and see what it is. So I've got all the information I'm going to need from this animal. It's absolutely healthy. Look, it's stunning. It's beautiful, and it's got a perfect coat, and so I'm hoping this is something not very serious.
The health checks are over for the day. Lopez can be returned to his house, and Thazar, the primate care team, and the monkeys can have a well-earned rest. Sunshine at the park is welcomed by the 260 primate residents and their carers alike. But it's a different story when the temperature drops and there's a chill in the air. Then, enticing the animals, including the 4 groups of chimpanzees outside, needs a bit more thought and planning.
All our primates here come from one tropical country or another. Obviously, chimps obviously come from Africa, and it's a tad warmer in Africa than here. Now, you know, it's not really such a massive problem as long as you cater for it, and all our houses are maintained around 20 degrees centigrade. You know, it just means you're going to have a big heating bill, and we never lock anybody outside, so they've always got access inside it should they feel cold, and they're all bright enough to realise that, hey, it's a bit cold out here, let's go inside. And, you know, it really is that simple. The bigger problem is keeping everybody entertained, and, you know, and then that's us to invest in that.
The team go to great lengths to make that happen. At Bart's, on this chilly morning, the staff are putting out a breakfast of fruit and something else to warm the group up. Cups of hot porridge. They're being distributed all around the enclosure to encourage the chimps to actively search for them.
You need to break things up a bit. Every different sort of thing that you put in for, you know, for amusement or entertainment, don't do it every day. If you have your favourite thing every day, it'll soon become boring. So you just mix it up, and you know, some days they'll get a cardboard box to play with, other days, you know, you'll get something else, you know, whatever's going.
The group are let out and immediately make a beeline for the hot porridge pots. The chimps gather as many as they can carry. Gamba needs to be a bit more careful with his. Much of it's hitting the deck. There's plenty to go round. Even the low rankers, like Lola, have grabbed their share. She's making sure she gets every last drop. In this group, only Bart and his sister Eddie were born at the park. Most of the others were stolen from the wild and sold into the black market trade. 5 of the park's original 9 chimps are in this group. Cindy, Zoe, Beth, Buster, and Mickey. They were all originally smuggled into Spain as infants and then used and abused as beach photographers' props. But thanks to the tireless work of campaigners Simon and Peggy Templar, who dedicated their lives to rescuing mistreated chimps, they were eventually confiscated by the Spanish authorities. Alison's late husband Jim Cronin set up Monkey World to give these 9 and all future rescued chimps a permanent home. Jeremy has been at the park since its inception and remembers the first chimps arriving.
Really, there was no introductions necessary or anything because Simon and Peggy had done an excellent job with them. And really, when you've rescued an animal, that is the time to establish it, do introductions and all the rest, because they are so sort of broken, if you like. And, you know, they're much more subordinate, they're much more easygoing, they're much more tolerant. There was no aggravation amongst them.
34 years on, and the 5 are still incredibly close. But they're slowing down as old age creeps up on them.
Down, guys!
There's nothing wrong with their appetites, however, as they welcome a continuation of the winter warming food menu. A snack of hot potatoes, arriving in the enclosure courtesy of the care team, is much appreciated by all. Next time on Monkey Life. Tragedy at the park, with the loss of a hugely admired, much loved, key member of the team.
The tibias are a bit wonky.
As Alison and Jeremy pay tribute to their colleague, highly respected, world-renowned wildlife vet, John Lewis.
It's a serious blow, not only for us, but globally for wildlife conservation. This is a very sad, sad loss.
Today on Monkey Life, there's tragic news for the park, with the loss of a hugely admired, much loved, and key member of the team.
Right, Stacey, I want to listen to his heart.
As Alison and Jeremy pay tribute to their colleague, highly respected, world-renowned wildlife vet, John Lewis.
It's a serious blow, not only for us, but globally for wildlife conservation. This is a very sad, sad loss.
I mean, everybody had heard of John, and he got a reputation that I didn't think he'd be able to live up to be honest with you. But I was wrong, because he surpassed it, by far.
Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
She's alert, looking around. Quiet though, which is nice. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The park is in mourning, following some truly devastating news. Wildlife vet John Lewis, for so long a crucial component in the health and welfare of all Monkey World's primates, has died, following a short and unexpected illness. Admired by all who knew and worked with him, he was at the top of his profession.
We didn't expect John's passing. Nobody could have. And it's caught Jeremy and I off guard. It's a serious blow. It's a serious blow, not only for us, the park as a whole, our work in Vietnam, everything, but globally for wildlife conservation. This is a very sad, sad loss.
John first became involved with Monkey World just 2 years after Alison's late husband, Jim Cronin, set up the centre in 1987. Jim and Jeremy realised they needed the help of a specialist wildlife veterinarian to deal with the individual and unique circumstances of their primate rescues. At the time, they were concentrating on chimpanzees confiscated from Spanish beach photographers, and John was vital to their success.
Yeah, he was totally the right choice, and he just happened to be a fantastic guy as well. I mean, everybody had heard of John, and he got a reputation that I didn't think he'd be able to live up to be honest with you. But I was wrong, because he surpassed it by far. Anything veterinary went through John, but he just became like part of the furniture and a really good friend, and you know, he's part of Monkey World.
It was the start of a special relationship that lasted more than 30 years.
With John's expertise, it became very clear very quickly that he was going to be Monkey World's overseeing veterinary advisor. And indeed, all of these years later, you know, 30 or more years later, that's what he's been doing for the park. And he was always up for the challenge and, you know, helped us in so many unique situations with so many unique primate welfare cases.
John's support, in both a professional capacity and a personal one, was immense. He regularly accompanied Alison to Vietnam to visit the park's sister sanctuary at Dau Tien, where he was on hand to help and advise with gibbon and loris releases.
I would have thought they were good to go tomorrow.
He also performed checkups and procedures on primates rescued and cared for by the team on the island.
Well, we get another fan on him anyway, and then have the bucket of cold water ready.
I suppose if there's anything I need to do moving forward, I need to improve that little veterinary surgery on Dau Tien and John's memory, because that does make me sort of laugh a bit.
Job done, really. Phew.
But it was his help and expertise with numerous worldwide rescues over the years that made him an integral part of the park's work.
Let's give it a once over.
Some of the circumstances were difficult, to say the least, that we rescued apes from. And he was always prepared for it, because our rescues are unpredictable. And he always took it, and he took it really well. And that was the important thing, that we had him there always to be helping look after the lives of our rescued primates.
John was renowned for his expertise in primate anaesthesia.
Okay, gas.
And performed many major surgical procedures at the park's hospital with the calm professionalism for which he was celebrated.
Tibias are a bit wonky.
Having John be happy and able to work with the raft of different human doctors that we've brought in, from dealing with hemorrhoid removal to tumors to whatever the circumstance might be, John was always really very happy to engage with and work with other people whose specialist knowledge might bring something to the party. There was never any ego involved, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that just made me love him even more.
Away from Monkey World, John was a founder and veterinary advisor of Wildlife Vets International and a key partner of the International Zoo Veterinary Group. He worked with tigers and rare Amur leopards, as well as primates and other wild animals. His death is a huge loss for wildlife conservation, and he'll be missed by colleagues at home and abroad.
It really isn't even possible to sort of just state in words how important John was to the health and welfare of the animals here at the park. His care and dedication to the smallest detail of our animals care was extraordinary. But make no mistake, this is going to be a very heavy and sad task moving forward without John.
I think, like I said to the people at his funeral, that this is going to be a tough act to follow. In fact, I think it's going to be an impossible act to follow, and I think that covers it, really.
John's final visit to the park came only days before his death, when he partnered with local vet Dave Harding to perform life-saving surgery on Jester, one of the park's original chimps, who he'd known since the beginning. Jester needed major surgery to remove a large cancerous tumour from his bottom lip.
We're going to have to end going sort of right in here.
Because the whole of that lip is going to have to go.
The operation was a huge success, and the chimp's recovery has been remarkable. He's now back outside with his troop, and the wound is healing well.
We're really happy with his progress. The team are doing an amazing job in terms of his post-operative care. So we're monitoring the lip very closely. We're actually photographing it daily so that we can monitor the healing process and any changes to that area. He's eating and drinking a lot better. He's clearly more comfortable. And he's actually tolerating some topical cream as well, so that's really good. So overall, we're really pleased with him.
Come on, bud. Come on, good boy.
It's incredible when you look at it, just, you know, how successful the surgery was. You know, he's still able to close his mouth, and obviously for chimps, they make a lot of facial expressions, which are really important in terms of communicating with the rest of the group. So, you know, he's got full use of that mouth again, and he's clearly so much happier.
Regular training sessions mean care team member Becky can ask Jester to present his mouth so she can administer an antibiotic gel.
Good boy, Jester. Well done.
He's off all oral medication. It's just a case of a little bit of cream on that lip morning and evening. Daily photos, so delighted that hopefully this will give him many more years as a member of the bachelor group.
The chimp's uncertain future was transformed by the complicated operation overseen by John, just one of the very many life-saving interventions he performed at the park over the course of 30 years. The barn woolly monkeys are in for a barrow load of fun this morning. The primate care team enjoy coming up with new ideas to keep the primates at the park interested and active. And today's enrichment challenge involves straw baskets filled with some of their favourite foods. Chippy's group of 6 are the lucky recipients.
So the idea is that we're going to suspend these up high, get some ladders in there, see how high we can get them. We'll put it in hard to reach areas, so they'll have to actually use their tail to cling on and possibly reach certain different angles, and hopefully we can see them natural behaviours that we would do in the wild.
A strong core and great balance are the key to procuring this treat. Secured with strings so they constantly swing, the baskets will prove a movable feast. But woolly monkeys do have one big advantage.
They've got prehensile tails, so that tail is incredibly strong. It's so muscly, and it's how they get around quite easily. They can use it as an extra limb, hang on to a branch, and they can reach across to various different areas, all them hard to get fruits and things like that.
It promises to be a good workout for the woolies. Leader Chippy leads them out. He's one of 2 males in the group. The other is teenager Zavi. The troop has had a bit of a shake-up recently, with 2 of the younger boys, Cassius and Lemmy, moving to the bachelor woolies. The result has been a much more settled environment at Chippy's. Completing the group are 4 females, Paquita, Quappa, and young mum Ava, along with her 8-month-old daughter, Catalina. There's lots of excited trilling as the group spot the hanging baskets and take on the task. Delve in deep enough and the woollies will find chopped up pieces of pear and bits of cereal. Both favourites on these woolly monkeys' menu. Paquita gets straight to work, demonstrating how useful her prehensile tail is as an anchor. She uses it as a fifth limb and frees up her hands to reach into the basket. The group all show amazing agility as they conquer some of the more difficult, high-up hanging baskets. Chippy, however, does prefer to go for the easier option when it's available. Ava, with daughter Catalina clinging on, begins her quest for a nutritional treat. In the wild, woolly babies learn from their mums, watching closely to see what food is safe to eat, and often picking up leftover scraps. The team have spread some food around the enclosure for Catalina to find. She's a bit young to figure out the baskets, and Mum might not let her try, but at least she'll be able to find some food for herself.
Ava's quite a protective mum, so it took a while for Catalina to find her feet because she'd always bring her back close to her. But she's doing really well now. Often you'll see Catalina off and about, and it's really nice to see her climbing around now.
At 8 months old, the youngster is gaining a little independence. The low-growing bushes and trees are a perfect place for her to learn to explore. It's helping to build up her balance and muscles, all under the watchful eye of Mum Ava. Even at such a young age, the little woolly monkey has learned to use her tail to help her negotiate the branches. But reaching up to one of the hanging baskets might be a step too far. It's tantalisingly out of reach. But finally, her persistence pays off. And while Mum Ava relaxes in the sunshine, Catalina is never far away, still exploring, learning, and loving life. Another group who love the sunshine are the park's 5 squirrel monkeys. They're about to be given a challenging form of enrichment not dissimilar to Chippy's troop, but on a smaller scale, in keeping with their slighter form. Keris from the primate care team is busy filling a collection of balls with one of the squirrel monkeys' favourite foods, live mealworms.
They absolutely love bugs. I'm just sprinkling them around it, hopefully like they all find the gaps and kind of burrow into the balls here. And then it'll, with their little hands, I'm hoping that it's a bit more difficult for them, so it will prolong the enrichment for them and make them work harder for their bugs.
The balls are made of natural fibres with lots of holes in them, perfect for the larvae to crawl into and just large enough for the squirrel monkeys to use their small, nimble fingers to get them out again. To make the dining experience just that bit more difficult, the balls are being suspended high up around the enclosure. The group are let out, and it's the 3 common squirrel monkeys, Lucille, Lopez and Logan, who are first on the scene. They're immediately curious about the spherical feeders. The first to spot the mealworms is youngster Lopez. He has no trouble picking off those still on the outside and uses his dexterity to reach and tackle another insect-laden ball. As well as the 3 common squirrel monkeys, there are 2 black-capped, Nueve and Old Lady Turvy. Despite her balance and agility not being quite as it was, she still makes a concerted effort, although not successful this time. Logan tries a different technique, using core strength and his back legs to cling on and attack the balls from underneath. As he reconsiders his tactics, below, Lucille makes her way through the undergrowth and selects a lower hanging feeder. Squirrel monkeys are small and able to balance on flimsy branches to hunt and forage. Young female Nueve comes up empty-handed and isn't helped by a gung-ho approach from Lopez, which almost knocks her off the hose. The insect-laden hanging feeders have encouraged all 5 squirrel monkeys to search for the grubs, hunting and foraging as they would in the wild. Even elderly Turvy has tried her best, although impish youngster Lopez doesn't give her much opportunity, moving her on so he can muscle in. But the care team have also distributed pieces of fresh pineapple, and they're tops with Turvy. The last 18 months have been difficult for wildlife centres and sanctuaries across the country. The COVID pandemic has meant they've been forced to keep their gates shut, meaning income from visitors has dried up. But at the park in Dorset, donations from supporters all over the world have continued to arrive and helped keep the park running. Many practical donations have come in large delivery boxes, and instead of recycling them straight away, the orangutan team have been saving them up for a rather special treat.
We're building a giant cardboard tower for the orangutans to come and have a lot of fun in. We've never had as many cardboard boxes as we've got in here right now, so I think they're going to either be a little bit scared of it when they first come in, or they're going to go absolutely crazy and go through every box and tear it up, but certainly there'll be a mess at the end of the day.
Hundreds of boxes are being stacked up in the middle of the enclosure. Some are empty, and others contain the primates' breakfast. They'll have to search through each box to forage for their food. It takes the team almost 2 hours to build the box mountain. The orangutans have a grandstand view from the outside tunnels, and their curiosity is piqued. They're not sure what's going on, but they're about to find out. There's a lot of excitement as the group of 5 rush out together. There are so many boxes, no one can miss out. Sylvester establishes himself at the peak of the pile, while Oisin remains at base camp, working her way through the boxes on the ground. The least amount of effort to obtain the most amount of food is always her preference. Hidden inside are pieces of apple and carrot and whole walnuts. Oh, and the odd rubber duck toy for the youngsters to enjoy. Or not. The group gets stuck in, sending boxes flying everywhere, as the tower gradually shrinks in size. 6-year-old Rika boxes clever and comes up with a handful of walnuts. Her best friend Bulu Mata has a different technique, suspending himself above the pile just like young orangutans should and reaching down to find the snacks. It's an approach that might benefit Mimi, the youngest in the group. She's almost vanished inside the huge mound. The nursery is a great place for an orphaned youngster to grow and mature.
They all come here to learn things off of each other. They learn how to be an orangutan by being around one another. So it's a big social aspect of this today as well. Some of the babies might be learning a few tricks off of the older ones, Oisin and Sylvester, with how to get into the boxes, how to eat certain foods and things like that. So it certainly is a learning curve for all of them, just by watching each other and seeing what they're doing as well.
And the younger ones begin to understand their place in the group.
With the different ages, there does have to be an element of respect in the group. For example, Sylvester will grab a big box. There's no way that Bulu, Rika or Mimi will take that box off him, not to say that they won't try. So there's certain things that they'll learn with behaviour with regards to what to do and what not to do in the orangutan environment here at Monkey World as well.
The box tower has been almost flat-packed by the orang's enthusiasm for the task. Oisin and Mimi have moved on to a play session on a carpet of cardboard, while, just like children everywhere, the others relish the fun of hiding, sitting in, and generally amusing themselves with an empty cardboard box.
If any group in this park knows how to have fun, it certainly is the Orangutan Nursery. They're all fooling about with the boxes, jumping in them, carrying them on their heads, doing all sorts of things. This isn't really so much of a behaviour or enrichment thing, it's just all about fun for them this morning. Lots to do. They would obviously forage in amongst things in the wild, but this is all about fun for them, as you can see behind me.
But it might be less fun for the primate care team, who still have the job of clearing up the cardboard carnage left behind. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison's on an emergency mission to the Midlands to collect a Jeffroy's marmoset separated from his sibling.
So the other one, where did it go?
We don't know where he's ended up. He got sold on to somebody else and then he's been sold on since.
And Seamus bags a bounty of fruit for breakfast. Today on Monkey Life. Alison's on an emergency mission to the Midlands to collect a Jeffroy's marmoset, separated from his sibling.
So the other one, where did it go?
We don't know where he's ended up. He got sold on to somebody else and then he's been sold on since.
But he's not the only new arrival. The primate care team get a big surprise at breakfast.
They're clinging on really tightly. All fingers and toes are there, so they look pretty good.
And Seamus bags a bounty of fruit. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. Alison is on yet another marmoset rescue mission. This time, she's heading to Nottingham to collect a Jeffroy's marmoset called Gizmo. The timing couldn't have been worse.
We haven't been bringing many animals in for a couple of reasons. We're pretty full at the park with all of our pet trade marmosets, but also it's lockdown right now, so unless it's an emergency, we're not really going out and about. But I've deemed this now an emergency. The owner's very concerned.
Gizmo was one of a set of twins, but was split from his sibling. He's only young, but he's already had numerous owners. He now lives with Emma and her family, who, concerned for his welfare, bought him for £1,000.
Hi. Hi, I'm Alison. Pleased to meet you. Sorry, such strange times. Everybody's here.
The family realised quite quickly that marmosets don't make good pets and contacted Alison for help.
We've had him for about 3 months. We did a lot of research, well, my daughters did, Ellie and Lois, online, of how to look after him and what they eat. And that's where we started to realise that he was actually lonely with the calls he was making. So we've just gone from there, basically.
Gizmo lives in a cage in one of the children's bedrooms.
Do all of your clothes smell of marmoset?
No, it's not really that bad. You kind of get used to the smell.
Yeah.
But our friends have come around, my friend came round, and it does smell like monkey quite a bit in here.
Although the park is full, the recent loss of an elderly marmoset opened up a space for Gizmo, who was near the top of Alison's long list of animals in need. She's keen to gather as much background and information from Emma as she can.
So, how did you even hear about him?
A friend had got 2 of them and said, did we want one? So the other one had gone, so we decided to take Gizmo.
And so the other one, where did it go?
We don't know where he's ended up. He got sold on to somebody else and then he's been sold on since.
Gizmo's current diet is cause for concern, something common amongst well-meaning owners who don't understand the complex needs of small monkeys.
You say treat box.
The only things we can get him to eat.
Okay, so this is his food box.
Yes, along with fruit that we've got in the kitchen that we do try, but he seems to prefer grapes over anything else.
Time to meet Gizmo.
Hey, little man. Hey, Gizmo.
The family have spent a considerable amount of money trying to make the young marmoset's life comfortable. But what he really needs is access to the outdoors, companionship of his own kind, and an appropriate diet.
You want to try that?
Alison tries to gain Gizmo's trust by offering him waxworms, a favourite with marmosets.
Tasties.
Oh, he likes that.
Tasties.
He's confident enough to take the food direct from Alison's hand.
Hey, chatty man. Hey, chatty man. Good boy. Oh, that one went down really quick.
The difficult part will be enticing Gizmo into a travel box. Alison baits the inside with plenty of treats, hoping the youngster can be tempted in.
Okay, so maybe we'll line the cage up and just see if you walk in.
But Gizmo resists, so after 20 minutes, Alison enlists the help of a familiar face. And a favourite food, marshmallow.
He's just sneaky with his tail. He likes to make his tail linger.
But I can lower it behind his back if he's in.
As long as he's in, Elias, you can lower it on his tail. He's in.
There you go.
It does the trick. Gizmo is safe and secure inside the travel box.
I know. Oh my God, I wish I could give you all a hug.
Time for a few emotional goodbyes.
Good little man, I know. Oh, you see that? He looked at me and went, oh. I know. Okay.
But Emma and her family know it's for the best.
We didn't know he could eat wax worms, I think they're called. We thought he was supposed to have bottled water and he could actually have tap water. We have done quite a lot of research, but she did tell us quite a few things that we didn't know. I'm actually happy for him. I'm really happy that he's actually going to Monkey World and he'll be with other Marmosets.
Oh, okay.
Right, thank you very much.
You're welcome to come down anytime. I'll give you, I don't have anybody else's, but I'll let you know as soon as I'll give you an update on the road.
All right then, thank you very much. Bye.
It's a 200-mile journey back to Dorset, where the team are waiting to welcome Gizmo to his new home. For many years, the 14 chimpanzees who make up the Bachelor Boys were notorious for their rowdy and boisterous behaviour. These days, it's all a bit different. The chimps have mellowed, and age is catching up with some of them.
It's been going on for a little while with these guys that we'll see a lot of the time they are just spending time chilling out, grooming each other, sitting and enjoying the sun. It generally is a bit quieter than it was. You know, they're a group that we monitor closely and they're a lot more mellow than they used to be.
But something's happening today that could spark some interest amongst the bachelors and pique their curiosity. The chimp team, with the help of the maintenance crew, have a new addition to their territory. It's a large silver birch tree, which needed to be felled for safety reasons and is being erected in their enclosure. It's the sort of thing their bachelor chimps should relish. The tree is enormous, almost double the size of the tallest climbing frame, and needs to be properly secured. Animal Director Jeremy is on hand to supervise and make sure everything is safe for the chimps.
Just beware of the branches when they pull them off.
Satisfied, he gives the thumbs up. With the tree secure, the primate care team scatter breakfast throughout the enclosure. It'll give the chimps something else to think about if they get overexcited. The boys are released, and there's lots of excited hooting as they approach the tree trunk. Mojo is the first to climb onto a platform for a closer look, but he's thinking of his stomach. He gives the tree a cursory glance, then sets about finding breakfast. The majority of the chimps make their excitement known, but the large number of apples and nectarines scattered around the enclosure appear to be the reason. Someone's told Seamus an apple a day keeps the vet away, but his approach is a little extreme. Butch sits near the tree, but takes little notice. It's all about the fruit for him too. He's no longer leader of the group, and these days has more time to relax and enjoy himself. With the high rankers concentrating on the food, some of the lower ranking chimps have a chance to investigate the tree trunk. Kiko tries out the bark, as does Freddy. Gypsy considers attempting a bird's eye view from the top, but then has second thoughts. It's been a few months since Jester's successful operation to have a tumour removed from his lip, and he's recovering well.
His lip has healed amazingly. We're currently weaning him off the medication that he was put on straight after his operation. So we're still closely monitoring it for any signs of change in the skin and his lip, and regularly taking photographs of it so that the vets can review it. But it's looking amazing.
The group are undergoing a transition in the pecking order, with some of the older boys taking a back seat and the likes of Mojo rising through the ranks. It can create tension, particularly when something new and exciting is happening, but not like the old days.
They would probably have been a bit more raucous about it than they were this time, and they might have had more of a bust-up about who got to go up there first. But as it was, I mean, we did put food out at the same time, so because the big lads were focused on eating the food, it meant that the little guys got a chance to go and explore it first.
The new addition to the enclosure may not have sparked the excitement of the past, but it's staying put, and it's something the chimps will explore in their own time. But there are plans afoot which may change the group's dynamic in the very near future. The team constantly monitor all the individual primates and their group dynamics. Making changes to their routines can help manage stress. The most numerous at the park are the 5 groups of Capucins. 17-year-old Erico is one of the park's youngest leaders, ably backed up by his second-in-command, Sean. Together they're in charge of another 10, mainly aging Capucins. During the day, they have the run of the fantastic outdoor enclosure, where everyone has plenty of personal space. But at night, it's very different.
They're sort of very lucky in the daytime. They've also got access to all the trees, the big enclosure. It's just when they have to come into the house at night, it's all very intense. And as I say, Sean and Erico are just a bit much for anyone, really. They're overexcitable, they're loud, and they're just a bit boisterous. They don't really know what they're doing half the time. There's just, particularly Erico, he's a very bright individual, but there's just too much testosterone there, and he just can't control himself.
To help the 5 oldest low rankers avoid the evening free-for-all, Toby and the team have devised a new nightly routine.
What we did was over the summer, we gradually built up this little subgroup by giving them the access to the cage enclosure overnight, so they had lots of space. And now we have 5 little individuals in that group, and now they have the playroom and 3 bedrooms every single night, and it's going really well. They've really settled down, and it seems to have done them all wonders. So they've all got a bit of companionship and a bit of friendship, and they all come in very happily at night, most nights.
It's time for the group's evening meal. Toby calls them in.
Come on then, guys, everyone in! Sean, Erica, Cara, come on!
Now comes the tricky part, separating the subgroup from the rest. But Capuchins are quick learners and have settled into the new routine. There are 5 in the subgroup: Ringo, Marlowe, Abby, Scarlet, all wild caught, and Caesar, the only one rescued from the British pet trade. The team have laid out an evening buffet supper, consisting of rotten logs loaded with mealworms. Perfect for hungry Capuchins who love to forage. And as an added treat, Toby has provided whole frozen onions. They'll have to work hard to break them down. Caesar is sticking to foraging for now.
Caesar is a proper little character. He is very human focused. We've had some sort of mixed ones on his ages. I think he's about 31 now. He's starting to show his age and look like a little old man. Managing animals that come from the pet trade is often difficult. Quite often they don't have the social skills required. And although Caesar came from he had a good background and he was well looked after and he lived with Phoebe, he still sort of struggled socially at times and struggled in a big group. And even now, although he is in the subgroup, he is still wary. He is bottom of the group. So if someone's going to get told off, it's going to be Caesar. He will scream and run and make a fuss, and that draws attention to himself.
But this evening, everything's calm as the other 4 take their normal, relaxed approach to supper. Abby demonstrates she's recovered from her recent dental operation when the vet removed 6 rotten teeth. She forages enthusiastically and has no problem eating. The nighttime separation scheme has been a success, and this elderly subgroup are quite at ease with each other. There's been some overnight news for the small monkey team. The marmoset population at the park has increased by 2.
Good girl.
Marge Simpson has just given birth.
So both babies are actually huge. For just less than a day old, they are enormous. She was very big. We, a couple of months ago, thought that there was a very good chance that she'd come in pregnant because she'd started to swell. By the end of it, her belly was ginormous. So she's had a very healthy-sized pair of twins, very, very big babies, but they look wonderful. They're clinging on really tightly. All fingers and toes are there, so they look pretty good.
Marge is already mum to Bart and Maggie and has experience of bringing up youngsters, albeit under pet trade conditions. But for her established offspring, this will be a new experience. However, they seem to be coping well with the new infants.
With the marmosets, actually the rest of the family will carry the babies around for the majority of the time. Mum will just take them back for feeding. And the 2 youngsters have actually both done that. Bart straight away, really interested. He wanted to help carry from almost the first sort of hour. And today Maggie has for the first time taken one of the babies as well. So she is now carrying one down round 2. Which is great because it's exactly what should be happening. They should work together as a family and everybody else should be helping mum out with the heavy lifting.
With the ever-increasing waiting list of pet trade marmosets needing rescue, space at the park is limited. Unfortunately, Marge was already pregnant when she arrived 4 months ago. A marmoset's gestation period is around 5 months, and care staff immediately noticed her swollen belly. Bart is almost certainly the father.
That means that they are interbred babies, because in the pet trade, these guys were kept in a small cage with just the 3 of them. And unfortunately, it is a situation that we see from the pet trade and from animals like this being kept with no knowledge of how to look after them. One of the first things we actually did when we got these 3 was book a vet day for Bart to be vasectomised to try and prevent this from happening. but unfortunately it seems we were too late on that because she was already pregnant.
Despite this, the new twins look healthy. The team hope that, with the addition of the new babies, this Marmoset family will remain a tight-knit, contented unit. The Marmoset newborns won't be the only newcomers to the park today. The team are preparing for the imminent arrival of Gizmo, who Alison has just rescued from a home in Nottingham.
So the plan is we'll get him in, get him settled, gives us a couple of days to assess him and see what his mobility's like, if he's got any obvious problems. We'll send fecals off to make sure he's nice and healthy and there's nothing we need to worry about there. And then we'll start thinking about introductions. And we do currently have a male called Solomon who's on his own after his partner Hazel, who was a very old girl, finally passed away. So we're hoping that he'll want a new male friend and that the boys will play nicely together. So we'll see.
It's been a long day for Alison and the young Marmoset, and it's not over yet. Gizmo needs to be settled into his new home, where he'll have lots of inquisitive neighbours for company.
Sweetheart, little man. Dad, he's a bit sad and shy right now, but
still got a bit grey going on the face.
And you know whether he's hybrid or, but I think he's young. It's okay.
Hey, sorry, little man.
Yeah, I know. It's all right. It's all right.
The team walk the young Marmoset across to his new home. For now, he'll have a bedroom of his own. But he'll be close to other Marmosets and be able to see and hear them. If he gets a clean bill of health, he can be introduced to Solomon and hopefully become his new housemate. Steph takes the opportunity to weigh Gizmo while he's still inside the travel crate. Once he's released, she'll weigh the crate again to get an accurate weight.
The whole thing is 3.06.
Steph hangs up a few familiar items from Gizmo's previous home to help the Marmoset settle in.
We've got so many Marmosets here, we really didn't have a specific appropriate partner, although we have 2 single males, one of which hopefully he'll go with. So I agreed to take him, but mainly because I think he was at a point where he was either going to go really downhill quickly, or we could save a young Jeffroy's Marmoset and turn him back into a healthy individual, because the diet and the environment just were not suitable, and the owners knew it. So at least they've done the right thing.
With everything set, Steph opens the box to let Gizmo into his new bedroom.
Come on, little man. Good boy.
After a nervous start, he begins exploring. Even replying to contact calls from the other Marmosets.
Yeah, he's basically checking out his new enclosure. He can obviously hear the other Marmosets in the house, which is making him quite sort of overexcited, I think. So yeah, lots to check out, lots of new smells, lots of new sounds. So I would expect him to be a bit antsy and a bit sort of in a rush to check everything out.
Gizmo will be closely monitored over the next few days, put on a healthy diet and given vitamin supplements. He'll also be tested for parasites. But for now, there's plenty of time to settle down, get used to the surroundings, and look forward to a bright future with new friends. Next time on Monkey Life. Vets are called to the park due to serious concerns for the health of elderly chimp Zoe, and Alison is apprehensive.
It's always a nerve-wracking day, so getting myself all geared up and hope that everything goes okay.
And the lemurs get to grips with a new tree stump down at Malagasy. Today on Monkey Life. Vets are called to the park due to serious concerns for the health of elderly chimp Zoe, and Alison is apprehensive.
It's always a nerve-wracking day, so getting myself all geared up and hope that everything goes okay.
Muller's gibbon Delume enjoys a pamper session.
What you see right there is a little gibbon Giggle.
And the lemurs get to grips with a new tree stump down at Malagasy. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The years have flown by since the park first opened in 1987, and many of the chimps are now getting on in life. Some have been at their Dorset home for more than 30 years. At 44, Bixer is believed to be the oldest chimpanzee at Monkey World. As they age, just like humans, they're more prone to aches and pains and serious illness. Female chimp Zoe, one of the first to arrive at the park all those years ago, is giving cause for concern.
Over the last couple of weeks, she's gone downhill. She's slow to get up in the morning, she's off of her food, and then in the last few days, we're finding her in the morning laying down flat on her belly and clearly not comfortable internally. So we think that there's something happening with her, either cramping, gastrointestinally, we don't know. Is she just getting old and this is her body winding down, or does she actually have some pathology that we can help with? So it's always a nerve-wracking day, so getting myself all geared up and hope that everything goes okay.
Alison has called in the vets to take a look. Today's health check is more emotional than ever. It's the first since the tragic sudden death of specialist wildlife vet John Lewis, who had been such an important part of the park. It also marks the first visit to the park for wildlife vet Nick Masters.
He was actually a protege of John Lewis, so that's nice to know. I've heard a whole lot about him in the past, but never actually met Nick Masters. It'll be the first time that he's worked at Monkey World and that we've all worked with him. So I look forward to meeting him, but there'll always be in the back of my mind that I'm missing John.
Good luck.
Nick has prepared the anaesthetic drugs so the team can hand-inject Zoe. She hasn't responded to any medication, so a proper examination under anaesthetic is called for. Once the drug has taken effect, she's quickly moved to the park's hospital, where Nick and local vet Dave Harding can get to work. Dave begins to insert a drip. Zoe has been off her food and hasn't been drinking much, so they need to rehydrate her. On first inspection, both vets are concerned. There appears to be an abnormal mass in her abdomen.
I mean, that definitely doesn't feel right there.
It could be something to do with Zoe's liver. An ultrasound scan should reveal what's going on.
So the liver definitely has an abnormal, patchy appearance.
It's immediately obvious to Dave the aging female chimp has an enlarged liver. There also seems to be a lot of fluid in the pleural cavity, the space between her organs.
I think before we go any further with this, I think we should do a chest X-ray. It's huge. The liver's huge. I mean, you normally have to go up here, and you know, to see the liver back here is huge.
A chest X-ray may confirm what they already suspect and show any secondary abnormalities. But it doesn't prove conclusive.
What I thought was fluid in the chest, I think is actually just fluid around the liver. The problem seems to be mainly with the liver, but it's difficult to be absolutely certain what the problem is without direct visualization. And we think that given her condition, it's better to get an answer sooner rather than later.
Dave decides to take another look via ultrasound.
There's something major going on in the liver, I'm certain of that. I think the only way we're going to get a definitive answer would be opening her up.
Performing surgery is a last resort. Zoe is already weak, and the odds are against her.
The truth of it is we've got a very sick animal. And I guess, look, if this is hopeless, let's not wake her up.
To give Zoe every possible chance, the vets investigate further, but it only confirms their suspicions. Alison has to decide whether to let Zoe go. It's a tough call, but she knows what's best for Zoe, and the elderly female chimp is helped to pass peacefully.
Pathology in the liver was considered to be just so severe that it was decided that it wouldn't be the right thing to wake her up from that. So unfortunately, the decision was taken to let her go.
It's a blow for the team, but not unexpected.
Yeah, it's awful whenever we lose any of our guys, but I mean, you sort of just have to take a deep breath. She's going to leave a hole in that group. She's definitely going to be missed by all of us.
Zoe was one of the park's original 9 chimps rescued from Spain, where they were cruelly exploited as beach photographers' props. Her future was bleak until Alison's late husband Jim Cronin stepped in. Thanks to Monkey World, she enjoyed more than 30 happy years living with her own kind. It's a little over a week since Jeffroy's Marmoset Gizmo arrived at the park from Nottinghamshire. He's settled in well to life at the Marmoset domestic house, although he's had a number of health issues which the primate care team have had to address.
When he arrived, we obviously know he'd been on a very high sugar diet. He was drinking quite a lot, so there was thoughts that maybe he had some potentially diabetes. That's kind of stopped now, and he's drinking a normal amount for a marmoset. So obviously being on a normal marmoset diet has helped that, and he's just back to drinking normally. He's eating well. He's still not keen on his vegetables, but the rest of the diet he's eating well. So he's eating the porridge mixture that we give them. He loves insects, particularly locusts and waxworms. He's eating them really well, and he does like fruit. So he is doing well. He's very active. He's always up and about. And with a proper diet, he'll just be feeling a bit more healthy.
Gizmo's general condition gave cause for concern the moment he arrived. The team immediately did fecal checks to discover if he was carrying parasites that would be detrimental to his health and that of any potential housemates. Vet nurse Saffron discovered he had high levels of Giardia.
What we do have is this blue dot here, which actually indicates that the sample is positive.
The parasite can cause a lot of problems in small primates and could help to explain Gizmo's poor appearance.
The Giardia will be causing things like dehydration, and diarrhea and gastro upset and things like that, which are all kind of symptoms that you would potentially see with the diabetes as well. So what we're doing is we're keeping a really close eye on him and making sure we're covering all of our bases and monitoring for him for any signs of any other underlying diseases. But what we're going to do first is get this Giardia under control.
Gizmo was prescribed a course of medication to try to eradicate the parasite. But that's easier said than done.
Come on in, buddy. Come on, little man.
The team have had to give the medicine by hand, carefully disguised in grubs and insects.
We have to find out what their favourite foods are, what they're most likely to take it in. We also tend to find the first few days of a course aren't so bad, but when you get sort of further along the course, they get a little bit wise to that there's something extra with the food that you're giving them. And as such, they can get a little bit hesitant to actually take it.
Fortunately, Gizmo is developing a liking for one particular tidbit.
So the waxworms were a no. Let's see if a locust works out instead.
The medication seems to have done the trick. Following further fecal checks, Gizmo has been given the all clear. But there's more hard work ahead for the primate care team before Gizmo can move on to the next step in his rehabilitation.
We can progress now with introductions and hopefully getting him some company and a little marmoset friend. Does mean we've got a bit of work to do because Giardia can kind of hang around. So it comes out in the fecals, but it can, if we've missed a little patch or we've not cleaned it, scrubbed it quite as well, then it can just be loitering around the enclosure. And we're going to bring Solomon down to meet Gizmo here. So what we're going to have to do is take all the branching out, scrub down all of the plastic platforms, which are a lot easier to clean than the branching, so they can stay. But make sure we get rid of all of the porous wood, make sure that's all out, rebranch everything with fresh, clean branching, and at that point then we'll be safe to bring Solomon down.
In a few days' time, the team will double check for any recontamination, and if everything is clear, Gizmo will be introduced to a brand new housemate, and his new life can begin in full. For the last few months, the maintenance team have been busy extending and renovating the pond woolly house, as well as building them a new outdoor caged enclosure. Work on the outside area is now complete. This morning, the primate care team are going to let Enzo's group of 6 explore it for the first time.
It's a completely new tunnel system, so they might take a little while to actually realise how they have to access the enclosure. So we'll give them a little shout, we'll open those slides. They are very interested. They've been watching us in there now, putting some food in and preparing. So sure, it won't take them long to go out and explore.
This group already have a large outdoor enclosure without a roof, making it open to local wildlife. This new caged enclosure with a roof allows the team to monitor newborns and introductions and gives the monkeys space to get away from each other, which helps reduce stress. It's in a much sunnier spot with plenty of natural foliage and has lots of hosing to move around on. The group should love it. Dominant male Enzo and female Pakaya are first to venture out. She has 5-month-old Esmeralda safely tucked on board. Enzo immediately starts scent marking his new territory, then checks it's safe for the others to follow. 11-year-old Isla feels secure enough to enjoy some breakfast, all the time taking in her new surroundings. 6-year-old Oriana travels along the hosing, checking out and foraging through the shrubs and foliage. But Bakaya's other daughter, 2-year-old Enya, has yet to put in an appearance. Oriana goes back to the tunnel entrance to encourage her out. Eventually, she plucks up the courage and ventures into the new space. Enya is cautious as she makes her way along the hosing. She isn't prepared to stray too far from safety. The enclosure's high vantage point gives the woollies plenty to see. And their excited contact calls attract the attention of their neighbours.
There is a lot of exciting trails, so a lot of it is quite happy. It's fairly intense as well, so I think there's a little bit of apprehension as well, a little bit of concern. There's been some interaction between them and the neighbouring chimpanzee groups. But yeah, a couple of them are wild to come out, so I think those contact calls are really important just to let them all know, because obviously it's something very different, which can be quite scary at the same time.
Once everything has calmed down, Sharon decides it's time to let the group try out the new tunnel system, which connects the house to their larger outdoor enclosure.
I think they're all going to be very, very excited to get back out into the enclosure. It's a perfect day for it. It's nice and mild, sun shining. I can see they're all sort of looking at me quite keen to see what's going to be happening next. So yeah, it'll be quite nice for them.
The slides are opened at both ends of the tunnel and the group don't need a second invitation. There's no apprehension as they head through the tunnel into their wonderful large open space. It's been a few weeks since they were last here because the maintenance team had work to finish. Woolly monkeys thrive in a stress-free environment and are happy when they're on familiar territory. It's good to be back. At the gibbon complex, Muller's gibbons Nini and Delume are outside enjoying the warm spring sunshine. Paired up when Delume lost her long-term partner Adidas, they've now been together for just over a year. It wasn't exactly love at first sight, but Nini is now getting used to living with feisty and more often than not grumpy Delume, who's definitely in charge. Today the pair are going to have a training session and a bit of TLC from primate care member Kat.
Delume! Hey, Nini. Delume! You coming?
Nini and Delume both arrived at the park in 2000 from the Pingtung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. Nini is around 24 years old and his new partner is about 4 years older.
Good girl.
She's first to come over to Kat.
Good girl. You want a treat? You want a treat? You're just going to be grumpy? You're going to be grumpy? Take the sweet. Thank you. So this is Delume, our female Muller's gibbon. She can sometimes be a little bit grumpy, so I have to kind of keep my eye on her at the moment. She likes to come down and do her training session, but as you can see, one of the things she really loves is just to hold hands and have some contact with her favourite keepers. So we usually try and start off any kind of training session with just something really nice and positive like that. Gets her in a nice, calm, happy mood and stops her being really grumpy. So you have to kind of like try and keep the mood as positive as you can. What you see right there is a little gibbon giggle. And Delume has got definitely a very resting, grumpy face. When you look at her, she does look like a real grumpy little gremlin. But when she laughs, she completely transforms. And you'll hear this little squeaking noise and see all of her teeth will come on show. It's usually very brief. You're only looking at a second or two that she will usually laugh for. But it is really sweet if you get a chance to see it. Good girl.
Like some other species at the park, in the UK climate, Muller's gibbons suffer from dry skin that needs constant attention.
These guys naturally come from rainforest areas. There you go, that's the grump. They come from the rainforest areas, really hot, humid areas throughout the whole year. Obviously, our weather conditions don't really reflect that. So quite a few of the species around the park, but in particular the Muller's gibbons and the orangutans, you'll see they get really, really dry skin. So that's one of the reasons that we ask people to donate us baby oil so that we can actually moisturise into all of their different parts of their hands and their elbows and things like that. So again, you can see it quite clearly on our hands how dry they actually are there. Another thing that we're kind of looking for is the length and shape of our nails. One of the things that we do with the guys is regularly using just a little nail file, keep on top of those nails for them. For primates, grooming is really, really important, and it's a really nice way to sort of connect with each other as well. So it's quite nice for her. She obviously, as you can see, she's really relaxed and really enjoying the pampering.
Nini has finally ventured down. He's a bit shy around strangers and still wary of Delume's mood swings.
Nini hasn't really gained a huge amount of confidence around her. He's still not really very sure what he's supposed to do with the ladies. So he's a little bit nervous.
Nini arrived at the park an amputee, possibly the result of an injury when he was stolen from the wild. But he's adapted remarkably well.
Everything that he does with one hand. Now, he obviously has adapted to his foot use, but a lot of the time you will see Nini going across the roof of the enclosure just using one hand, and he brachiates so quickly and catches on. And obviously he does have that sort of half an arm there to help with the weight and counterbalance as well. So he gets around in an amazing way, and we're really quite impressed with what he can do. Well, I think you're all greased up, Delumes.
But today he's leaving the pampering to Delume, who can't get enough of it.
I think she would quite happily stay here for the entire day and just allow us to pay her all the attention in the world. Isn't that funny?
Down in Malagasy, it's a waiting game. The park's troop of 10 ring-tailed lemurs are patiently watching from inside their overnight enclosure, while the maintenance team manoeuvre a rather large tree stump into position. The care team are hoping it will keep the group occupied and stimulated for some time.
Anything new in an environment for these guys is interesting, so they'll probably come and have a look at it. They'll want to scent mark it because it's new to their territory. And hopefully they might find some tasty grubs and things in there.
The group are let out and make a beeline for breakfast, ignoring the stump. Twins Kurt and Friedrich commandeer a bucket for themselves. Indiana forages on the ground for any peas the others may have dropped. But the tree stump soon grabs the boys' attention and scent marking begins. Lemurs have extremely long snouts and a wet nose. Scent is a much more important sense to them than other primates.
Scent marking is one thing that they do all of the time. And all of the boys want to be the last animal to scent a particular thing. And it can be anything. It can be a stick on the floor or a bucket if we're cleaning. But they always want to be the last one to scent it. And then it smells of them and it's, in theory, their territory. So it is very important for them.
But with all the scent marking going on, foraging around the stump hasn't even started. To encourage them to try, Karen throws some raisins amongst the roots. It soon pays dividends. One lemur not participating in this morning's enrichment is Kaya. She's still recovering from a nasty leg injury and subsequent surgery, following an attack by another lemur a couple of months ago.
We have started introducing her back to the group, so she's actually met everyone again. She has still got a slight limp on that leg, which she will have for a long time. If she was a person, she would be on pretty much bed rest, a lot of physiotherapy. We obviously can't do that. So she is in the overnight a lot more than she is out in the full enclosure, and that's just to give her a little bit more cage rest. What we're seeing is expected, but obviously we do have to restrain her a little bit from being too active.
The others are under no such restrictions. Having had their fill, the troop are making full use of their wonderful tree-filled enclosure. The stump will stay in place for some time, so they can come back to it whenever they want. But for now, they're just enjoying the sun. Next time on Monkey Life. Females Roro and Lucky are reintroduced in the hope they can learn to live together, but immediately come to blows.
Roro's really surprised us. She's really stood her ground, had a bit of a go at Lucky.
And the wonder of woollies. Carlos is at full stretch for a breakfast treat. Today on Monkey Life. Females Roro and Lucky are reintroduced in the hope they can learn to live together, but immediately come to blows.
Roro's really surprised us. She's really stood her ground, had a bit of a go at Lucky.
Alison plans a house swap between Bart's group and the bachelor chimps.
It certainly will be interesting to see what happens with all of those characters, because let's face it, these groups are just ongoing little soap operas, and complicated ones at that.
And the wonder of woollies. Carlos is at full stretch for a breakfast treat. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay, got it.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The park is home to 2 adult groups of orangutans, plus a nursery group. Over the years, the team have carefully managed each individual, moving animals around to ensure they all have a home in which they can thrive and enjoy life. But there has been one persistent problem in Tuan's group. 2 of the adult females, Roro and Lucky, just don't like each other.
It is a nightmare, and it has been going on for years and years. It's a very difficult thing to do in a rescue sanctuary, keeping solitary animals together in a group. Sometimes it works, sometimes it goes wrong. We have to move the guys about every so often.
For the last few years, the team have had to manage this difficult situation to prevent the pair coming to blows and causing each other serious injury. The 2 females take it in turns to spend the day outside with the rest of the group, while the other remains indoors with a friend for company.
Clever girl.
But this morning, the orangutan team are going to try once more to persuade Roro and Lucky they can live together in harmony.
Miss Roro, it's gonna be a big day today. Make sure you stay cool, okay?
The team have decided to take advantage of the summer's longer days and warmer nights to be more flexible with the group's inside and outside access.
We are so keen to use this opportunity while the weather is great. We're literally going to give 24-hour access outside and inside. So the orangutan will decide themselves where to sleep. If they want to go inside, they can. If they want to stay sleeping outside, they can. And hopefully, after 2 days, no one be inside. Everybody can go outside every day.
In the wild, orangutans are more solitary animals, but at the park they can benefit from companionship. The team are preparing a bumper package of enrichment today to keep their minds on food and not each other.
Tuan loves this browse, and I want Tuan to stay busy eating browse all day long. That would be ideal for me.
Browse is one of their favourite foods, and by putting it up high where they'll have to climb to reach it, the team are hoping it will keep them busy and distracted. They're also going to stagger the release.
I'm just going to let Tuan, Awan, Ame, Roro, and Hujan out first. Lucky will keep behind. And then soon they're happy, climbing around like that. I will put Lucky join with the group.
Everything is set. Alison and the team are keeping their fingers crossed. Lucky and Roro have never managed to truly live in harmony together before, but everyone is hoping they can be successfully reacquainted today. First out are Awan and Ame, immediately heading up high to check out the fresh browse. They're followed by Hujan and Roro. Roro took on the responsibility of surrogate mum to 4-year-old Hujan when he arrived 2 years ago. He's another reason for the team to retry this introduction. Although Hujan still depends on Roro, he's becoming a little more independent. Everyone living happily together would give him access 7 days a week to this wonderful enclosure, instead of having to keep Roro company when it's her turn to remain indoors. Alpha male Tuan has made his way outside too. With all 5 tucking into the morning's enrichment, Jarno decides it's time to let Lucky out. A final scatter of fresh strawberries to keep everyone occupied.
Right, I'm gonna send you Lucky, yeah? Go for it.
And he opens the slide. Lucky cautiously enters the enclosure. She normally has the upper hand with Roro, helped by her close relationship with Tuan. But to everyone's surprise, the tables are turned. Roro heads straight for Lucky. What follows is a full-on fight.
Yeah, Roro, attack.
Orangutans have huge canine teeth that can do some serious damage.
Hey, lady!
The team watch on anxiously. Sensibly, Hujan keeps well out of harm's way. The last thing anyone wants is for the youngster to be caught up in the middle of the scrap. Seconds later, alpha male Tuan steps in to split the 2 apart.
That's good. Well done.
He gives Lucky a stern telling off and stays with Roro. But the altercation doesn't end there. Roro comes back for more, and once again, Tuan has to intervene. However, Jarno is confident the two females will soon sort it out.
This is good. I want them to get exhausted first, and then they will be sort of calm down.
The rest of the group take the ruckus in their stride, and Lucky finally heads up high to sulk and lick her wounds.
Roro's really surprised us. She's really stood her ground, had a bit of a go at Lucky. Tuan's got involved, sorted them out, but Roro's definitely had the upper hand with that one, but I don't think she's had the last say yet.
Minutes later, Lucky is back on the ground, using the 80-kilogram bulk of Tuan as a wall to hide behind. Above them, Roro puts on a bit of a display.
She's using her normal, usual tactic, clinging to Tuan for protection, just to keep herself nice, safe and comfortable.
Time for another distraction from the primate care team. Jarno throws in pieces of pepper and bottles of low-calorie juice. It seems to work. The atmosphere calms down and everyone does their own thing. The team decide to leave them to it for the rest of the day while keeping a watchful eye on proceedings. Bedtime tonight could prove to be another eventful affair. The key to Monkey World's success is the team's devotion to the needs of the primates in their care. The number of animals needing rescue and the ability of the sanctuary to cope with them has determined the park's development and growth. It's been that way since it opened its doors back in 1987.
It's been 34 years since Monkey World started, and at that point in time with a purpose specifically to rescue chimpanzees that were being smuggled from the wild to be used as beach photographers' props in Spain. And it's hard to believe that in that time, the park's evolved to become a global primate rescue center. So we're bringing in a variety of species of primate from around the globe now. And over the years, we've rescued more than 70 chimpanzees. It's staggering.
The makeup of the 4 chimp groups at the park today has evolved over the years. One, the Bachelor Boys, was set up for individual males who weren't good in large social mixed-sex groups.
In the beginning, it was a very difficult and tense group when there was only, say, 6 or so individuals in it, but then it's easier to get mean and nasty and dislike somebody if you're in a small group of people. Once we sort of hit the number of 8, 9, 10, from that point on, the aggression tends to dissipate a little bit because odds are that somebody that you might not like has other friends, and now you have to start weighing up whether your challenge of that person is worth it because you might get beat up if his friends are stronger than yours. So it became a bit easier to introduce males into the group when it got bigger because it wasn't such a close-knit group.
For many years, the Bachelors were led by Butch, ably backed up by his henchmen, Jester and Buxom. But Butch is getting on in life, and at 38 years old, although being respected by the others, has fallen down the rankings. It's left a void at the top. The younger generation, like Paco and Mojo, are attempting to fill, and that's causing an issue.
Right now, with 14 individuals in there, we are having a bit of a shift and change in power. They are more volatile. They are a little more edgy. So things are shifting in there, and that does create tension.
It's led to some fallings out and the resulting squabbles to cuts and bruises. It's clear to Alison and the team that something needs to be done to ease the pressure on the Bachelors. And they think they have the perfect solution, a chimp house swap. The Bachelor Boys are going to exchange homes with Bart's group. For the past few years, the pavilions, which houses both groups separately, has been undergoing a total rebuild. Bigger bedrooms and interconnecting tunnels have been built, linking the bachelor's house and enclosure with Bart's. The work on Bart's bedrooms is now complete, and the team think that the extra space there, combined with the change of scene outside in a different enclosure, will be perfect for the bachelor boys.
It was the obvious solution to swap those groups over because Bart's group will accommodate that much better. They're much calmer, and together they all respect and love Bart. And that gives the bachelors more space. All of those new bedrooms, tunnel systems, maximizes the area and the housing for the boys and hopefully keeping them calmer.
After months of planning, the house swap is ready to proceed. And Alison is excited for both groups.
It certainly will be interesting to see what happens with all of those characters, because let's face it, these groups are just ongoing little soap operas, and complicated ones at that. And I think for the chimps, they're just going to be excited, and it's going to breathe a breath of life back into the older generation. At least that's what I'm hoping. I think it's going to be a good thing.
It's a big day for one of the park's newest arrivals. It's been 2 weeks since Marmoset Gizmo was rescued from Nottingham, and he's come on leaps and bounds. His final medical checks have come back all clear, and the primate care team are happy to move forward with his rehabilitation. The next stage, and possibly the most important, is companionship.
So we've got Solomon up, so we're going to put him next door and kind of see what the initial reaction is. I'm hoping for, well, ideally, some positive interaction, some nice faces would be great. But if not, as long as there's no hostility, I'll be happy. Give him a couple of minutes of mesh contact, and if it looks all right, we'll just open up and see what they make of each other.
Like Gizmo, Solomon was a victim of the British pet trade. He was just a baby when he was rescued from a home in Merseyside in 2010. The tiny marmoset was being kept in a small hamster cage and being fed through a syringe. Despite his poor start, he's thrived at the park. But following the loss of his housemate Hazel, he needs a new companion, and the team are hoping he's about to get one.
Solomon has lived with a male in the past, Little Moon, that he helped raise with Hazel for a while. So I'm hoping that means he'll be tolerant of another boy, but we'll just have to see.
Solomon has been brought up to the domestic marmoset house in a specially designed travel crate and released into a bedroom, with Gizmo waiting next door. The two males will be able to see and hear each other and get close. The mesh in between them should reduce the chance of them causing harm to each other. The pair seem keen to meet.
I think we're just going to go for it and open the slides and see what happens. Gizmo looks very keen.
Steph opens the slide, and Solomon wastes no time heading in to meet Gizmo. He's smaller than the new arrival, but he's not at all fazed. His experience with other marmosets has served him well, and it's not long before Gizmo starts following his new companion around.
Solomon, he's got good manners. He's sort of going up, he's not making any negative noises. He's very interested in Gizmo. But no real hostility, no big sort of posturing or anything. It's looking all right.
The icing on the cake for Steph and the team comes as Gizmo starts grooming Solomon.
Grooming's a wonderful sign. It's what these guys do to strengthen their sort of pair bond, to spend quality time together. So to see Gizmo doing it's really nice. It's also nice to know that Gizmo knows those behaviours. There's a lot of the pet trade guys coming in haven't got a clue when it comes to social etiquette and social behaviour. So really nice to see that Gizmo knows how to do that and that Gizmo wants to do that with Solomon. That's really nice.
The introduction has gone well and things are looking positive. If the pair bed down together later in the day, the team will leave them overnight.
So we'll be keeping a very close eye on these guys. We'll be watching them all day today, and most likely all day tomorrow as well. Keeping everything crossed, but we are off to a really promising start.
It's been just over a year since the park set up its first all-male woolly monkey bachelor group. There are now 6 boys in the troop, the newest arrivals being 2-year-old Lemmy and his friend 4-year-old Cassius. So far, the pair have settled in well to life with the more mature males. Today, the primate care staff have come up with an interesting idea which will challenge the woollies' brain power, patience and perseverance, as well as their physical prowess. Kate's recycled some old chopping boards and has turned them into unique feeders.
Drilled in some holes, and then we've made up this delicious enrichment for them. So it's just oats and berries. So the idea behind this is that it will stay in the holes and it will take them a bit longer to get it out.
The breakfast smeared boards will be suspended high up around the enclosure. If they want to tuck in, the boys will need to climb and use their tails for balance to reach the tasty treats. Everything is set and the slide is opened. The boys don't hang around. Claude quickly makes a beeline for one of the hanging boards. To avoid any conflict, there's plenty to go around, but it's harder than it looks. The boards are constantly moving, so keeping control of them is challenge number 1. Master that, and there's still the tricky issue of manipulating the slippery, mushy breakfast out of the holes. This is where the woolly monkey's long, strong, prehensile tail comes into play. It works as a 5th limb, and they use it to anchor themselves and free up their hands to get at the food. Carlos demonstrates the technique perfectly. He's nearly 6 and already a big, strong male. In years to come, he could be a potential rival for the top spot in the hierarchy. That position is currently held by Paolo, acknowledged as not the brightest woolly in the park, but a strong and agile leader all the same. The enrichment is proving a great success with the whole troop. The team took into account their age and size when making and arranging the board feeders.
Most of the guys in here, they are strong. They can adapt well with their tails. But then we do have little Lemmy. He's very small, so we have to make sure that he can get his share as well. We did put a couple up near some hosing, but to our amazement, he even tried to get the more difficult ones. And he was brilliant. He was using his tail, stretching right across, and it was just so lovely to see him involved as well.
Eventually, the morning exertion takes its toll, and the full and content bachelor woolies relax and soak up the sunshine. It's late afternoon, and at Tuan's outdoor enclosure, the reintroduction of female orangutans Lucky and Roro is continuing. Things have calmed down since Roro's preemptive morning attack on Lucky, which caused Tuan to step in and split them up. With the big male keeping an eye on things, Roro has been reduced to prodding Lucky with a bit of browse, much to Alison and the care team's amusement. Jarno is using the lull in proceedings to check the girls over for injuries.
Looking pretty good. Just tiny scratch there. She can defend herself pretty well, I think.
But the day is coming to a close, and Jarno wants the 2 females to continue getting reacquainted. It means giving them indoor and outdoor overnight access via the tunnel system which connects the 2 areas. But there's a small issue. 4-year-old Hujan, who looks on Roro as his foster mum. He's still too young to stay outside overnight, so Jarno needs to get him inside with an adult for company. Tonight, it falls to Ame to become the youngster's temporary carer.
This is definitely the safest option to keep everybody sort of peace in mind.
But first, they need to get the whole group inside in order to separate Hujan and Ame from the others. A tempting cup of peanut butter and honey does the trick.
another magic cup for Ame. Keep it in that room. Straight away join Ame to Hujan.
Minutes later, all the orangutans are where they should be and enjoying their treat. Time to open up the slides to enable Hujan to join Ame.
I am ecstatic today. I am so pleased. I'm so happy. I've been sort of planning this for long time, and Roro behavior is surprised me a lot. Hopefully tomorrow even better.
Hujan is safe and settling down with Ame. The rest of the troop can come and go, inside and out, giving rivals Roro and Lucky plenty of room to avoid each other and work out their differences. The team are hoping nighttime at Twans will be a peaceful and stress-free affair. Next time on Monkey Life. The team have their work cut out for the biggest house swap in the park's history, with the Bachelor boys moving to Bart's and Bart's moving to the Bachelors.
It might be quite noisy from here on in.
And Capucin Erico tries to lick the Big Ice Lolly Challenge with brute force. Today on Monkey Life, the team have their work cut out for the biggest house swap in the park's history.
Come on then, you boys! Let's go!
With the Bachelor boys moving to Bart's and Bart's moving to the Bachelors.
The boys being able to see Bart's group in here, they now know that they're in their space. So it might be quite noisy from here on in.
And Capucin Erico tries to lick the Big Ice Lolly Challenge with brute force. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully. They should be okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's a huge day for the chimp team. After weeks of meticulous planning, 2 of the park's chimpanzee groups are about to swap homes and enclosures. The Bachelor boys are moving to Bart's, and Bart's troop are doing the move in reverse. In all, 30 chimpanzees will be relocated.
16 in Bart's group, 14 in the boys' group. So we want it to run as smoothly as possibly and as safely as possibly. But obviously we have to make sure we're all communicating really well so that no one opens any slides that they're not supposed to and we don't end up with 2 groups of chimps together that they're not supposed to be. So it sounds quite simple, but we do have to be really on the ball and make sure everyone's aware of what's going on and aware of who's where. So once we have moved groups, we will go through checklists to make sure that everyone is absolutely where they're supposed to be. So, yeah, should be a fun day.
The house swap is an attempt to bring some order and stability to the Bachelor group after months of tension and squabbles. The pavilions, which houses both groups separately, has undergone a massive refurbishment to accommodate the move, linking the 2 areas so the animals don't have to be boxed up for it to happen. The team hope the extra space in Bart's bedrooms, coupled with a change of scene and a different outside enclosure, will have a long-term calming effect on the Bachelors. Although there's bound to be some initial excitement.
something new, they'll be a bit scared as well. So they'll either all rush through into the new bit, or we might get some hanging back because they're a bit worried. So we'll just have to see.
To minimise stress, the move will be staggered, and the two groups won't come into contact or see much of each other. The operation is a logistical challenge, with the care staff needing to ensure everything is in the right place at the right time for the plan to come together. Thankfully, the redesign of the pavilions makes the task that much easier. Interconnecting tunnels between the two enclosures and the main house have been built to enable the team to move the groups as a whole. This means none of the chimps will need to be anaesthetised, and stress can be kept to an absolute minimum.
Come on then, you boys! Let's go!
Step 1 for Hannah and the team is to let the bachelor boys out into their original enclosure. All 14 need to be outside and secure, so their carers can clean and prepare the space for the arrival of Bart's group. They're currently waiting indoors, probably wondering what on earth's going on.
Fingers crossed they'll all just move straight away and we won't have to wait hours for someone who's hanging back.
Thing is, if it takes hours, it takes hours.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got hours.
Exactly.
You know, it's the whole... And I'd rather that than it turn into World War III.
Yeah.
The bachelor boys are outside enjoying breakfast, but they do appear interested in what's happening. Bart and his troop are waiting inside, with the team doing their best to keep the morning routine as normal as possible. Sean is about to give them their morning vitamins and medication. The maintenance team have been called in to assist with the practicalities of the move. Some of the slides and doors separating the groups have been welded shut as a safety precaution. Now they need to be freed up for the plan to be successfully executed.
Oh. Right.
As the morning unfolds, the team constantly check and double-check to make sure everyone involved knows what's going on.
We're definitely happy with everything.
Do you want to do one final check just to be absolutely sure? I'm happy, but yeah, let's just make sure everyone's happy.
The next piece of the jigsaw is ready to be put in place, moving Bart's group into what was the bachelor's bedrooms and playroom.
Hiya, we're going to be ready to start moving Bart's in about 10 minutes.
As an added incentive, frozen mangoes, one of the chimp's favourite fruits, are being scattered around. They're a good food option for Bart, who has type 1 diabetes. They'll help keep his blood glucose levels up, which can drop in stressful situations.
We've set everything up and I've been round and done a final check to make sure that everything that's locked, should be locked is locked, and everything that should be open is open. So we're all set up. What's going on? Hey? Exciting.
Time to let Bart's troop into their new home.
Right. Ready?
Ready.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Hannah keeps a running total as each chimp heads through the tunnel. Bart's sister Eddie isn't sure she wants to go any further.
Come on, Eddie! Come on, beautiful!
But with encouragement from the primate care team and Bart, who comes back to find her,
Good boy, Bart. Come on, Ed. Good girl. Super.
she heads in.
Good job. Right, so let's do a checklist and make sure everyone's definitely through.
The first major part of the move has gone like clockwork. Next, it'll be the bachelor's turn to venture into somewhere new, Bart's former outdoor enclosure. The team are hoping that part of the operation runs just as smoothly. It's one of the hottest days of the year, and the care team are keen to get the park's pair of cotton-top tamarins, Mo and Uncas, outside to enjoy the sunshine. Charlie has prepared some tasty treats for them.
In the wild, the primates, like the tamarins, will spend most of the day foraging, so it keeps them really active and busy most of the day. In captivity, we try and emulate this by making it quite difficult for them to find their own food.
Today's menu is a summer special.
We've put them out an ice lolly. It's got some squash in and some fruit as well frozen in there just to keep them a little bit cooler.
Charlie is also spreading a broom head with one of their favourite foods, fat, juicy waxworms. They're rapidly disappearing into the bristles, so Mo and Uncas will have to be quick and clever to find them. Once everything is in place, the tunnel connecting the house to the outdoor enclosure is opened.
Ready, you two? Come on then.
Uncas is first out,
Come out, Mo.
followed shortly after by partner Mo. Uncas finds the broom head, but the mealworms are hidden by the bristles and he gives up. He was rescued from the pet trade as an adult, so his age is uncertain, but he's definitely an old man now.
We've noticed that he's got a bit of a smaller appetite. He likes to eat kind of little bits and often rather than big meals, really. So we feed him throughout the day just to make sure that he's getting enough nutrition.
He usually has to wait for his greedy younger partner Mo to have her fill. Uncas dotes on her, and they're incredibly close. Active and agile Mo is quicker to find the treats and shows Uncas how it's done.
She came from a zoo, so I think she's quite used to having enrichment, so she figures things out quite quickly. Uncas, he has got a lot better with enrichment since he's been mixed with Mo.
Mo has no trouble picking out the tasty grubs from the broom head. Cotton tops, named for the mop of white hair on their heads, are critically endangered in the wild. But concerted conservation efforts have pushed their number up from 1,000 to 6,000 individuals. Now he knows how it's done, Uncas comes back for another go at the broom head. Success! And despite his lack of teeth, he has no trouble tackling the mealworms. Time to try the lolly next.
It's quite good to also put novel enrichment items that they don't get very often in with them. We gave them quite a large, brightly coloured lollipop this morning. It kind of just encouraged them to kind of overcome that kind of initial fear about it.
Uncas examines the icy treat, but it's melting fast in the heat and he's unsure. Bouncy Mo doesn't help. The lolly has confounded the cotton tops, but it won't go to waste. The sticky sweetness will attract more insects into their enclosure. After all that exertion in the sunshine, time for a well-earned rest in the shade. The big chimp house swap is underway, and so far things are progressing according to plan. Bart's group have moved from their former bedrooms into their new indoor home, which was previously the Bachelors'. The Bachelor boys are still in their original outside enclosure, waiting to be transferred next door to Bart's. It's a complicated manoeuvre, but the primate care team have it all worked out.
So we're just going to put lots of nice stuff outside, get them to move outside, and then we need to clean the inside. But as soon as we move them out over, then we can let Bart's outside over there. So, yeah.
The team get busy prepping Bart's empty enclosure, ready for the Bachelors. They're scattering a variety of different tempting foods and double-checking everything. No one wants any last-minute hiccups. While that's going on outside, inside Bart's group are exploring their new home, including some of the tunnels leading out to their new enclosure.
Right, boys.
The intruders have been spotted by some of the Bachelors, and they're not impressed.
All right, guys. Lots of things to nosy out, isn't there? This is the first, like, the boys being able to see Bart's group in here, they now know that they're in their space. So, it might be quite noisy from here on in.
Best to move on to the next stage as quickly as possible. With everything set, Sean requests confirmation he can open the slide. To let the boys into the tunnel connecting the two enclosures. Hannah performs a head count.
13, 14, super!
No one holds back. The excited chimps move through the tunnel into the open space, hooting, hollering, climbing, and exploring. There's plenty to see, with new climbing frames and hoses to try out. There's even a water feature, which may be a first for some. There's plenty of food to go round too, which will help keep them occupied. Hannah is delighted with how it's gone so far.
That's as good as it could go. They're obviously like fear grinning and like, ah, but you know, they all went together, so brilliant, really good.
The bachelor chimps have a lot to discover in their new outdoor play area. Only Jimmy and Paco have lived here before, when they were part of Paddy's group. Time will tell if the move to a new home with extra space will prove a permanent distraction for the bachelors, or a temporary diversion. But this morning's reaction is a positive sign for the primate care team, who are now on the last leg of the Big Chimp Change Around Challenge. It's breakfast time for Erico's Capucin group, and the 11-strong troop waiting in the caged area are getting impatient. Care team member Lydia is following the hot weather breakfast theme. She's in the enclosure putting out chunks of juicy mango she's frozen into ice lolly blocks. But these top the tamarind snack. They're treble the size.
We thought we'd make it a bit more exciting for them this morning, and I'll be trying to, break into it and get it over the next few hours, hopefully.
She's distributed the Capucin-sized lollies all over the enclosure, and there's plenty to go round. First in, and first to check them out, is group leader Erico. Female Phoenix comes next, followed by Sean, Erico's second-in-command.
Erico can be a bit of a loose cannon sometimes. He's quite an excitable chap, but generally he is quite good, but a lot of the individuals in here, being wild-caught older individuals, they seem to kind of do their own thing and kind of stay out of his way as he kind of comes barreling around. But on the most part, he's a pretty good dominant male.
Sean finds his own block and keeps it to himself. He doesn't waste any time trying to get through to the fruit. Low rankers, like Ringo, can only watch on until the high rankers have had their fill. The group recently lost dominant female Cara. Her place has been taken by Phoenix. Being new to the role, she's still cautious around the big boys. But Erico doesn't seem to mind her presence.
Phoenix used to be quite quiet, becoming that new dominant female. We're noticing she seems to be more, prominent when we're out feeding. She kind of pops up a lot more rather than hanging back. So it's been quite nice to watch her blossom to more confident Capucin.
But not enough to tackle an icy breakfast by herself, it seems.
By putting it in the ice lolly means it does take them a lot longer to get the food, so it means they're foraging a bit more and taking a bit longer to break things up to get the food. Capuchins are very smart monkeys. They do a lot of tool use behaviours. So the ice lollies today, hopefully we'll see some just either picking up and bashing them or finding an object like a bit of wood or maybe a little rock that they'll be able to bash it with to try and chip away at it. Sometimes they might sink their teeth in to try and get into those bits that might be closer to the surface than the ice lolly, but you hopefully will see them trying to work out the best way and the best technique to get in and get the fruit out as fast as possible.
Patience not being Erico's forte, he's come up with his own technique. Brute force. Phoenix's friend Zoe has had a better result, digging in with her long fingers to extract a piece of fruit. With the high rankers losing interest and foraging elsewhere, the lower ranks move in. Marlowe is joined by best friend Abby. Wild-caught Ringo tucks in, while pet trade victim Caesar waits patiently. He won't touch the fruit until Ringo is finished. With dominant males Erico and Sean elsewhere, Phoenix and Zoe wonder if there's a way to lick this lolly challenge. But Phoenix isn't impressed. While some aren't prepared to give up yet, others opt to wait it out and let the sun do the work for them. It's the last leg of a long and complicated day for the primate care team. They've helped 30 chimpanzees, 16 in Bart's group and 14 in the Bachelors, move home. So far, it's been a safe, secure and stress-free operation for the chimps and the staff. It's taken some careful planning and the end is in sight.
We've created lots of work for ourselves, but it's, you know, it's all part of the fun of the job. So, and it's lovely actually seeing these guys having so much interest in the new surroundings. They've all been having a lovely mooch around, and there's been a lot of play we've seen with the boys since they've moved over here. So, so far so good.
Now it's time for Bart's group to be let outside into what was the Bachelor's enclosure. After all, the former residents are already settling into their new space.
It's actually way exceeded my expectations for today. I thought we'd move them and they'd be nervous and just quite frantically get pacing back and forth all day while they explore the new space. But actually, they settled really, really quickly and they all just seem to be so happy. The happiest I've really known the boys be in a while now. These guys, actually, I think they've wanted in here for a while, to be honest. Some of the ones that used to live in this closure, like Paco and Jimmy, I think they look over at this space quite a lot and they do kind of know the area as well, so I think they've been very keen to get back over here. But the rest of the group are just having a wonderful day.
The team are hoping for the same result with Bart's troop as they're finally released into their new outdoor enclosure. It doesn't take long for them to take in the sights. A large patch of natural foliage with brambles and flowering gorse is something they didn't have in their old enclosure, and it's a great foraging opportunity.
They're all having a lovely time foraging and eating that. Bart is patrolling a lot, but I think part of that is that he's trying to make sure he knows where everyone is. He's being the dominant male, so he's patrolling around and just checking that everyone's where they should be.
Bart has type 1 diabetes. His blood glucose level is tested daily, followed by an insulin injection. Today's activity means extra monitoring.
We normally give him his insulin at 12 o'clock, but just because of the move and everything, we're giving him a little bit extra and also testing him again, just his blood sugar levels to make sure that he's okay.
Bart usually responds straight away to the primate care team.
Bart! Come here, bud!
But not today.
Bart!
Bart!
He's too busy being a vigilant alpha male, keeping an eye on things in his new territory.
Come on, buddy, you don't want to be too late.
Eventually, he wanders over to see Kate.
Kate managed to get his insulin and she tested him as well, and he was above 7. That's where we want him to be, so we're not worried about him going low at the moment. As I say, we'll keep testing him. We'll do another couple of tests throughout the rest of the day and then make sure we'll probably give him a bit of extra food tonight before we leave him, just to make sure that he doesn't drop overnight.
There's just one more task left to perform, letting the Bachelor boys into their new bedrooms and playroom.
It looks like they're all ready to go in anyway. Shall we see what you think? Come on then. Oh, leading the way, Jester. Slightly cautious. They didn't go racing in, but Jester led the way, and then as soon as they got in, there was a bit of displaying. But yeah, all good. Nothing that I'm worried about, and they all seem fairly settled. Good start, and hopefully it'll continue as it started. We shall see.
It's been a perfectly planned operation, with a pretty perfect outcome. Both groups seem to be settling into their new surroundings. But wherever they are, for some, like Paco, things never change. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison and Jeremy undertake one of the park's biggest primate rescues in recent years, from a zoo in mid-Wales.
I believe the local authority have refused them all forms of permissions and licensing, so they cannot keep a lot of the wild animals that they have on site.
Plus, greedy gibbon Kim is stomped by a sock. Today on Monkey Life, Alison and Jeremy undertake one of the park's biggest primate rescues in recent years from a zoo in mid-Wales.
I believe the local authority have refused them all forms of permissions and licensing, so they cannot keep a lot of the wild animals that they have on site.
And once there, they need to come up with a plan.
It's not easy and makes both Jeremy and I a little bit nervous.
Plus, greedy gibbon Kim is stumped by a sock. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
She's alert, looking around. Quiet though, which is nice. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's all systems go at the park this morning as Alison and Jeremy prepare for one of their biggest primate rescues in recent years.
Each box, Jeremy, needs an arrow up and a live animal hoo-ha.
A week ago, Alison was contacted by the owners of a small zoo in mid-Wales in need of help.
The owners, I think, purchased the zoo with not a lot of knowledge and understanding of how to look after wild animals, but they've struggled, and it's been quite a number of years, and now I believe the local authority have refused them all forms of permissions and licensing. So not only can they not be open to the public anymore, they also cannot keep a lot of the wild animals that they have on site. So they've got 2 male capuchins, and then there's a pair of patus monkeys. So we're going to try and head out early today so we can get across to Borth and look at the facilities, which are sort of basic, and figure out a plan for getting everybody into their boxes tomorrow morning. Yeah, everything's fingers crossed on all fronts.
Tracy Tweedy and her husband Dean bought the zoo near Aberystwyth in Wales 4 years ago. Unfortunately, the couple's plans didn't work out. They experienced a number of difficulties, resulting in negative publicity, and then, earlier this year, the business was compulsorily wound up.
Our business went into liquidation in February, and the licence, our zoo licence, was in the business name. So we haven't got a choice. We had to move them, and you know, I've met Alison Cronin before, and you know, out of all the places, you know, primate places there are, that's where I'd want them to go. For 100% is the best place for them. And you know, if they can't stay here, then at least I know they're going somewhere where they're going to be really looked after.
Hi, Lily. Come on in.
It was a real shame that things kind of panned out the way they did. For 4 years, they've been my babies, and you know, now they're going.
Some of the larger animals, including the lions and lynx, have already been rehomed by other zoos, and Alison has agreed to take on 4 of the primates. She's also going to box up and transport a vervet monkey who's going to another rescue centre. The aim is for the 2 capuchins to be integrated in one of the 5 established groups already at the park. Alison has more concerns about housing the 2 patus monkeys.
We're going to try them in with the Gwenons, like Mitza did, and keep everything crossed. I'm not sure whether or not the Gwenons are now substantial enough of a family group that they're not going to accept anybody into their territory, whether these patus monkeys would look at young Gwenons as tasty snacks. So we'll have to wait and see. We're going to unload the patus monkeys into the Gwenon house, give it a little bit of time, and see if we think the introductions are possible. If they don't fit in. I've already made arrangements and have been guaranteed that I've got a home for them elsewhere with other patas monkeys, potentially, if it doesn't work out. But we're somewhat hopeful that it could.
The van is loaded and everything is set for the 200-mile journey to Borth. If all goes well, Alison and Jeremy will return tomorrow with 4 new primates and work will begin to settle them into life at the park. Of all the outside enclosures at Monkey World, perhaps one of the most spectacular is the tree-filled area golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien call home. It's full of shrubs, offering plenty of seasonal food for the pair to find, and tall trees, allowing them to travel through the canopy high above the ground.
This enclosure is absolutely perfect. I don't think you could get a better one. It's completely natural. It's all open air, so there's no roof. The trees are cut back to a certain distance away from the fence line, so the gibbons can't actually swing and get out. And we've put up ropes here, there and everywhere to connect all the branches so that they can brachiate and do what gibbons naturally do in the wild. Also around the edge of the enclosure, you'll notice a lot lower lying bushes and trees, and this is natural browse, so they can graze at it however they like to.
Like all the primates at the park, Kim and Tien are provided with regular meals throughout the day, all carefully calculated and balanced to ensure variety and, most importantly, a healthy diet.
So that is their lunch and their tea. I'll have this for the morning.
Recently, the team have noticed a problem. Female Kim is putting on a bit of weight.
Even though the two have a lovely pair bond, and they're very rarely seen apart from one another, Kim will definitely be more dominant when it comes to the food. So this pulley feeder is the closest to the house. So what will happen is Kim will come out, she'll come to this one, and Tien will have to travel to the one at the back. And what we were finding was, when we were putting out, say, their nicer things like their root or their fruit, Kim would go and blitz the enclosure, eat up all the food, and Tien didn't have much say in the matter.
To rectify this, help Tien get his fair share, and manage Kim's weight, the gibbon team have come up with a new feeding regime. Breakfast will now be low-calorie, made up of vegetables such as lettuce and fennel. It'll still be hoisted up in the high feeders at opposite sides of the enclosure, but the pair's afternoon feed of more high-calorie food will be served indoors. The pair are used to their morning routine. Tien is let out first, and today he's happy to sit for a while and snack on a piece of banana offered to encourage him into the tunnel. But Kim's out like a rocket, heading straight for the nearest feeder. As with all golden-cheeked gibbon pairs, she's the dominant one. And when it comes to food, she's very focused and a fast eater. She uses one arm to hang from a branch, stabilising the basket with her feet while reaching in to pick out the food with the other, demonstrating her impressive strength and agility. Tien decides he's ready for his breakfast and heads to the opposite end of the enclosure and the other suspended feeder. He's not as food-focused as his partner. To make up for it, the primate care team give him extra high-calorie snacks during the day. Before long, Kim has emptied her feeder and heads over to see what's left in Tien's. Low-calorie or not, she's still having it. Meanwhile, inside the couple's house, Sarah is busy preparing stage 2 of their new daily feeding routine. The house has been thoroughly cleaned, and she's now putting higher calorie food items in the pair's playroom ready for the afternoon feed. Today, it's juicy orange segments.
Just to make it a little bit more interesting and a little bit slower on Kim's part, I've put them in some socks and some of these lovely ball pit balls that we've been donated from by the public. Slows them down so they don't just gorge and then go and sit and be bored. Because we put them in different areas around the playroom, then Tien can perhaps come to one bucket while Kim will work on another one.
After a morning spent in the trees, Kim and Tien are back for their afternoon meal, and it's Kim who's first into the house. She heads straight for a food bucket, but discovers it's not going to be that easy. Trying to retrieve pieces of orange from a sock proves taxing. Tien examines the problem for a few moments, but then quickly solves it, making the most of the opportunity to enjoy his meal before Kim comes looking for more. He needn't worry, she's still stumped by the sock. It looks as if the new feeding routine is working out just how the primate care team hoped. Slowing Kim down, reducing her calories, and providing Tien with the opportunity to turn the tables on his partner. There are currently 19 different gibbon species, and the park houses 5 of them. As well as the golden-cheeked, the park has an agile gibbon, a Lars, and 3 mullers, as well as 2 siamangs, which are the largest of all the gibbon species. Sam and Sasak are a devoted male-female pair who've been together since 2011, when Sasak arrived from Dublin Zoo. They've been inseparable ever since.
They are a beautiful couple. They're one of the closest couples we have in our gibbons. They have a very typical relationship between the two of them. Sam spends a lot of time grooming her, particularly around the face area, which is very typical of a male Siamang gibbon. They will spend a lot of time grooming their partners and their children and really do focus a lot on the face. They're not the most active of our gibbons, largely because they are the biggest gibbons. They're heavier than the rest of the gibbons. So, you know, they tend to just take things at a little bit more of an easygoing pace, moving around throughout their enclosure, a little bit more relaxed than some of our more agile guys.
Gibbons love to sing, and the early morning song of the park's golden-cheeked gibbons is a beautiful sound. But Siamangs are equally impressive. They have large throat sacs that amplify their calls through the tree canopy, announcing to everyone else that this is their territory.
Their song tends to be more of a mirror effect, so both gibbons tend to sing exactly the same notes, and you will see them just belt, 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 belting out all these different notes together. Till they build up to the great call. Now, the great call is the loudest and most impressive part of the song, and actually that's when you see the two of them are singing different notes and a slightly different way as well. Typically, the gibbons, like the golden cheeks, their song could be heard across the rainforest for about 2 kilometres. For the Siamangs, that's increased to about 5 kilometres because of that great big throat sac that they have. So it's really an impressive sound.
Siamangs are native to the forests of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, where their diet consists mainly of fruit and leaves. In captivity, the primate care team provide them with a healthy diet, which they can supplement themselves with seasonal fruiting trees and shrubs. This morning, Sasak is making the most of her breakfast, retrieved from a suspended feeder high up in the pair's tree-filled enclosure. But food doesn't keep this doting couple apart for long. It's a perfect spring morning, and at the Marmoset complex, it's a big day for one of the park's newest arrivals. Gizmo has been getting on so well with his new housemate, Solomon, that the team have decided to let them outside together for the first time.
So far, Gizmo's been really good. He actually seems quite chilled out, and now that he's got Solomon, he seems a lot more confident. I think just having that other Marmoset next to him is a lot of reassurance for him. So far, Gizmo is sticking to Solomon like a little shadow. He loves him, so hopefully that should mean as soon as Solomon heads out, Gizmo will hopefully follow too.
As far as Steph is aware, this is the first time Gizmo has ever experienced the great outdoors. He has a lot to learn. To start with, there's navigating the long tunnel which leads to the enclosure. Then, there are lots of different branches to conquer once he gets there. He'll also have to adjust to all the different unfamiliar noises in the outdoor setting.
So it might be a bit big and scary for Gizmo. His balance is not the best, he's not bad, but he can be a bit sort of wobbly because he's so unused to walking on natural things like branches. So he'll have to figure out how best to move around out there and have a look at some of the neighbours as well around him.
It's a necessary stage in Gizmo's rehabilitation. When the slide is opened, Solomon heads straight out. But Gizmo isn't so sure. He hangs back, a little uncertain what to do. Solomon is very adept at navigating the tunnels and outside enclosures. He was rescued as a tiny youngster and has had plenty of time to practice. After a few minutes, he heads back into the bedrooms to see where Gizmo is and encourage his hesitant new friend to join him outside. After a few aborted attempts, Gizmo finally takes the plunge, following Solomon through the tunnels and out into the enclosure.
The first couple of steps outside, he's a little bit cautious, sort of hopping out, hopping back into the tunnel, hopping out again. He's just figuring out how best to move, which branches are good for him to step on, which ones he feels secure running around on. But that's not taking him very long, and he's already sort of moving around most of the outside enclosure with comparative ease. And Gizmo just seems delighted by everything. He's making so many happy, chirpy noises. He goes outside, happy noises, comes inside, happy noises. Solomon comes and sits next to him, more happy noises. He just seems to be having a lovely time right now.
Wherever Solomon goes, Gizmo follows, gradually building his confidence and getting used to the alien sounds and surroundings. Solomon is always there for support.
It just kind of shows us how important this natural companionship is for these guys, because as soon as he's had another monkey to hang around with, he's a completely different monkey. He's so much more confident, he's so many more sort of happy chirps and so vocal. It's been really, really lovely to see.
It's been a great start to life outdoors for Gizmo, and when he's had enough, he can return to the familiar surroundings of the bedroom. "200 miles from the park, Alison is on another rescue mission. This time she's travelling to mid-Wales, following a call for help from the owners of Borth Zoo, Derek and Tracy Tweedy, who can no longer operate and need to rehome some of their animals. Accompanied by Jeremy and Alan, she's greeted by Tracy.
Good to see you again.
It's been a while.
It has been. It has been. I can't believe it's been 4 years.
I know, it's gone fast.
This is Alan and Jeremy.
Hi.
Okay.
Right. So
I'll show you. Let's go see the guys.
Alison is at the zoo to collect 2 patus monkeys and 2 capucins and take them back to Monkey World, along with a vervet monkey who's being rehomed elsewhere. She's keen to meet the animals and establish their condition, as well as their likes, dislikes, and general behaviour. First up are the 2 capucins.
Hey, little man.
That's Natty.
Louis is a 16-year-old black-capped capuchin who lost his brother a few years ago and was later paired up with Matty, a weeper capuchin who's much older.
Hi. I know. No, you have to be nice to me. You've got to be nice. Look at that. Oh, he's fantastic.
We put them in together and Louis straight away put his arm around Matty and just grinned as if to say, I've got a new brother. And it was just like really heart-melting, you know. And they've got on really well. I mean, they do have the odd fight, obviously, over food or toys. But on the whole, they get on really well. They groom each other. They sleep in the bed together. And it is really lovely. It was just the best thing we ever did for them.
Are you starving right now? Who's boss?
Monkey World doesn't currently have any Weeper Capuchins, although Alison suspects Capucin Gizmo, rescued in 2004, is at least part Weeper.
Good boy. Yeah, he's feisty. I don't know that Gizmo's going to like him.
No,
Jeremy wants to take a look at the Capuchin's house and bedrooms so he can come up with a plan to get them into travel crates tomorrow.
Is it possible, looking at that opening from the eye, is it possible to put something to rest the box onto?
Each of the primates will need to be boxed up separately to keep them safe and comfortable. Next, it's time to have a look at the patas monkeys.
Come on, then. Look at what I got.
They're called Mr. Patas and Lady Penelope, but the team at Borth have very few details about them. They arrived in 2011, before the current owners took over, and are extremely shy.
Oh, she's funny because she's always hiding in the tree. And to be honest, there's times I've looked in there and I'm like, where is she? Because I can't actually see her. And it takes some looking and then she's like, oh, there she is, just peeping.
Yes, spot the patas monkey.
Last up is Jangles, a vervet monkey who lost his mate a while ago.
He's a good boy. Jangles.
Jangles won't be joining the primates at Monkey World. The park doesn't have any vervets or close relatives, so he'll be joining another of his own species at a rescue centre in Berkshire.
I'm really pleased that we actually came down the night before and have a chance to look at the enclosures. You can be sent photographs, but trying to work out actually how you're going to encourage the two patas and the two capuchins to walk into their boxes separately with the least amount of stress. It's not easy and makes both Jeremy and I a little bit nervous.
Alison's hoping tomorrow's rescue will be as calm as the evening view across nearby Borth Beach on the beautiful Welsh coast. Next time on Monkey Life.
Come on, Patas.
The rescue continues in Wales, but getting the primates into their travel crates is far from straightforward.
The thought of Jeremy walking into a room with them is enough just to make them leave immediately.
And a feast of melons for the bachelor chimps. Today on Monkey Life. Alison's in mid-Wales to collect a number of primates from a zoo whose licence to keep wild animals has been revoked.
It'll either go probably really easy or really difficult, so just have to wait and see.
Come on, Patas.
But it's the presence of Jeremy that makes all the difference.
The thought of Jeremy walking into a room with them is enough just to make them leave immediately.
And a feast of melons for the bachelor chimps. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. "200 miles from Dorset, on the west coast of mid-Wales, Alison and Jeremy are at Borth Zoo on a rescue mission. They're here to collect 5 primates needing to be rehomed. 2 patas monkeys and 2 capucin monkeys are destined for Monkey World, while a vervet monkey is to be rehomed at a rescue centre in Berkshire. It's early morning, and Jeremy and Alan are unloading the travel boxes.
It's going to be a busy day today. We've got to try and get the 5 monkeys into the boxes. So we're just getting all of the kit unloaded and set up, all ready to go. We'll try and do the patas first of all, because I think they're going to be most tricky. And we'll see how we go from there. It's really sort of hard to predict. It'll either go probably really easy or really difficult. So just have to wait and see, but the animals are inside their houses and sort of ready to go.
A number of serious issues have forced the owners of Borth Zoo, Tracy and Dean Tweedy, to find homes for their larger animals and primates.
You just go just under that beam, yeah.
Alison wants to start with the patas monkeys. They're the largest and potentially most unpredictable to persuade into the crates. The pair, a male and female, have been secured in their bedroom while the team manoeuvre the first of the travel boxes for the male, named Mr. Patas.
If we end up with both of them in the tunnel, and him in the box and her in the tunnel, then we put the other door in and contain her in the tunnel while we swap the boxes.
Okay, cool.
That sounded quite good, didn't it?
It does. It is a plan.
It sounded like I knew what I was talking about, Raging.
Jeremy has enlisted the help of Borth head keeper Charlotte, who the Patas pair know and trust.
Come on, Bengals. Come on, buddy. Hello, darling.
She's going to use fruit to try to entice them into their boxes.
Butter, come on, Butter.
A friendly face, some soothing words, and Mr. Patas responds.
She's in.
Before long, he's secured in his crate.
Oh, safe? Excellent. Nice job, thank you.
It's a great start to the day.
Good boy.
Yeah, that was really calm. Quite happy with that.
With Mr. Patas safely in his box, it's time to try and entice his mate, Lady Penelope, into hers.
Hopefully she'll walk in as well as he did, so this would be fantastic. It's certainly a very good start to the day that we've got him in calmly and nicely, and he's quite chilled out in the box, so fingers crossed.
Come on, Butter.
Once again, Charlotte tries to woo her in.
Come on, darling. Come on, sweetie.
But having seen her mate boxed up, she's a little more wary. Jeremy thinks a bit of coercion might help and pops his head around the bedroom door. It's all it takes. The unfamiliar face behind her prompts Lady Penelope forward and into her travel crate.
Come on, darling. Good girl. Good girl. Come on. Start now.
Tails in. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, all done. Could use a padlock.
You're a good girl.
The thought of Jeremy walking into a room with them is enough just to make them leave immediately, so yeah. But everything nice and calm, which is the main thing. Want to make it as least stressful for them as possible, so. Right, 2 down, 3 to go.
So far, so good. Things couldn't have gone any better, and, most importantly, with very little stress. While the team head off to tackle the 2 capucins and the vervet monkey, back at the park in Dorset, it's a busy morning too. The small monkeys team and the maintenance crew are prepping for the new arrivals. They're adapting a number of bedrooms, at the Gwenon house for the Patas, and at the domestic Marmoset house for the Capucins, who will be housed there temporarily. It's going to be a long day for all involved. It's been a few weeks since the biggest ape house move in the park's history, when the bachelors swapped homes with Bart's group. The bachelor boys have now settled down and adapted to their new surroundings, both inside the house and outdoors in their new enclosure. Though, for some, the large water feature took a bit of getting used to.
The move actually went really smoothly, which was good. They were a bit concerned by the pond. Either they hadn't seen a pond for a long time, or they saw the frogs in it, or possibly saw the reflections. Jester especially would spend up to half an hour sitting up here, alarm calling at the pond. After a while, the rest of the boys just ignored him and left him to it. You know, he's a nice boy, he's not necessarily the sharpest tool in the box.
Today, the group are in for a juicy, delicious treat. Colin is putting whole melons all around the enclosure, with more than enough for everyone.
We want to make sure that everybody gets one. So obviously the dominants will go steaming in first and they'll grab as many melons as they can. So the more we can spread it out, the more the sort of lower ranking guys can go and get some stuff. It also stops them, if you put them all in the same place, they will fight over it immediately. If we throw it in whole, someone that's lower ranking, they can pick it up and they can run with it, and they've got a whole melon. Now the bigger guys might get 2, they might get 3, but not necessarily, because once someone's got one, they're gone with it. So it's good to vary it. It's useful to chop it up, but it's also quite important to give them whole food now and again, just because it's more exciting and to vary the way that they get the food.
Colin does a quick clean out of the pond, while the boys wait expectantly in the tunnel to be let out. Once everything is ready, Paco leads the group into their enclosure. But it's another high ranker, Mojo, who's first to survey the scene. Before he can take it all in, wily Seamus, who's further down the rankings, grabs a melon and, after a quick look around for any higher-ups, snaffles a second. The low rankers are striking lucky this morning. With so many melons to find, Paquito has also bagged a couple, all the while keeping a watchful eye out before heading high to tuck in. The high rankers are on the move. Buxom eats his melon on the go, scouting for more. While Paco takes his to a favoured spot, high on the climbing frame. The group's former alpha male, Butch, is also enjoying breakfast. He's 38 and one of the older chimpanzees at the park. He may not be in charge anymore, but he's still highly respected by the others. Jester still has an issue with the pond. His alarm calling attracts Mojo, who offers the agitated chimp a reassuring hand to calm him down. The group are certainly a lot more relaxed since the house swap. The tension and minor squabbles have all but vanished, and they seem a lot calmer with each other. But chimps are volatile, and although it's all peace and friendship at the moment, there's still the chance of occasional squabbles ahead. Back at Borth Zoo on the west coast of mid-Wales, Alison and Jeremy are making good progress persuading the 5 primates into their individual travel crates. So far, the 2 patas monkeys are safe and secure, ready for the long trip back to Dorset. The team now need to entice Jangles, a vervet monkey who's going to be rehomed at a rescue centre in Berkshire, into his travel box. He's already been isolated in an outside tunnel, and curiosity, plus a few treats, soon gets the job done.
Got him. Yeah, he's eating some banana already. He's grumbling, but he's eating banana, so it can't be too bad.
3 down, just 2 to go.
Cappies.
Yep,
Oh.
okay, we're good. Are we ready to rock?
I'll go grab a box.
The final pair are the 2 Capucin monkeys, Matty and Louie. They've been shut in their bedroom, while Jeremy and Alan secure the travel box to the outside tunnel.
We're good. Really happy with that. No problem.
At first, they're not keen on leaving the bedroom, but once again, Jeremy intervenes.
Here you go, boys. Good boy.
Matty doesn't hang around to see what he wants, and seconds later is in the crate. In less than an hour, the team have secured 4 of the 5 monkeys. Now there's just one left, Matty's mate Louie. After a bit of hesitation, he accepts the inevitable and makes his way into the crate.
Hello, darling.
Yay, rock and roll team. Good job.
It's been a textbook operation by the team, securing all 5 primates.
There you go. Really good. So, Maddie, the feisty weeper, is shouting down the houses and is going to let everybody know. Louis, who's the black cap, is just a very quiet, gentle soul and is sitting there quietly taking grapes and eating them. So hopefully Maddie will calm down in a minute, but he's throwing a temper tantrum. Excellent. Excellent job, see? So that's it, 5 down and pretty good time. What, just over an hour, I think, so good effort. Now we just need to get down the road.
With the monkeys safe in their boxes, the next job is to make sure they've settled down before loading them into the van.
Good boy, that's a nice monkey. Excellent job.
It's a long journey back to Dorset, and Alison wants to keep their stress levels to an absolute minimum. Everyone is making sure the primates are fed and watered before they leave. For owners Tracy and Dean, and many of the staff who work at Borth, it's sad to see the monkeys leave.
Good boy, Maddie. Good boy. All right. Thank you. I'll send you messages along the way. Excellent. And when we're there and unloaded. All right? Thank you. You stay strong. Look after yourselves. Thank you. Ladies, good to see you. Nice to meet you all. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Stay strong, you guys. All right.
There's a 200-mile journey ahead for the primate passengers. But their arrival is eagerly anticipated in Dorset, where their new carers are waiting. The sunshine brings an opportunity for the primate care teams to try a different kind of enrichment to enhance the lives of their charges. At the spider monkey enclosure, the 3 housemates are waiting patiently in the outside tunnels, while keeper Rachel puts a plan in place to keep the trio cool and at the same time get them moving and active.
Today we've got some hosing enrichment, one of Jarno and the Orang-utan team's inventions. So we have little pockets in them, and the hose is folded in on itself with these little flaps that come through here, like a bottom of the pocket. So you can put food in each of these pockets, and they will have to climb to get to it, spin it round to work out which pocket they're using, and it just encourages a bit of dexterity and climbing behaviour.
This morning's prize is a cool, thirst-quenching breakfast of frozen satsumas. As well as the hose, Rachel is using some deflated basketballs to hide the fruit. Keeping the unusual feeders steady to free up the food will be a test of the spider monkey's patience and agility.
There you go, guys!
The small troop are let out, with Hickory leading the way, followed by Pumpkin, who makes a beeline for the basketballs. Flint brings up the rear, stretching out his long arms and using his tail to hold on as he inspects the new feeders. The old man of the group, Hickory, isn't as food-orientated and bides his time. It's female Pumpkin who's in charge of the small troop. She absolutely loves her food and cracks the challenge with ease. She uses her prehensile tail as a 5th limb for balance as she expertly examines both feeding options. Flint is trying an altogether different technique, perching on a tree stump to reach out and grab one of the hose feeders. He hasn't managed to retrieve the fruit yet, but he's not giving up. Spider monkeys are perfectly adapted for climbing, with disproportionately long legs and arms. They can also grip on tightly with their hands and feet. In the wild, they forage high up in the canopies of the tropical forests of Central and South America. Their amazing prehensile tails are highly effective anchors at height.
It's got a nice fleshy pad on the underside which protects it from thorns in the forest on branches. So in this enclosure we've got trees, we've got hosing, we've got all sorts of things for them to clamber around on, and the idea is to put enrichment up in places that they have to climb to get to it.
Pumpkin's given a perfect demonstration of how well-equipped spider monkeys are for their environment. But Rachel is keen to ensure that Hickory and Flint don't miss out.
Flint! Come here. Good boy. Well done, everybody.
Since their arrival almost 9 years ago, the team have been training the 3 spider monkeys in various behaviours so they can regularly check their health and welfare. One element of this is cooperative feeding.
We have these little feeding sessions where we get them all to sit together like this and we can hand out the food cooperatively. It just means that we know that Hickory is getting his fair share of food in between the main feeds. You know, they're quite happy to come and sit and take food from us and, you know, let us do medical inspections and all the rest of it. So, yeah, they've come along a long way since they first arrived. Well done, Flint. Good boys. Oh, yes, that's very good. Happy noises.
At the Gwenon house, the primate care staff are all prepared for the newcomers. Alison has just phoned to say she'll be arriving shortly with the 2 capuchins and 2 patus monkeys she's collected from Borth Zoo in mid-Wales. The team are hoping the patus monkeys will be able to live in harmony with the park's family of 4 red-bellied Gwenons. But it's not a done deal.
With the Gwenons, they are quite a tight family unit, so there's probably going to be at least a bit of posturing between the 2 groups, and we'll have to see if it sort of settles down, if it simmers down. You know, we're going to sort of try it out. If we can make it work, it'll be a really nice sort of mixed species exhibit. But yeah, we're just going to have to see what they make of each other.
After a 5-hour, 200-mile journey, including dropping off the vervet monkey, Alison has arrived and is preparing to unload the park's latest additions.
Oh, all good. All good. How you doing, little man? Are you still angry?
It's been a long, hot couple of days, and the team want to get the 4 primates into their bedrooms and settled as quickly as possible. The 2 patus are first.
Mr. Patus is lovely.
He is?
He's just sweet and gentle and charming.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Some bedrooms in the Gwenon house have been specially adapted for the pair. The 2 species will be able to see and hear each other, but without any close contact. It's nothing new for the Gwenons. They previously lived with Mitza, a female patus monkey, and George, an ageing ring-tailed lemur, before, sadly, both passed away. It doesn't take long to get the new arrivals out of their travel boxes.
Look really good. Both of them nervous, which is fair. Not only have they come out of the boxes to see us who put them in there in the first place, but then they've got neighbors now. So he's very interested and potentially protective and is ready to go steaming through to the Gwenons. So there you go, that's him. If they're going to stay here, they have to get on with the Gwenons, but I'm not sure if they're going to, so that we'll have to wait and see.
The pair will be given time before any decision is made. Next, the 2 new capuchins, Matty and Louis, are loaded up, ready to be taken to their temporary home at the Marmoset domestic house.
Matty is a weeper, so we don't have any weepers, capuchins here at the park at the moment. And Louis is a black cap, which we do have. The way that they communicate is slightly differently, so that will affect who we decide to put them in with. They're both a little bit on the skinny side as well, so it'd be nice to build them up a little bit. Matty is very long, so I think once we get a bit of weight on him, he's going to be a big boy. So yeah, we're going to have to think very carefully about where we try to put them. But yeah, really excited to get going.
The pair goes straight into their new home without any issues or stress. But it'll be a while before they can meet any of the park's other Capuchins.
Looking good. They need to be in here to quarantine effectively. We need to make sure that they aren't carrying parasites, to get health checks done on them because they are quite skinny. We know that Louis has some eating issues, and both boys need vasectomies before they can go join their groups.
The hard work is just beginning, and there's a long road ahead for the park's 4 new primates. But hopefully, they all have a wonderful future ahead of them. Next time on Monkey Life. Concern grows at the park as the effects of the global pandemic continue to bite, meaning everyone has to muck in, as staff are forced to isolate.
There's this overwhelming cloud over me right now. I'm worried that we're going to have to close again.
And the Gwenon girls show off their amazing agility. Today on Monkey Life. Concern grows at the park as the effects of the global pandemic continue to bite, meaning everyone has to muck in and out, as staff are forced to isolate.
There's this overwhelming cloud over me right now. I'm worried that we're going to have to close again.
Vet Dave is called in to examine stump-tailed macaque Sylvie, who's off her food and lost a significant amount of weight.
There's no obvious answers at this stage, so I think the best thing is just to wait for the blood results and then we take it from there.
And the Gwenon girls show off their amazing agility. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
You just never know how it's going to work.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The global COVID pandemic has resulted in lockdowns and restrictions affecting all walks of life. But finally, there's light at the end of the tunnel. The park has visitors again, bringing in much-needed revenue after a difficult 18 months. However, despite the restrictions being lifted, Monkey World is still experiencing problems, and Alison is concerned.
I have 18 people off with either actually positive COVID tests or who have been in contact with somebody who's tested positive. So 13 of them are primate care staff, and that's all of our younger staff who aren't fully vaccinated yet. So there's this overwhelming cloud over me right now, and I feel, as you can see, I'm a little bit high-strung. I'm worried that we're going to have to close again.
But, park gates open or shut, the care and welfare of the park's primates can't stop for COVID. Everyone is mucking in to help the rescue centre get through the crisis.
We'll be okay, we'll survive. But it's just really tough because we're trying to strike a balance between our keepers and their health and welfare as essential carers for all of our monkeys and apes. So I'm cleaning out bachelor woolly monkeys.
No one is sure how susceptible non-human primates are to catching COVID. but there have been many confirmed cases in captive apes reported. It means when any of the great apes at the park fall ill, concern is heightened.
Jimmy had a cough, Gypsy had a cough. We did COVID tests on them, flow tests. They were negative, so quite pleased about that. So I've actually been talking to NHS, and if they have any spare vaccines at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what time of day or night, I'll come and get them before anything goes down the drain. I would love to be able to vaccinate our orangutans first, because they suffer from bronchial issues more, and then after that, the chimpanzees.
And there are worries too about the park's sister sanctuary, Dau Tien, in Vietnam. The country has been hit hard by the virus. And worries about the staff there and the primates they care for are giving Alison sleepless nights.
Right now, we're having real problems out in Vietnam as well. So the infection is going crazy there. Very few people are vaccinated, but our team is really good. I suppose my greatest worry for our team in Vietnam is our human staff. They're like family to me. I've known all of them forever. And they are vulnerable. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and no vaccine and no intensive health care where they're based. So that's pretty serious concern.
It means a lot of the centre's vital work with the gibbons, Duke-langers and lorises has had to be put on hold.
We'd like to do some more releases in Vietnam, but nothing can happen until the COVID situation settles down, because people just aren't allowed to move. So all animal work, at the moment we're trying to keep the island, in that sense it's good as a quarantine. So hopefully the staff and the animals, but our team goes back across to Nam Cap Tien to be with their families every night. So it's possible that they could contract the virus, but the island's sort of a good quarantine center. We just have to try and keep it safe.
At home in Dorset, Alison is thankful for the many donations that have arrived at the park and been such practical help. And she's conscious the welfare of the primates in the team's care is reliant on everyone keeping going.
We're being pushed to the limit right now. But we just have to stay focused and try and stay positive for the animals, really.
One of the most spectacular enclosures at Monkey World is Malagasy, home to the park's 10 lemurs. In normal times, visitors can stroll along the pathways and see them close up. But since the pandemic, it's remained out of bounds to protect the animals. And with less footfall, nature is taking over, bringing additional benefits.
There was already plenty of forage, but with everything now overgrowing so much, the amount of plants that they can forage from, all of the extra scents and smells of all the plants that would normally be trimmed back, it's just made for a really nice wild setting.
And that's not all.
These guys are actually needing less food from us. And it's really great because it's really replicating their natural diet and their natural lifestyle.
This morning, Friedrich is tucking into some prickly brambles. Lemurs are opportunistic feeders. In the wild, their padded hands and feet mean they can even tackle prickly cactus. In Malagasy, juicy blackberries will soon be fruiting to add to their menu.
A lot of the forage stuff is nice and low calorie, and it's much, much healthier for them than some of the other items that we could select for them. So it's basically provided them with a lot more exercise, a lot more foraging material, and a lot more interest.
The lemurs haven't missed visitors.
There's a little bit less to look at with the public being gone. They're much more involved with their own group and their own politics and their own society.
The group's pecking order is changing, with young twins Friedrich and Kurt spending more time with dominant female and group leader Fennel. They're intent on moving up the hierarchy, ousting former lead males Indiana and Sirius. With staff shortages due to the pandemic, the team are working at full stretch to cover the animals' day-to-day needs. it means they haven't been able to push ahead with their staged plan to fully reintroduce Kaya to the group. She was separated while recuperating from surgery after being seriously attacked by a member of her troop.
So we were building up to Kaya and her sort of gang with Kurt and Friedrich, the young twins, going in with Indiana and Sirius, the older twins, because that's sort of the problem, sort of two sides. But unfortunately, pandemic has hit and the intros have been put on hold.
Some of the lemurs are still occasionally separated off, but Kaya is now spending whole days out with the group. It's real progress, but has had some consequences for the care team.
She is our lemur with an asbo, she's not to be trusted. But coming back up here, with no public here, she's really bonded with people that she wasn't so keen on, but also has given her quite an attitude problem with us. She's now the sort of big girl around town because she's out all day with everybody.
But with nature taking over and so much to keep them occupied, even the occasional squabble can't detract from this relaxed period at Malagasy. The team are extremely concerned about the park's youngest stump-tailed macaque, Sylvie, who's been losing weight over the past few months. Macaques are notorious for their love of food, and Sylvie's normally the greediest of the bunch. She's known for storing huge amounts of food in her cheek pouches to eat as and when she wants. Small monkey team member Karen and her colleagues have been trying to tempt her with extra treats.
Just a little bit, like an extra banana a day to start with. And at the next weigh-in, she'd lost a considerable amount again. So we realised there may be a bit of a problem going on. So then we gave her a really high calorie target to try and get some more weight on her.
But the situation has gone from bad to worse.
But in the last week or so, she started to really go off her food, and the really nice tasty things we're giving as extras, she's pouching them. And then if we watch her, she'll actually walk away and take them out of her mouth and then drop them, which is really unusual for Sylvie.
Today, local vet Dave Harding is going to take a look.
And we've just given her a pre-med now, and that's to hopefully just calm her down a little bit, chill her out, make her go a little bit dopey. So then when we want to give her the anaesthetic, she won't remember any of this part of it, and it'll just be nice and relaxing for her.
Once she's down, Sylvie is transported to the park's hospital, where vet Dave is waiting.
I think we have a weight from 3 years ago, and she was 13 kilograms, and she's now weighing in at 8.7. So there's normally some significant underlying reason for that sort of weight loss. It's just knowing what it is.
Dave gives her a thorough inspection, taking scans, X-rays, and blood samples.
There's no obvious answers at this stage, so I think the best thing is just to wait for the blood results and then we take it from there.
But there is one other thing Dave wants to check.
She's got a few loose teeth, but I'm not convinced that's going to be enough to cause the degree of weight loss that we're seeing.
Dave decides on a full examination of Sylvie's mouth while she's under the anaesthetic, just in case. And there's a surprise.
That's just impacted straw. I thought it was a loose tooth. One of the teeth was coated with that, which I thought was a rotten tooth at the back, but it's just actually a big load of impacted straw. It smells quite bad, but I'm not sure it's significant. What she needs is a floss.
The macaque's weight loss must have some underlying reason.
The blood pointed in a direction, so if there's a liver or a kidney issue or something like that, then there may be more that we want to do to investigate that, but at this stage, I can't say anything more.
Sylvie is brought round and taken back to her bedroom to recover, still slightly groggy from the anaesthetic.
Very relieved that we haven't lost her today. When an animal gets that sick that quickly and you take them to the hospital, there's always the big fear that they're not going to come back out of the hospital again.
But for now, all that remains is to make sure Sylvie's comfortable and keep a close eye on her until she's fully recovered from the effects of the anaesthetic. Earlier in the week, Alison and the team travelled to Wales to pick up 2 patas monkeys and 2 capucins from Borth Zoo, which has been forced to rehome some of its animals. This morning, Steph and Donna from the primate care team, along with vet nurse Saffron, are checking up on the two male Capuchins, Matty and Louis.
Louis loves a waxworm, so he came over and had a lot of those from me.
It's their first chance to have a really good look at the pair, study their eating habits, and look for any behavioural issues. For vet nurse Saffron, it's an opportunity for a general health check.
Unfortunately with these guys, they have come with a little bit of information, but not too much. So we have got an idea of issues that they might have. So it is very much something that we have to piece together over time, both by looking at them as they're kind of moving around in their enclosures and getting used to them and their behaviours and what's normal. And also kind of looking at, okay, when do we need to intervene? Is there a stage where we need to go, okay, actually, someone does look like they might have a little bit of a problem, we need to investigate.
It's important Donna and her team get to know the pair and earn their trust. Once they're settled in and have passed a health inspection, Matty and Louis will join one of the 5 established groups at the park.
I've just bought some really nice goodies for them, just to kind of encourage them over so I can get to know them a little bit. It sounds like Matty is also very dominant over food, so it'd be nice to get a bit of cooperative feeding going so that actually we can have them both together feeding from us over at the same time.
Donna's brought a variety of healthy food to establish what they like best. Both Capuchins are skinny, so it's important to get their diet right and help them put on weight.
Let's try the banana first, it's nice and easy.
First on the menu, sliced banana.
Good boy. It's nice, isn't it?
Matty and Louis seem to love it.
I know, it's nice, isn't it? Nice treat. As I understand it, when these guys were at Bordeaux, fruit wasn't actually part of their diet, so I imagine this is really exciting for them. But it's really nice to see them actually together and being able to feed them. Because Matty's got a history of being very dominant of the food, I really thought he'd just chase Louis off. But it was really nice to see that they can cooperatively feed together. Matty was still dominant and he was leaning over occasionally when I was feeding Louis, but he also allowed me to feed him, which was really great, and that's something that we can build up over time. That's quite nice, isn't it? Do you want something else? We'll try one more thing. What do you want? Let's try the oat ball. Don't know what you make of this. Does that look yummy? Oh, tasty.
The oat balls are a high-calorie food, which should help them put on weight, and they seem to like them.
They're so excited. I've not actually heard Matty vocalise since he's been here, but he's making lots of happy noises.
Information from their previous home suggests Louis has a history of regurgitating his food. Saffron is concerned the pair may have parasites. Donna is able to get a fresh sample of faeces for Saffron to test.
Maybe that's why he's a bit underweight as well, if he's just not keeping anything down.
Until the pair are given a clean bill of health, they won't be allowed outside or to meet others. But Steph has an idea.
Hi Alison, I'm just checking to see what you feel about giving Louis and Matty just a little bit of tunnel, so just a loop between the 2 bedrooms for a little bit of fresh air.
Yeah, I'm totally good with that. I'd like to keep them out of the enclosure until we're relatively sure that they're clear of any parasites or anything like that.
With the go-ahead from Alison, Steph opens the outside tunnel system which connects the bedrooms.
Hi there. Hi.
It's an invitation to lots of new noises and smells.
What about you, Louis?
Louis bravely sticks his head out, but that's enough for now. It's Matty who plucks up the courage to test the tunnels.
Oh, brave boy.
He's up, along, down, and back in again.
Hello, good boy. Matty, yeah, he's just sort of checking everything out, having a look at the marmosets, the people, what's around, and just popping it in and out, which is really nice to see that he's not just coming out and sitting out, but actually he's happy to move around all of the space.
It's been a good first morning as Matty gains confidence and sets off again. Hopefully it won't be too long before the pair can join a Capuchin group and enjoy lots of outside space and the chance to make new friends. At the Gwenon house, the 2 patus monkeys who arrived with the Borth Capucins are settling in too, albeit at a slower pace. They're shy and a little nervous and have yet to fully meet their Gwenon neighbours.
We are now starting to bring them a bit closer and do some introductions through the mesh and through some perspex, just to make sure it's all safe. We're not quite sure how they feel about it at the moment.
New arrivals, Mr. Patus and his mate Lady Penelope, probably haven't come across Gwenons before. The Gwenon family, however, previously lived with Patus monkey Meetza and elderly Lemur George, who mostly ignored them in favour of each other's company. For the park's Gwenons, Mr. Patus and Lady Penelope are a different proposition altogether.
The Patus monkeys are big monkeys, and these guys are very small. They can be a bit nervous around new animals coming in, and although they've lived with a Patus monkey before, these are very different ballgame. These 2 have much more sort of activity about them, and they can jump higher and much more agile. And, you know, they're a lot bigger.
Both species can be found in West Africa, but in different habitats.
The Gwenons generally spend a lot of time high up in the branches, up in the trees. And Patus are a very terrestrial primate. They spend a lot of time on the ground. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to share the space and coexist nicely and happily.
But that remains to be seen. Today, the Gwenon family are outside enjoying their large tree-filled enclosure. They're a tight-knit bunch. Mum Nia and Dad Benny were rescued after being stolen from the wild and smuggled via the Lebanon. They were nervous and jumpy when they arrived at the park, but with care and dedication from the team, they settled in and went on to have their daughters Biff, now 2.5, and Nala, now 1. They're thought to be the only red-bellied Gwenons legally kept in captivity. Today, Nick has prepared them a challenging but tasty snack.
They're pine cones, and they've got some, it's almost like a paste with sort of dried fruits and sort of date paste.
The Gwenons will need to use their nimble fingers to extract the prize.
Hey, Gwenons!
Biff is quick off the mark and tucks in, followed by Mum and Dad.
They're a proper family group now, and they're really showing real Gwenon behaviours. Gwenon groups are ruled by the ladies, and poor old Benny's got 3 of them to deal with, and they really rule the roost. So the male, you know, plays their role if they need to defend their territory or anything like that. But as so far as family life's concerned, they're very much at the bottom of the pecking order, even though they're the biggest one.
But today, Benny isn't prepared to give in as daughter Biff tries to muscle in on his pine cone. Once they've all had their fill of the cones, little Nala tries foraging and finds a snail. Gwenons are opportunistic feeders, and although only a year old, she's already experimenting. Big sis Biff, balancing beautifully on bendy branches, opts for some browse. An after-snack sisterly playtime provides Dad with some well-deserved peace. The sisters burn off their energy, diving from the top of a tree, grabbing branches on the way down, before tearing back up to do it again, honing their skills and coordination and testing their agility. Back on the ground, Biff spots a toad. The sisters are curious but wary. It's a sensible approach. Caution in the wild means survival, and at the park, playing together is much more fun. Next time on Monkey Life. There's a surprise revelation during a health check on a recent arrival.
Is he a boy?
It's a girl.
There's no testis. I think it's a girl.
And is this camera chimp proof? Let's find out. Today on Monkey Life, Alison comes up with a plan to collect Dodger, a capuchin monkey in desperate need of rehoming, whose recently widowed owner can no longer look after him.
Jeremy and I will go at crack of dawn. Sorry for short notice.
No, that's fine.
There's a surprise revelation during a health check on a recent arrival.
Is he a boy?
It's a girl.
There's no testis. I think it's a girl.
And is this camera chimp-proof? Let's find out. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I can't keep her in, get her in. Okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. The park is home to 72 capuchin monkeys, the majority rescued from a Chilean laboratory, and others victims of the British pet trade. 2 recent arrivals came from a zoo in Wales, which was forced to rehome some of its animals. However, only 2 pet trade capuchins have been taken in since 2004. They were Gizmo and, more recently, Chuck. But today, Alison has received a phone message from a woman recently widowed and desperate to rehome a family pet of many years.
Dodger, the capuchin monkey, is a 27-year-old male, and now that the lady's husband has passed, she really doesn't know how to look after Dodger because it was sort of his thing, and Dodger has been escaping the last 2 days.
Before Alison can offer to take the capuchin, she needs more information, so puts in a call to owner Tracy.
Hello? Hi, is this Tracy?
Speaking.
Hi, Tracy, it's Alison calling from Monkey World.
Oh, hello there, Alison.
How are you doing?
Okay, under the circumstances.
Yeah, really sorry. I understand that your husband's passed away.
Yeah, he did just over 2 months ago.
Ugh, really sorry about that. It's really not an easy time.
No.
Okay, and I understand that you've got one other man in your life named Dodger.
Yeah, he's gorgeous. Yeah, he's 27, and we've had him from probably just under a year old. He was an RSPCA rescue.
Tracy and her late husband already had 3 capuchins, and when the RSPCA were looking for a home for Dodger more than 25 years ago, they agreed to help. But now, he's the only one left. Armed with photos sent by Tracy, Alison sits down with head of section Donna to see if there's a way they can rehome him at the park.
He's got quite a story because he's lived in this lady's back garden.
Oh.
RSPCA confiscated Dodger and another capuchin monkey from somewhere. Dodger's companion was apparently aggressive and actually bit the man, and they organized for Dodger's companion to go to a zoo someplace else, and they kept Dodger. And then the 3 monkeys went on to have 1 baby that was female, so they took that baby and put with Dodger. So for 10 years, Dodger lived with a female capuchin monkey.
Right. He's big.
Donna's impressed with Dodger, but offering him a home is a big decision with knock-on effects for the Capucin team and their charges. The recent arrival of Capucins Matty and Louis from Wales, plus the birth of Marmoset twins, means the already tight space in the small monkey houses is being pushed to the limit. But both Alison and Donna want to find a way to help.
I feel that something needs to be done for Dodger, because if he's getting out of the cage and the lady can't cope with keeping him, then, I mean, yeah, I feel like we need to step up and try and do something for him.
Matty and Louis are currently living in a temporary home at one of the Marmoset houses. One option, once they've passed a health check and are free from parasites, is to move them elsewhere in the park to make room for Dodger.
I'm prepared to go with you. At least we're on the same page about...
Yeah, just giving him some time on his own first, yeah.
The decision is made. Now Alison wants to collect Dodger as soon as possible to allow time for his health checks, introductions to new companions, and for him to settle into a group before winter comes.
If we bring him back Wednesday, so Jeremy and I will go at crack of dawn, talk to the lady, see the setup. Sorry for short notice.
No, that's fine.
Donna and the Capucin team will have their work cut out to organise Dodger's new home in time for his arrival at the park. It's less than a month since Marmosets Marge and Bart had twins, one of the reasons pressure has increased. The Marmoset section is full to bursting. The youngsters are doing well, are super confident and showing interest in the world around them.
Quite exciting day because we've actually started seeing the babies come off of the parents and start to make their own few steps around the branches.
But although it's great to see them demonstrating some independence at such a young age, it's also a little concerning for the team.
When they're on their parents, they can grab hold of their hair, the parents are kind of aware of them and kind of compensate if they feel like they're wobbling a little bit. Whereas if they're just on a branch, it's static, there's not really anything to hold on to, and if they go to slip, there's no one there to save them. So we're just going to keep a very close eye on them, and if we need to, we can deep litter the floor and protect them a bit more that way. I think for the parents, it's quite nice when they get off for a little few minutes, give them a break, gives them a chance to have a shakedown, a bit of a groom, and then they go back and get them and pick them back up again. Bart is a really attentive dad. He's one of the best dads I've ever seen, and he's very, very focused on the kids, and he won't leave them very long, and he won't go very far away from them, even if they are off him.
In the wild, marmosets usually have twins, sometimes triplets, and even quads.
Generally, when there's 1 or 2 babies born to marmosets, they're much more likely to survive and they're much more likely to thrive. A lot of the marmosets here at the park haven't had the good fortune of being raised by their parents. They've been taken away at a young age and they've been hand-reared by people. And that's where we see a lot of problems when they then come to us. They don't know how to be marmosets properly, they don't know how to communicate properly. Whereas these guys, they'll grow up with their parents, they'll learn exactly what it is to be a marmoset, everything about that, communication, good food, how to climb, and it's just a really good start for them. It's the best start they could have.
Marge was already pregnant, and unfortunately, having paired with Bart, she's ousted Maggie from the group. It's another component of the complicated matrix the care team are doing their best to solve.
We have tried her with Loki, who is our resident bachelor. He doesn't particularly like other marmosets, but we thought a nice young female, maybe he'll change her mind. Put her in the enclosure opposite, and it was quite apparent that he didn't like her. So we've still come up with some plans and some future ideas for Maggie. We've got a few options to go through, so we're sure it won't be long before she has her own friend.
In the meantime, Marge and Bart are still sorting out childcare.
They were on Bart, the dad, and it was baby crying, so it probably wanted some milk. So Marge has just come over and taken it, and now Bart wants it back. Bart doesn't like giving up the babies very easily.
In the wild, marmoset dads and older siblings do much of the carrying and care of babies, and Bart is shouldering responsibility for his family.
If we hadn't rescued them when they did, they would have given birth in the pet trade, and who knows where they would have ended up. So we're just happy that even though we said yes to 3 and ended up with 5, we're happy that they're here and they're safe.
Across the park, breakfast time at the chimp enclosures is normally a noisy affair. The morning release allows the groups to let off a bit of steam as they head out in search of food scattered around by the care team. But this morning, Hananya's group of 18 are a bit subdued. The first item on today's breakfast menu is whole red onions, and it's not been met with much enthusiasm. There is something more exciting on the way, but the chimps don't know that yet. However, there is something new in the enclosure the team hope won't grab their attention too soon. A new and hopefully chimp-proof camera has been installed on one of the poles attached to the climbing frame. It's been designed to capture the chimp's day-to-day life from a unique, never-seen-before angle. But chimps don't miss much, and, without anything else to distract them, the metal box is spotted. Evelyn is the first to notice and makes a cautious approach to check it out. Followed by Cookie. Arthur, always enthusiastic but not the brightest chimp, puts on a bit of a display. Which grabs the attention of young Thelma, who comes in for a close-up. Next, it's Shamak's turn. Still carrying his onion breakfast, he tests the extra strong casing. But it's dominant female Johnny who flexes her muscles to assess just how chimp-proof the camera really is, giving it a thorough going over. Chimpanzees are immensely strong and can be pretty destructive, but the camera is standing up to every attempt to remove it from the pole. Even Jess trying to bite it free using her strong jaw and teeth. Leader Hananya comes across to see what all the fuss is about. But something else is about to divert the group's attention. The first maize of the season has been cut, and some of the stalks, with cobs still attached, are heading their way. They've been donated by a local farmer. The camera is forgotten. The chimps haven't had this healthy treat for almost 9 months. Watching from above, they hoot with excitement. The maize is thrown into the enclosure from 3 different locations to give everyone a chance to grab their share. No one should miss out. Even low rankers, like female Honey, can get stuck in. She heads up high with her bundle in a bid to secure it from anyone else. All the chimps have their own technique to devour the maize. Kiki likes to strip the stalks and eat the nutritious flesh underneath. While others, like Zeynep, prefer to eat the cobs first. Leader Hananya, however, uses the maize stalks in a display before heading off on patrol. Once they've had a belly full, it's time to relax. But sneaky Thelma takes the opportunity to hide one last stalk for a snack later in the day. It's been a couple of weeks since the monkeys from Borth Zoo in Wales came to the park. Capucins Matty and Louis have been getting used to their new surroundings and their new carers. And the primate care team have taken the opportunity to assess their characters and see how well they move around the enclosure. They're going to need to join one of the park's 5 Capuchin groups soon, so it's vital information.
Yeah, we have seen that their mobility isn't amazing. They do need to build their muscles up a little bit, and certainly we've seen them favouring the logs instead of the hosing, and we have got a lot more hosing outside than they're used to. But all of these things they're going to have to get used to. We've got them in all of our other enclosures, and over time they should get used to that. It's just all new and different.
But before the pair can move on, freeing up space for expected newcomer Dodger, they need a health check and, as they're males, a vasectomy. Wildlife vet Nick Masters, along with the vet team, are getting ready to perform the procedures at the park's hospital.
We've got precious to no history, right?
None.
Okay.
The primate care team have been preparing assiduously for today. They've been training Matty and Louis to walk into a section of tunnel, which can be sealed off in order to get them into a travel box. And this morning, the hard work pays off. Matty's straight into the crate without any fuss or stress and whisked off to the hospital. Once there, he's anaesthetised so Nick can get to work.
Always good to be patient and then have him up here on the table and intubate him so we can control the anaesthesia really well and then get on with the surgery.
Matty is weighed
3.6. Brilliant.
and given a microchip required by law.
Okay.
After an all-over body check, Nick moves on to Matty's vasectomy. Today, the procedure is straightforward.
Sometimes it can be really hard to identify what the vas is and what other things are, so that's good news.
Finally, Nick takes a series of X-rays to check the monkey's bone density and look for any unforeseen conditions.
Looks all right, doesn't it? Does look all right. I think that's fine.
Overall, Nick is fairly happy with Matty's condition.
Good job. Thank you.
Matty is put into his box to recover, and next up is Louis, who's already arrived at the hospital. First impressions aren't good.
Definitely underweight.
Nick examines Louis more closely, and there's a big surprise for the team.
Does he have any testicles?
Nope. That's what I'm just looking at. Is he a boy?
It's a girl.
It might be. It might be. There's no testis and there's a bum. I think it's a girl. It's good we looked before we tried to find the vas deferens surgically.
Louis arrived from Borth Zoo described as male. But she's female. The revelation could affect which of the Capucin groups the pair join. And it also means Louis doesn't need a vasectomy.
We're gonna carry on with the anaesthetic. We're gonna take some X-rays, take some bloods, gonna microchip all that. Yeah.
Nick continues with the health check, taking bloods and inserting a microchip before taking a number of X-rays.
They look good, I think. They're all good.
The X-rays don't reveal anything that could explain Louis being so underweight.
Is that all she is? 2 kilograms? Wow.
Or her lack of muscle tone.
You know, you ever feel like that? That's her shoulder. You can feel everything. I mean, there's no deltoid, there's nothing at all, is there?
Nick is concerned.
She's very underweight. I always hesitate to say an animal's emaciated because that's kind of skeletal in my opinion. You know, we score them out of 9 now, so she's not a 1, but she's probably a 2 out of 9, so she's very under condition. And we were just, looking at things that you don't normally notice. So this is her shoulder, and everything's on show because there's no body fat at all. And not only is there no body fat, but there's very little muscle development. She just doesn't have it, so that's a bit concerning. It might be some underlying disease process that's causing her to sort of break protein down.
Until the test results come back, the team will give Louis an appropriate diet to try to increase her weight and general condition and build up her muscle tone. For now, the pair can return to their bedroom to recover from the anaesthetic under the watchful gaze of the primate care team. Matty and Louis weren't the only primates to arrive from Wales. They were accompanied by 2 patus monkeys, Mr. Patus and Lady Penelope. Since their arrival, they've been living in rooms at the Gwenon house, next door to the family of 4. The team are hoping all 6 will one day get on well enough to share the outside space. But for now, they're being kept apart. The Patus monkeys are huge and the Gwenons feisty, so it remains to be seen how well they will mix. The Gwenons enjoy a large tree-filled enclosure, which until now, the Patas have only seen from their house. Today, primate care staff member Nick and the team have decided they're going to be allowed out for the first time.
We're going to just give them the enclosure by themselves. We'll see how they react and hopefully be able to get them back in and start getting them used to coming in and out so that we can manage them into the future with the Gwenon family.
Animal Director Jeremy and Nick check the slides and fence line to make sure everything is secure. Monkeys and apes sometimes test an enclosure the first time they enter it. So Alison and Kat are also on hand to help make sure everything goes smoothly.
Can I have one of your nets, Kat?
It's an open-top enclosure, and there is always that concern that they just do the leap of faith, but the enclosures are all designed here to keep the primates in and to keep them safe, so we should be fine.
Food has been put in buckets outside to help tempt the Patas from the house, and will be used again to encourage them back in later.
They are very food motivated, these two, Mr. Patas and Penelope. So I'm hoping that, you know, showing them that we've got some food inside will bring them back in and then we can, you know, manage them that way.
Mr. Patas checks for potential dangers before heading out to explore. Lady Penelope is much more wary. There's a lot to take in, including the morning song of a nearby pair of gibbons. Once out, she sticks close to Mr. Patas. Then she heads up a tree where she can see, but is partially hidden from view. In the wild, Patas monkeys spend much of their time on the ground feeding, moving into the trees at night for safety. Jeremy uses a high vantage point to keep an eye on her. Lower down, Mr. Patas spots his reflection in an aluminium panel bordering the enclosure. Fearing it's another male, he begins warning yawns, which show off his immense canine teeth to frighten off any intruder. As the dominant male, it's his role to protect his lady.
He's very defensive of her, and she's quite shy. He's not shy at all. They're a really nice, stable pair, but between the two of them, it's definitely her that wears the trousers.
Nick and the team are worried Mr. Patas is becoming too stressed and start to encourage them both back into the house.
We're going to do some work on that shiny bit of enclosure there, so it won't be a sort of reflective mirror, and hopefully that will be less stressful for him, so next time we let him out, he won't have that issue of thinking that there's another male threatening his territory.
There'll be more short trips outside to build their confidence, so the Patas pair can begin to enjoy the enclosure to the full. Next time on Monkey Life. Alison and Jeremy come up with a cunning plan to collect Dodger the Capucin.
Now we need the box at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah. And then we'll get him into the tunnel.
there and put the forks in. Don't you worry, we'll sort it.
And sunflowers for the squirrel monkeys. Today on Monkey Life, Alison and Jeremy come up with a cunning plan to collect Dodger the Capucin.
Now we need the box at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah. And then we'll get him
into there and put the forks in. Don't you worry, we'll sort it.
Vet Thazar is called in to stitch up woolly monkey Bueno Jr., who's been injured in a scuffle.
Might be a bit of muscle damage in there. I can see one muscle in there, but there's no harm done.
And sunflowers for the squirrel monkeys. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Everybody's well aware that they need to be looked after carefully. They should be okay.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's an early start for Alison and Jeremy as they set off on a 4-hour journey to Canterbury in Kent to meet a Capucin called Dodger and his recently widowed owner, Tracy. Dodger has lived with the family for more than 25 years. But since the death of her husband, who looked after him, Tracy has struggled with his care. Dodger's also been lacking companionship of his own kind for the last 5 years.
Yep, well then that's right.
If all goes to plan, Dodger will return to the park with Alison and Jeremy at the end of the day. In their absence, the team need to move recently arrived zoo Capuchins, Matty and Louie, to the lodge to make space for Dodger in the Marmoset domestic house.
Yeah, he's really grabby.
But neither is keen to go into a travel box. Eventually, Matty is coaxed in.
We'll be on our way with Matty if one of those rooms can be ready.
Yes, that's ready, thank you.
Now they just need to persuade the more cautious Louie to follow suit. In Kent, Alison and Jeremy have arrived at the home of Dodger and his owner, Tracy.
Such a beautiful place.
I know. Tracy takes them to meet him in his outdoor enclosure.
Hey, mister!
Alison is already working out the best way to persuade Dodger out of his home and into a travel crate.
Is that a slide I see over the end of the tunnel? Does it work?
You can close it off, yeah.
And he can't open it?
Well, no, not if you hold it.
All right.
Jeremy inspects the slide while Alison takes a good look at Dodger, keen to see how he behaves in familiar surroundings.
Do you want me to open it up? Right. Okay, just close that behind you.
Dodge! Looks great.
Hello. Hello, young man. Hello. How you doing?
Dodger is curious about the new faces, but a little wary. He heads into his house. Jeremy spots an opportunity.
Do you want to just pull that door across?
The slide at the end of the tunnel is shut, and the quick addition of a screw secures it, keeping Dodger inside.
I think the way to get him into the box is to somehow or other fasten the box against the sliding door on the outside, secure him in the tunnel. We can then coax him into the box from the tunnel. Now, we need the box at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah.
And then get him into there and put the forks
Put
in.
your forks like that.
Yeah. Have you got a step ladder?
I have,
At some
yes.
point, because
I'm
the
trying
forks are going to be best going down from the top.
Step ladder.
Because there's nothing for them to...
Okay.
Yeah, but don't you worry, we'll sort it.
With Dodger secure, Alison and Jeremy can sit down with Tracy to learn as much as possible about his likes and dislikes.
So he gets quite dominant over food.
Yes, definitely.
Back at the park, Katie and the Capucin team are still trying to coax Louie out of the tunnels and into a travel crate, so they can prepare her old room for Dodger. A quick visit from Nick does the trick. She's soon reunited with Matty in their new rooms at the lodge.
Now that they've finally moved, we're going to be prepping the rooms so that when Dodger arrives, he can just go straight into his room and settle in.
Back in Canterbury, Jeremy is hoping that will be sooner rather than later. He secures Dodger's travel box to the enclosure end of the tunnel. Then he goes into the Capucin's house, hoping his presence will be enough to send Dodger into the tunnel. Success! And one more sight of Jeremy sends him straight into the box.
I already thought we'd done this before.
Time to pack up and prepare for the journey ahead.
Can we get water for that? I think there's more upset on the part of Tracy, which is understandable. She's been with Dodger for more than 25 years, so it's a tough day for her, but she knows she's doing the right thing for him to try and get him companionship.
Are you settling down, young man? Will you take a grape from me? Here you go.
We're eating grapes.
Jolly good.
If you want to sit for 1 second
Yeah.
with him,
Yeah,
Jeremy and I will collect our bits.
I am going to come and visit him for sure, definitely. I'm going to be upset.
Tracy and her husband looked after Dodger well, but now it's time for his care to be transferred to the team at the park and for a new life with companionship of his own kind.
Is he chatting to you yet?
No, he's not chatting. It's just eaten quite a few nuts.
Okay.
So
I'll keep you updated.
yeah, I'd like to know what happens when he does join the group.
I promise you I will.
A final goodbye, and Alison, Jeremy and Dodger are ready to hit the road.
Yeah, you look after yourself.
It's a beautiful morning at the park, and at the Stumpy enclosure, the group of 8 stump-tailed macaques are outside enjoying the summer sun. It's a peaceful scene, with everyone either foraging or grooming a companion. It's now been 2 weeks since Sylvie was examined by the vet, after the care team became concerned she was losing too much weight. Much to their relief, she seems back to her usual self.
A couple of weeks later, you wouldn't know there was anything wrong with her. Still have no idea what it was that was causing her to lose a bit of weight and look a bit off. And yeah, she's bounced straight back from that, and you wouldn't even know today that there was anything wrong with her in the first place.
At nearly 24 years old, Sylvie is the youngest in the group, and she's a lot more sprightly than her older housemates. Aided by the weight loss, she's now even more agile than before, exploring places the others just can't reach.
Everybody else tends to rely on the platforms and the big posts and things to get around. Sylvie has taken to going up quite high in the trees. Seeing her up there, she's showing some really good flexibility, definitely more so than any of the other members of the group. And yeah, you wouldn't have any idea that just a couple of weeks ago we were quite concerned there might be something wrong.
Ever since the first of the Stumpies arrived at the park, having been rescued from research laboratories, the care team have had a constant battle getting them healthy and controlling their weight. To keep them active, the team regularly throw in a scatter feed of small healthy tidbits for them to find, encouraging the group to move and forage. Sylvie is usually first to the prize.
Everybody else is quite slow moving, but because she is a little bit younger, she's much better at getting from one end of the paddock to the other very quickly. So when you're sort of throwing the food out in the outside and you're trying to spread it far and wide, we often joke that Sylvie has clones of herself, because no matter what area of the paddock you're in, Sylvie happens to be there. She's just such a good strategist when it comes to being in the right places for the feeding. And her cheek pouches they're the things of legend. They are so ridiculously big when she crams so much food into them. So because of that, she's quite tricky to get weight off of. We obviously did have her losing some weight a little bit more rapidly than we would like, which is why we were so concerned about her. But right now, she actually looks really good and really flexible. She's really fast moving. So actually, we're pretty pleased with her now.
Each of the group needs to be closely monitored for individual reasons. For some, it's their age. Others have ongoing health problems. And, in Toto's case, it's because his lack of social skills can cause issues. But today, the Stumpies appear calm and relaxed, enjoying each other's company. After a 4-hour, 200-mile journey, Alison and Jeremy have arrived back at the park with a Capucin monkey they've rescued from a home in Kent.
We're home, Dodger.
Katie from the Capucin team comes to greet them.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Everyone's keen to get Dodger settled in as soon as possible. He'll be living in a temporary bedroom, just vacated by another recently rescued pair of Capuchins, Matty and Louie. Dodger doesn't waste any time abandoning his travel box.
Dodger's done really well, actually. You have to remember, he's 27 years old, so he's no spring chicken. and he's lived in only that one place his entire life. So this is just an overwhelming change. We've made the first turtle and he's here at the park, so that's really good and I'm really pleased for him. Shame that he didn't get to live with others sooner, but at least he's here now.
Dodger will have all the usual health checks, and once given the all clear, the primate care team can decide which is the best group for him to join to live out the rest of his days. There's been a bit of a disagreement between the males at the top woolly monkey enclosure. It resulted in a bit of a scuffle, with poor Bueno Jr. getting on the wrong side of alpha male Lemur and coming off worse. He sustained a nasty cut to his hand, and the primate care team are worried it might become infected.
Normally, we try to allow them just to heal on their own, but unfortunately in this instance, because Junior's been playing and fussing with that hand so much, he seems to have pulled some sort of flesh away from that finger. We're concerned about exposed bone, infection, so yeah, we just don't want to risk leaving it any longer, so we've decided to intervene.
Local vet Thesar Sastre has been called in to take a look, but before that, Junior needs to be anaesthetised. And it's not going to plan.
Hello, Shannon, did you call me? I was on the quad.
Yeah, we're not having much luck with Junior, getting him down and inject or getting him into the bedroom. So I don't know if you were able to come to top woollies.
The team call in Jeremy for help. Like many of the primates at the park, Bueno Jr. has been trained to present parts of his body for inspection, but today he's not playing ball.
At the moment, he's not really coming over to us, so we might have to make a sort of a plan B if we're not going to be able to hand inject him.
There's only one alternative. Jeremy will have to use a blowpipe to administer the anaesthetic. Fortunately, he's adept at using it, and once Bueno Jr. has moved into a suitable position, Jeremy takes the shot. He's bang on target. The drug doesn't need long to take effect, and once the young woolly male is under, he's quickly moved into a travel crate and whisked off to the park's hospital. But by the time everything's ready to go, the anaesthetic has started to wear off. Thesar is well prepared. Junior is quickly masked, and within minutes he's out cold.
I don't know why you're making a fuss now, sweetie. Come on, puppet, come on.
Once he's intubated, Thesar starts with an all-over inspection.
I'm gonna do a quick physical examination. And this guy's been a very healthy boy, yeah? Not a problem before. And he's eating and drinking well. He looks very healthy to me. He's pretty good.
The woolly male is in excellent condition, but the wound on his hand is not the only one. Thesar finds another on his right foot.
There's another wound here.
Junior has certainly been in the wars, but thankfully the wound looks worse than it actually is.
That's all soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue. I don't think might be a bit of muscle damage in there. I can see one muscle in there, but there's no harm done here. The tendons are fine. After stitching up these, the function should regain to normal. Yeah.
The injury on his left hand is very similar.
I would be able to just put it back together.
Yeah.
Okay. And this one will need to be stitched up. It's sort of similar than the other one.
Once the wounds are clean, Thesar gets to work stitching them up.
Off we go. We're going to stitch up these.
Woolly monkeys are good at picking up wounds and stitches, and their hands and feet are very mobile. So Thesar uses a more durable suture and additional stitches. They'll be absorbed after 6 months, giving plenty of time for the muscle to heal.
That's great. Okay, so that muscle is stitched up.
A layer of sutures under the skin will hold the wound together, aided by an extra layer and some glue as an added precaution.
She has come together very nicely considering how damaged it was.
The whole procedure is then repeated on Junior's hand.
Right, so that looks nicer now. So we've got external stitches, we've got a bit of glue. That hopefully will do the job. That's nice. Yeah?
As he begins to come round, Junior is put into his travel box to recover.
Oh, bless, he's gonna have a bit of a headache.
Junior will receive a course of antibiotics and be monitored closely by the primate care team. Young and fit, he should heal quickly and be back to normal in no time. The warm weather has prompted care team member Kat to come up with an unusual breakfast for Gibbons, Paul and Kitty. She's hoping the pair will enjoy the combination of a fun and cooling fruity treat.
We got a bit of a donation with some squeaky pineapple toys. So we've just made some strings with some frozen pineapple rings and some fruit ice lollies. One of the things everybody knows about Paul is that he absolutely loves squeaky toys. Normally he has them loose and he just plays with them, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see what he makes of them being up on the ropes here. Kitty loves her food, so I'd imagine it will keep both of them quite busy, and it'd just be nice on this really hot morning to come out to some nice frozen ice lollies.
La Gibbon Kitty is first out, but the feel of the frozen pineapple slice isn't to her liking, and she heads off to find something else. Agile Gibbon Paul is not far behind.
These two are quite an unusual couple, obviously being different species from each other. They're not properly pair bonded like some of our other guys, and they tend to be a little bit more independent of each other. Kitty is the more dominant over food. She likes her food quite a lot. Paul should get his fair share if he wants it though. We've got two ropes up, so they are nicely distanced away from each other, that she shouldn't be able to dominate the food completely. They're not really keen on getting their hands sticky though, so it could be interesting seeing how they work out how to actually get the treats without getting their hands all cold and sticky as well. Their grip and the way that they move brachiating is really important, that their hands stay nice and clean and they don't slip on branches and things like that, so I think that's part of it.
But Paul is hungry for his breakfast and, after a bit of consideration, tucks in. The sun has started to melt everything, making it easier for Kitty. She bites off a chunk from the top of a pineapple. Fruit is limited in the diets of most primates at the park due to the high sugar content, so this is a special treat. Paul has opted for food over fun this morning and is ignoring the squeaky toys for now and relishing a pineapple slice.
Kitty's a little bit more reserved in her behaviour than our Paul. She's also more talkative, as you can hear right now. She does like to try and talk over the top of us quite a lot. She's usually pretty successful because she's pretty loud. So that's just basically a territorial behaviour that you see with all gibbons when they feel that their territory is a little bit threatened. With Kitty being hand-reared, she does seem to focus very much on her primate care staff, and the longer she's known us, the more likely it is that she's going to sing whilst we're talking.
Eventually, Kitty can't resist the lollies and carefully picks out the sweet fruit, while Paul makes the most of his head start, moving on to treat number 2. At the squirrel monkey enclosure, Charlie from the primate care team has a different kind of sunny offering for the troop of 5. Bright scented sunflowers, still covered in pollen and full of seeds.
It's basically for enrichment, so they don't get them very often. It's quite novel for them. So basically, they're very inquisitive little monkeys, so anything new in their enclosure they will investigate. They can eat them, they're completely edible for them, they're harmless. If they want to have a munch on them, great. If they just want to destroy them, that's also fine.
The squirrel monkeys are let out. They have good eyesight and colour vision, so can't miss the big yellow flowers that have appeared in their enclosure. But they're a little wary. Youngster Lopez is first to investigate. He tests out both the flower heads and stalks, but doesn't taste. Lucille takes a more delicate approach, gently pulling at a sunflower head so she can smell it before tentatively tasting. Logan, not the most confident of the group, ignores the flowers, opting for apple slices put out by the care team for breakfast. The squirrel monkeys are an active group, constantly on the go. But elderly female Turvey has been struggling to keep up. The years are catching up with her.
We did notice a little bit of a change in her behaviour, a little bit wobblier, kind of clenching her little toes, not moving around quite as easily, looking a little bit, just a bit tatty and old. So we've kind of switched her up to a different pain medication now, and it's kind of just really turned her around. She's much sharper, much more on it, foraging around, holding her own against the other ones again. So yeah, it's just kind of managing that end of day care, making sure she gets the most out of life for as long as possible.
The squirrel monkey's diet consists mainly of fruit and insects. At this time of year, the enclosure is a natural haven, attracting all sorts of bugs, which the troop love to hunt.
By putting these flowers in, some of the local kind of insects will kind of land on them, and our squirrel monkeys are very good hunters, so they will pick those insects up very quickly. And the enclosure was originally planted to encourage insects to come into the enclosure so they could kind of hunt for themselves. So although we do supplement their diet, you can't beat them doing it themselves.
Logan shows off his hunting skills, making the most of the natural bounty in the densely planted enclosure. Squirrel monkeys are naturally inquisitive, and today, while insects may be more appealing, the sunflowers have definitely piqued their interest. They've used their senses of sight and smell to thoroughly investigate them, keeping them busy and interested, just as the primate care team had hoped. Next time on Monkey Life. Tears as the team say goodbye to one of the park's original chimps.
It's really sad, but it's part of the job. What just happened in there is probably one of the most important things that we can do.
And Capucin Joanne solves a sandy problem. Today on Monkey Life. Tears as the team say goodbye to one of the park's original chimps.
It's really sad, but it's part of the job. What just happened in there is probably one of the most important things that we can do.
Kat tries to solve a golden-cheeked gibbon grooming mystery by capturing it on film.
Just put a few different cameras around and see if we can maybe get some of that, because it's really frustrating not being able to see it from myself.
And Capucin Joanne solves a sandy problem. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
She's alert, looking around. Quiet though, which is nice. All good.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. Life has been difficult for everyone at Monkey World recently, and now the chimp team have an additional worry. Jimmy, one of the park's original 9 chimps, isn't well. Staff have been monitoring him closely after noticing he wasn't engaging with them or the other chimps and was lethargic. He's also developed a nasty cough and has a swollen abdomen. The team's concern is growing.
He's been up and down for a fair while now. We're not really sure what the cause has been. There has been a lot of tension in the bachelor group, so part of it could be we could have put it down to like social issues, and he's just wanted to keep himself quiet and away from all the drama of the group because he's a very sensible man like that. At one point he did look to have a bit of a chipped tooth, so we wondered whether it would be a dental issue, and maybe he was a bit quiet because his teeth were causing him a bit of problem. And we've been backwards and forwards like this for a while, and now it's apparent that it might be something a bit more serious, so we're getting him down sort of as soon as we possibly can just to have a look and try and find out what we can do to help him.
Local vet Dave Harding has been asked to take a look at Jimmy. He's one of the park's more elderly chimps and thought to be nearly 40 years old. Alison is philosophical about what lies ahead.
It's just awful, but it's what we need to be prepared for going forward. Some of our older chimpanzees have now been here more than 30 years, and considering that they came in as sort of, you know, a few years old, that's making them pretty old, and when their backgrounds are as ropey as they are, you know, we're extremely concerned for Jimmy, and I'm not sure what today's gonna bring.
The scenario feels horribly familiar. The park recently lost Zoe, another of the original chimps, in similar circumstances. Everyone is hoping today won't have the same outcome. Jimmy isn't the most cooperative of chimps, and it's a struggle to get him to take the anaesthetic by hand injection. But eventually, Kate succeeds. He's immediately whisked off to the park's hospital, where Dave and the vet team are standing by. First, he's weighed.
50.9 minus 2.3.
Before being placed on the table where Dave can have his first good look at the chimp. Initial impressions aren't good.
There's something quite lumpy there by the feel. Yeah, okay, let's clip that.
Dave needs to shave Jimmy's abdomen to perform an ultrasound.
Ah, that's a funny shaped belly. Come on, Jimmy.
This will give the clearest indication of anything untoward inside the chimp's body. Immediately, Dave's suspicions are confirmed.
Yeah, so this is the vena cava, which are both very, very prominent going into the heart here, but we've got pleural fluid in the chest cavity, and we've also got abdominal fluid as well. I can't see any growths per se on the liver. It's just a very, very swollen, massive liver. It's all liver there.
And you're suggesting heart failure would do that?
Quite possibly, yeah.
It's a blow for the team. Dave checks Jimmy's heart from a different angle.
So it certainly looks like this heart's enlarged, particularly the right side of the heart, which was the side that would be failing if we've got all this fluid. I mean, it doesn't look like it's contracting very well, that heart at all. And the lining of the heart actually looks quite irregular here as well. You see?
The fibrosing cardiomyopathy, that is.
Yeah.
The elderly chimp's condition is extremely serious. He has a major heart problem, which, in theory, could be treated with medication.
We could put him onto the diuretics
I think
today.
So. I think so.
I'm not sure how easy it would be to get the diuretic.
Chimp team leader Hannah is concerned persuading Jimmy to take the medication would be problematic.
There's something to treat, but it's whether it's going to do anything.
It's a punt, but I reckon
Yeah.
it's less likely than likely.
The team have to make a very tough decision, whether to attempt to treat Jimmy with medication or let him go peacefully.
What I'd say to you, if he were 15 as opposed to 40, then I would go for it.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's 40 years old. He's been through the war. We know he doesn't like being messed with. Jeremy?
No, I can't see any point in. No, I totally agree with ending it.
I think we're probably all agreed that it's probably better to put him to sleep.
The decision is made and hits the team hard.
All right.
They knew this moment would come.
All right. Sorry, everybody. He won't suffer.
But now it has. They're overcome with emotion.
Yeah. I sort of suspected everything that actually came to be. Doesn't make me feel any better about it. It's really sad. but it's part of the job. What just happened in there is probably one of the most important things that we can do. It's all very nice, making their lives nice and good, but the final thing you can do for a person is be there for them in the end and make sure that they're calm, happy, not suffering. And so I think we made the right decision for Jimmy today. Never makes it any easier.
Jimmy arrived at the park in 1987, along with 8 other chimps, all rescued from the beaches of Spain. For many years, he was Paddy's second in command. But after falling out with the females, he moved to the Bachelors, where he's been for over 15 years. A gentle and kind chimp who looked out for others, he will be greatly missed.
He's just a stunning chimp, just like very, very refined features, just very heavy set. He always looks very stern, which is why it would throw you when he'd all of a sudden come up to you and start jiggling around and want to play with you, but would maintain that very stern expression, and you were never too sure, are you actually playing or is there something in your ear? But yeah, when he eventually let himself go, it was always delightful to see Jimmy just as silly as some of the rest of them.
He was just a unique character, the same as they all are. No, I don't think I don't think he'd ever been particularly ambitious. He's wanting the things that grown-up people want more than youngsters. You would categorise him as a, teenage pest, possibly.
Jimmy will be missed by the chimps and by all of us as well.
Good relationships between the primates at the park are vitally important, creating harmony within the larger groups and establishing close bonds between pairs that can last for years. One such couple are golden-cheeked gibbons Peanut and Pung Yo. They've been together for more than 15 years and have successfully raised 3 children. Today, primate care member Kat is going through their morning routine before releasing them into their large, forested outdoor enclosure.
Hey, babes. Here you go. Good girl. So we're down at the support building this morning and we're just starting the release process with Peanut and Pung Yo. So this is Peanut here and we've just separated Peanut off from Pung Yo so that she can have her high-value rewards first thing in the morning, and then Pung Yo can have his in peace as well. It just keeps them happy while we're out doing the fence checks, where they've got their nice treats and rewards, and then when we come back, we can let them straight out to breakfast.
Peanut is the dominant one of the pair and loves her food.
Right, Pung Yo, your turn, buddy.
To make sure her partner Pung Yo gets his fair share, the couple are kept apart for the first meal of the day.
Good job.
Pung Yo needs extra high-calorie foods to maintain his body weight, unlike his partner.
He thinks it's a wonderful treat, he really enjoys it, and he gets Peace to eat that because Peanut doesn't get one, because Peanut does not need high-calorie extras because she's quite a chunk.
While the 2 gibbons finish off the early morning snacks, Kat prepares their outside enclosure, putting their main breakfast into the high feeders. Then they're both let out.
Come on then. Good girl. Hey, Pung Yo, good boy. You were speedy this morning. Go on then.
While they enjoy breakfast, Kat can get on with cleaning the bedroom and playroom. But there's a mystery that's been niggling Kat and the rest of the gibbon team for the last few months. Peanut has patches of fur missing on her body that look suspiciously like she's being over-groomed. The team aren't concerned because she's not showing any sign of skin irritation. But it's a bit confusing because the staff rarely witness the pair grooming.
Both Peanut and Pung Yo are taken away from their mums at very early ages and then hand-reared by humans. So they're quite human-focused. And they're very focused, obviously, on their primate care staff. 1, because obviously the relationship they have with us, and 2, whenever we're around, something's happening, whether it's time to go out or food's coming or whatever. So it tends to stop their normal behaviour. So quite often, if I'm cleaning the playroom, if I just glance out the window, I can see Peanut and Pungyo often grooming or playing in this part of the tunnel. But if they see me looking, they will stop instantly. So what I want to try and do is just capture that on film this morning. Just put a few different cameras around and see if we can maybe get some of that.
Kat sets up a number of small cameras, hoping to catch Pungyo enthusiastically grooming his partner. But later, when she reviews the footage, it's not what she was expecting to see.
What we found is pretty much all of the footage shows Peanut grooming Pungyo. And it's actually quite funny watching her because she's like really quite forceful. She's very much in control. Pungyo doesn't really get a choice as to whether he wants to be groomed or not. It's just happening. But it's actually really nice to know that that is happening for Pungyo. We did start to think that it was happening. We keep getting little glimpses, but it stops very quickly. So it's really nice to see that Peanut is paying him some really nice attention and taking care of him and doing these things. It would have just been really good for us to actually see the footage the other way around as well and know what's going on as to whether it is him causing these bald patches on her.
It's only when Kat heads off to the Siamang enclosure that cameras capture the moment. Pungyo is indeed grooming Peanut when no one else is around and is pulling out some of the longer hairs. Mystery solved. It's been 24 hours since woolly monkey Bueno Jr. had an emergency visit from the vet to stitch up some nasty wounds. They were the result of a fight with alpha male Lemur. After a night recovering, he's still subdued. He had a couple of friends for company, plus a small amount of pain relief. The care team were concerned too much medication would result in him interfering with his stitches. This morning, he just wants some peace and quiet. Even a concerned Olivia can't seem to rouse him. She gives him a gentle prod and leans across in greeting. Her half-sister Layla joins them. But Junior isn't interested. Sharon from the primate care team is keeping a close eye on things.
There's a very, very good chance, because there are some stitches on his foot and hand. There's a very good chance that some of those are going to be played with, pulled out even. So it's very difficult to sort of stitch up animals like monkeys because they are very inquisitive and they're always pick and play, and one of their natural behaviours is grooming, and that means removing anything that shouldn't be there. So whether that's scabs, parasites, stitches. So there's a very good chance that, yeah, that they're going to be played with and fussed with, but the vet's done a very good job of sort of stitching up internally and externally, so pretty sure that even if they do manage to pull out a couple of stitches, it shouldn't really alter the healing process too much.
Junior has access to the smaller outside enclosure, where the rest of the group are relaxing and eating, but this morning it holds no appeal. Sharon encourages him to come to the mesh so she can check the wounds. She tempts him with some grapes and a drink so he'll stay hydrated. But Junior won't budge.
I would say Junior's probably our worst patient. Majority of our animals are quite happy to come over and show us hands, feet, arms, turn around. We can do a general sort of physical examination without having to be too invasive, and they actually see it as a bit of a fun game and a training exercise. Junior does quite enjoy those training exercises as well, unless he's actually injured, and then he seems to really withdraw from the primate care staff. He's extremely suspicious of us, so we just need to just kind of keep a little bit more of a distance and just keep an eye on anything that he's doing.
Eventually, Lemur and the rest of the group come back inside. Junior is careful not to antagonise the ageing dominant male. Instead, he heads to the ground in search of food. Eating is a good sign and means he's probably on the mend. And once he's made it up with Lemur, life will be better all round. A few months ago, the Capucin team trialled an experiment with Franco's group to see if any of them would display a natural behaviour seen in the wild. Food washing. The result wasn't conclusive, so today they're having another go. This time with Winslow's troop, and a slightly modified version.
With Francos, we put their pellets in their clay in the soil, and they did kind of put it in the water, but that's a behaviour that they kind of do anyway because they quite like to dip their pellet in water, like dipping your biscuits in a drink. So it just makes it mushy and they quite like to eat it that way. So this will kind of be a bit of a better test just to see if they are doing it to wash their food or just to dip their biscuits in the water, really.
Keen to test the theory, Katie has prepared a juicy breakfast of sticky strawberries and mushy avocado, which she's hiding in sand-filled tubs and placing close to the pond. For the Capucins, they're high-value food items, and if they don't like the sand, they're going to have to come up with a way of getting rid of it. This troop includes some of the older Capucins at the park, but you'd never know it as they excitedly make a beeline for the sand-filled food trays. After some initial hesitation, they begin foraging in the sand, picking out the gritty fruit. Daisy isn't bothered by the unusual texture of her avocado. Strawberries and sand aren't a typical summer combination, but Esther tucks in. Molly heads across to the pond, but only for a drink. The majority of the group haven't taken into account the availability of the pond, just perfect for food washing. Pippa bypasses it altogether and heads high up on the cargo net to eat her fruit in peace. Onslow is a little more fussy, but rather than washing his fruit, he rubs off the sand before he eats it. Winslow is one of the last out. He's an effective leader, but when it comes to food, he doesn't tend to overexert himself.
He's a very good dominant male, so he's very kind of smart socially. He's very good with training, but in terms of like these kind of behaviours, putting all the effort into foraging for his food, probably not so much.
Capucins are incredibly bright monkeys. They're problem solvers, often demonstrating forethought and planning to achieve their goal. Most of this group were wild caught. Babe is the only pet trade individual amongst them. The team were hoping some of them may have seen and learned the concept of food washing in their early years, but so far, there's no evidence of it.
Yeah, we've got some of our older Capucins will have been wild caught. So we've got a little subgroup of older ladies called Molly's Gang, and they do like to hang around this area quite a bit, so we might see them using these sand pits. They are quite a bit lower ranking than the other monkeys in the group, so they'll probably kind of come and get involved a little bit later on. But we've got other monkeys like Debbie. She's definitely one who's really quick to pick up those behaviours. So yeah, we'll just wait and see.
But it's Joanne who proves the exception. She examines a sand-covered treat, then heads straight to the pond to wash it off. It's a repeat behaviour, not a one-off. She performs the task again and again. It's just what the team were hoping for. It's been an interesting recap of the experiment. As some members of the group worked out various methods to solve the issue of the sand-covered food, and others ignored it, putting up with the gritty texture despite the solution close by. What the team will never know is whether clever Joanne learned the technique as a youngster in the wild or worked it out for herself. Next time on Monkey Life. Big news as legislation banning the sale and trade of primates in England is announced at the park.
Thanks to this amazing place and this amazing person, we're going to bring an end to one of the grimmest trades in the UK.
And woolly monkey Leroy shows he's growing up fast. Today on Monkey Life. Big news as legislation banning the sale and trade of primates in England is announced at the park.
Thanks to this amazing place and this amazing person, we're going to bring an end to one of the grimmest trades in the UK.
Alison is delighted.
We're moving ahead with changing the laws, so hallelujah. Today's the day.
And woolly monkey Leroy shows he's growing up fast. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I'm shocked. This animal is living in fear of its life at all times.
The park provides a home for more than 260 primates from 24 different species. It's a momentous day for Alison and all those who've lobbied tirelessly for a change to the laws governing the legal primate pet trade in England. After years of campaigning, a new bill has been introduced to Parliament by the current government. The Kept Animals Bill proposes a ban on the breeding of primates as pets and the introduction of a primate licence for those animals already being kept. Animal Welfare Minister Lord Goldsmith is visiting Monkey World to announce it.
Thanks to this amazing place and this amazing person, we're going to bring an end to one of the grimmest trades in the UK.
Yeah, so on behalf of Betty Boo and all of the other Marmosets out there, we're just hoping to protect them and care for them in a proper way. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Lord Goldsmith has worked alongside Alison for the last few years in an effort to get the law changed.
It's been pretty obvious to me for a long time that this trade needs to be ended. And I'm in a position now where, working with colleagues in government, I can help get that done. But the campaign is Alison's and Monkey World's. I mean, this is it's long overdue. We don't know how many primates there are languishing in budgie cages on people's TVs around the country, but we know there are a lot. And it's a life not worth living. For anyone who knows anything about primates, you don't need to be an expert to know that it is just completely wrong to keep primates in those conditions. So we can do something about that, and we are doing something about that.
For Alison, it's an emotional day. The announcement is the culmination of years of hard work she started with her late husband, Jim Cronin.
This is everything coming together after 3 decades for us. We've been campaigning, we've rescued more than 120 primates from the British pet trade. We've been doing everything we can to look after and rescue those animals, but also to get something done to stop it continuing. And we're moving ahead with changing the laws, so hallelujah. Today's the day.
They were rescued, Mum and Dad?
Yes.
From the pet trade?
Yes.
What sort are they?
These are common marmosets. Actually, they're hybrids. Mom is a black-eared marmoset, and so the kids are half common, half black-eared.
Ruby, Oscar, and their 4 offspring are just one example of the large number of primates rescued over the years by Alison and her team at Monkey World. many from horrendous conditions.
You guys are eating machines.
No one knows how many kept primates there are currently in England, but it could be in the thousands. Once the bill is passed, owners will have to register the primate in their charge, and then meet the standards laid out in the bill to obtain a primate license.
Indoor-outdoor enclosures, companionship of your own kind, appropriate veterinary care, appropriate nutrition. All of those very basic things have to be provided if you're to keep these animals. So, in effect, we're demanding that only specialist keepers who do the right thing are allowed to keep them. And that's how it's going to begin. And hopefully, banning the financial trade in these animals will mean that there's no longer marmosets being sold in pet shops, in bird cages, on social media, over the internet. All of that should come to an end forthwith.
The bill will have a number of steps to go through before it becomes law.
The outcome we want is that the trade ends in the UK, that you don't find people keeping primates in miserable conditions. So we want to rehome existing pets or improve the conditions to such an extent that they're basically zoo quality. And those that can't be, we want them to be rehomed.
For all the primates already in the pet trade in England, there's hope of a better life to come.
For us here at Monkey World, the only thing we're interested in is that these animals that are kept, in whatever circumstance it might be, are kept correctly and appropriately, and that their needs are met.
While the new law is long overdue, it may cause some issues when it first comes into force. Primates belonging to owners who can't meet the conditions will need rehoming, and space at the park for new arrivals is limited, particularly for marmosets. To deal with this, in the past, Monkey World has rehabilitated individuals before rehoming them at other licensed wildlife centres, where they can be looked after in appropriate conditions. One such marmoset was Rattler, who Alison rescued nearly 10 years ago. A victim of the pet trade, he was being kept in appalling conditions at a flat in Plymouth.
They have to walk through their urine and feces to get to their food.
He was rehabilitated at the park before being rehomed at an agricultural college, Capel Manor in North London. At the time, the collaboration freed up space at Monkey World for more rescued marmosets. But a few weeks ago, Rattler returned.
Hey, Rattler, man. Sadly, the female that he was paired with, she's passed away. Rattler's on his own. They're concerned for him, so they got back in touch and said, is there anything you can do? Can you take Rattler back? And of course, our commitment's always to those animals that we rescue.
The timing was fortuitous for Rattler and a recent Monkey World arrival. Maggie, one part of the family known as the Simpsons, had been ousted by her mum, Marge, who had recently given birth to twins. Suddenly on her own, Maggie needed a partner. Cue Rattler.
Yeah, really nice to see him again. He looks good. He looks in a good condition. So as soon as we know that he's got a full, clean bill of health, then we'll introduce him to Maggie, and that should just help him no end. And it'll also help Maggie as well. These guys should be on their own.
The plan worked out well. Rattler passed his health checks and, within weeks, formed a loving bond with Maggie. And on the other side of the park, the rest of the Simpson family are doing well too.
Even though, you know, ideally we don't want babies here because we want space for rescues, when we do have a family like this come in, it's lovely to see how it should be. And this is exactly how Marmoset social grouping should be. You should have a mum and a dad. You should have the dad doing all the carrying and the caring, the mum doing all the feeding. And seeing that natural family unit, it just kind of hammers home how much some of the others have lost.
Today, the family are in for a puzzling and prickly treat. A breakfast of blueberries has been hidden in straw stuffed inside cardboard tubes and suspended from branches around their enclosure. They've also been given a seasonal treat, rose hips still with thorns attached. It's something the two infants have never seen before, and it's quite possible their parents haven't experienced it either. Mum and Dad are first into the enclosure, keen to check out what's new. The babies hang back in the tunnel, a little wary at first. It doesn't take long for Marge and Bart to work out there's food hidden in the cardboard tubes. Bart certainly has a taste for blueberries. While Marge kicks off her meal with a succulent bright red rosehip. Watching Mum and Dad tuck in reassures the infants, who make their way outside. They're now just over 6 months old, and the primate care team have established they're both boys. They've named them Ralph and Nelson. The twins are a lively pair and keen to learn.
They learn a lot from Mum and Dad. So any new feeds that we put in, Mum and Dad will show the youngsters by eating it themselves that it's something good and that they can come over and have some food. So somebody like the Simpsons, that've got the 2 youngsters who've got that natural setting, their parents are a really good way to teach them and to help them understand sort of how to go about being a marmoset.
It helps when you have a doting dad like Bart.
It's been really nice to see how naturally he's taken to the role of fatherhood, and it really kind of shows how much of that is just naturally ingrained in them, that need to look after the young and help rear them and have that sort of protective nature when it comes to having youngsters.
It goes to show that given the right care and attention, along with wonderful natural surroundings, these small primates thrive, no matter what their background. It's been all systems go for the park's Capucin team recently. In the last few weeks, they've had 3 new arrivals. First, Alison rescued Matty and Louis from Borth Zoo in Wales. Then came Dodger, a male Capucin in need of companionship of his own kind, who came from a home in Kent. All 3 have begun to become familiar with their new surroundings, and it's now time for them to meet potential housemates.
So introductions in any group can be quite stressful, particularly for the animals that are involved and also the rest of the group that are potentially shut away in a different area. So we like to try and keep things really low key, so we have absolutely minimal staff and people in the house, enough that we can keep an eye. Try and keep it nice and calm. Initially, those introductions won't be on public view, and then we can introduce gradually all of those things as time goes on and things are starting to improve.
Since arriving, Dodger has been kept apart from the park's established Capucin groups, while the team monitored him and allowed him to settle. During that time, he's had a health check and a vasectomy. Now he's been given the all-clear to move to a Capucin group. The park has 5, each different in size and demographic. Dodger is 27 years old, and because of that, the team have decided his best option is to join Gizmo's small group of 6. First, he needs to be boxed up for the move.
Good boy, well done. You're so good. Dodger came into the crate really easily. The training that we've done really paid off, so yeah, that's really good.
Dodger is taken across to Gizmo's house, where Donna gives him time to explore the bedrooms before letting Gizmo into one opposite, giving the team the opportunity to gauge their reaction to each other.
So Gizmo can be a little bit unpredictable. He is from the pet trade and he's got a few issues going on in his head. So he does struggle socially, and also his communication skills are a little bit different to a lot of the other Capuchins that we have.
With both animals calm, Donna decides to go for it and opens the slides to let the 2 meet face to face. The introduction couldn't go any better. Although Dodger's a little wary at first, the 2 males soon relax and appear comfortable in each other's company.
Gizmo was an absolute superstar. He had his play face on right from the beginning, and he was just generally interested to make friends, really. Dodger also was super chilled out, really confident, and they were both straight away happy to pass each other in the small tunnel section. And hopefully we'll see a bit more of that. They did a lot of onion rubbing together as well, and they were quite happy foraging around. So really it went as well as we could have hoped for.
In fact, the meeting has gone so well, Donna decides to move to the next level and let the pair have access to the outside enclosure together. Gizmo doesn't hang around. He's straight outside on the hunt for food. But there's no sign of Dodger.
Dodger! You coming outside?
He's still indoors, unsure how to get through the flap. Donna does some quick modifications.
Let's try that. He's a good boy.
With encouragement from Gizmo, Dodger works out how to access the outside enclosure and sets off to explore. Gizmo's relaxed attitude to his new housemate helps reassure him. At his previous home, Dodger enjoyed outdoor space, and today, with plenty of room, he looks as if he's been at the park for years. But it might be a bit different when he gets to meet the 5 feisty ladies who make up the rest of this group.
We just need to consider when the right time to introduce them might be. So for now, we just want to try and keep it simple, just keep the 2 boys together, try and build up that relationship before we introduce the females, and all the dynamics will probably change. So we just want to give them a nice bit of space and, yeah, let them enjoy the outside enclosure in the nice weather.
While everything is progressing nicely with Gizmo and Dodger, the park's other 2 recent arrivals are also getting to know new housemates. Matty and Louie are settling into life at Eriko's lodge. It's a bigger troop of 13, and so far they've met a couple of the more calm members, including Scarlett and Zoe. With so many individuals to meet, it's a slower process for the Borth twosome. But the team are positive all 3 new Capuchins will settle well and establish themselves as part of the Monkey World family. In the kitchen at the Top Woolly house, primate care member Sharon is preparing a breakfast smorgasbord for Lavar's family group of woolly monkeys. She's stuffed hanging baskets with straw and hidden nuts, seeds and raspberries inside. And now she's filling logs specially designed with the group in mind.
So we've just simply drilled a few holes around there, and I've made a nice little pulp with some blueberries and some baby food, and we're just going to pop that mush into the holes, hang these up throughout the trees, and again just to encourage these guys to get up off the floor and feed in a more natural way. So they're going to be up and enjoying this, and it'll probably keep them busy for most of the morning. So yeah, quite excited to see how they react to these today.
Sharon hangs the feeders all around the enclosure in hard-to-reach places. She wants the troop to work hard for their breakfast this morning. Woolly monkeys are arboreal, meaning they spend most of their time in the tree canopy. Lavar's troops certainly make the most of their fabulous tree-filled enclosure. Olivia heads straight for a hanging basket and wastes no time rooting through the straw, using her tail as an anchor. At 5 years old, she's still incredibly close to her mum Zingu. But she's reaching adulthood and could well have a family of her own in the near future. Zingu's youngest infant is Leroy. Just a year old, he's already developing into a special little monkey.
The confidence in him, is we've never really seen it in any of our youngsters at this age, even from 6 months on. He's been quite an independent little chap. He's quite happy to wander off from hang out with the big guys. Yeah, and he's incredibly agile for his age. He's quite an incredible little character already.
There have been some ups and downs for the group in recent months. Tragedy struck when Zingu's daughter Layla passed away suddenly after a short illness. But the group has remained stable under the leadership of Lavar, who's been an alpha male for 20 years. However, the 2 younger males, Cosmo and Bueno Jr., are approaching adulthood, and things might be about to change.
It may be that Lavar now, his grand old age of 31, is feeling slightly threatened, that there's these two young chaps who are also very close, might want a bit of a takeover. So it's something that we're keeping a very close eye on. And yeah, at the moment we're really hoping that they can just kind of figure things out amongst themselves a little bit while we're sort of watching how Lavar's getting on, that he's not compromised in any way as an older boy.
Bueno Jr. has recovered well from nasty hand and foot injuries he sustained a few months ago. His strength and agility have been unaffected. But the team are even more delighted with Cosmo. He had a major health scare last year when he lost a lot of muscle tone and weight. Fast forward to today, and Cosmo is thriving.
Incredibly looking boy. He's still only just over 4 years old, but yeah, he's just looking absolutely amazing, finding his feet within the group, loving spending time with the big boys, him, Lavar and Junior. They've all got quite sort of strong relationships. His sort of attitude's beginning to change, so he's starting to sort of discover how to interact with the ladies as well. So yeah, we're seeing him showing a bit of interest in some of the females and just kind of testing the water, throwing his weight around a little bit. So yeah, he's going through all the normal developments that we would hope to see a male at this age. And this time last year, we really weren't sure we would ever get there with him. So yeah, we're just absolutely thrilled.
And Cosmo still finds time for a play session with little Leroy. Lavar's troop are a tight-knit family group, and the team are hoping it stays that way for years to come. The continuing COVID pandemic has made for a challenging time, but Alison and the team have battled through, continuing to care for the primates in their charge. Along the way, there have been some emotional losses, not least world-renowned wildlife vet John Lewis, an integral part of the park for 30 years. The team also said goodbye to two of the park's original chimps, Zoe and Jimmy.
I think we made the right decision for Jimmy today. It's really sad.
But the work goes on. This year, with the rescue of 3 Capucins, 2 Patas monkeys, a Jeffroy's Marmoset, and 6 common Marmosets. And there's more to come, as Alison responds to calls for help for yet another Marmoset.
Nice one, little one, huh?
As well as a red-bellied tamarin.
Hey, sweetheart. How you doing?
And with the opening up of international borders and no let-up yet in the British pet trade, who knows how many more next year could bring.